Secretary, Mr. Kyle, to take the roll.
Chair Diani,
Present.
Ms. Butler,
Present.
Ms. Carpenter,
Present.
Mr. Gutierrez is not present, Mr. Sabus,
Present.
Mr. Wilson is not present, Ms. Young,
Present.
and Councilmember Porterfield.
Here. We have a quorum. Okay.
Is there a way to increase the volume? Apparently they can't hear in there.
Can you contact Chris Singleton?
Okay, that takes us to agenda item number 2, public comment period. And do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Sean just left.
Okay.
We can
Okay.
circle back to that.
Okay, all right, we'll circle back to that. Let's move to item number 3, approval of the minutes of October 27th, 2025. The board has received a copy of the minutes in their package. I trust that everyone's had a chance to review them. So why don't we get a motion, and we can see if there's any discussion. May I have a motion for, may I have a second? It's a motion and a second to approve the minutes of October 27, 2025. Does anyone have any comments or questions or changes? Hearing none, I think we can do this by voice vote. All in favor of approving the minutes of October 27, 2025, say aye. Aye. Any noes? Anyone not voting? Okay, the ayes have it, and the minutes are approved. That brings us to agenda item number 4, notice of appeal rights, and I'll ask Mr. Kyle, our board secretary, to provide that notice.
After a contested hearing by this board, a party may appeal to the Chancery or Circuit Court of Davidson County by filing a writ of certiorari within 60 days. Any party wishing to pursue an appeal is encouraged to seek independent legal counsel to ensure that deadlines and procedural requirements are satisfied.
Thank you. Just 1 minute, did we resolve the audio? Okay. And let's go back then to the agenda item number 2, public comment period. We weren't sure if anyone had signed up for public.
No one has signed up.
Okay, great. Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 5, a hearing for complaint John Spragens versus the Fair Board Commissioner Jasper Hendricks. So we will move to that item now. And I believe the parties are here. And I want to, before we get started, see if there are any questions about the order, how we'll proceed, and if there are no questions. Why don't we just get identifications of who's in the room, perhaps? Let's do that. Okay, for the parties or their counsel.
Yes, Rita Roberts Turner, Saul Solomon.
Wait, counsel for the complainants.
Okay.
And Jasper Hendricks.
And this is John Spragens,
Okay.
who is a complainant. And do I introduce yourself?
Erica Lanier.
Okay, also a complainant.
Okay. The parties have been provided with our board's procedures and organizational rules adopted in 23, as well as the provisions set forth in the code as to how we proceed in the order of proceeding. Before we start with opening statements, I'd like to know if there are any stipulations between the parties, any motions or stipulations between the parties as to documentation, evidence, and so forth. Have there been any discussions?
We have not had any discussions about stipulations.
Okay. We can move to opening statements then. And I do want to just point out before opening statements that there just a kind of with the evidence, there was a little disconnect with the evidence presented by the complainants. the evidence presented was two different ways, both, which was appreciated, both electronically and separate hard copy. Appreciated. I'd like to make sure that the respondent received all of the exhibits 7 days in advance.
I did, yes.
Both at hard copy as well?
No, the hard copy, they brought it here today. I was emailed, I was CC'd on the email to the clerk. So I received it electronically.
Because the only disconnect, there's a little disconnect.
And I do have a copy for it. Mr. Hendricks, I asked if you wanted a copy. You said-
Yeah, today, yeah, she
yes,
just
today.
asked, yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
today.
I just want to be really clear, because our rules are everything has to be provided to the other side within 7 days. There were a few exhibits in the hard copy that were not included in the electronic copy. Exhibits 10 through 13. And I want to make sure that there's no concern about including all of the exhibits today.
I'm not aware, I wasn't aware that there was something.
Right. No, I understand, right, right. It was, it's that electronic. So, Mr. Hendricks, have you had an opportunity to, by any chance, and to look at exhibits 10 through 13?
No, I have not.
Because it's not clear you've seen them prior to right now.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to asterisk this issue, and we're going to go into opening statements, but I wanted to point it out so that you're aware that it's an asterisk issue, so that it may be that there's no concern about prejudice once all parties have had an opportunity to see what they are. It may be that they're not necessary, that the same information can come through testimony. But I just wanted you, before opening statement, to understand that if there's concern about them, we will hold.
On exhibit 10, we can just have one of the witnesses testify to that if that's,
Right, so I'm just saying, those,
the other two exhibits aren't that, we can just
right,
waive or.
yeah, right. I just want you to make clear that we really hold to that rule of 7 days advance notice, so it's fair to all parties.
Understood, absolutely, and
Okay.
my apologies, when I looked back through the zip file,
Understood.
it looked like everything was in it.
Understood. Okay, it's the world of the digital world. Okay, so we can then proceed to opening statements, and complainants counsel can proceed. Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I just wanted to put a disclosure on the record. I know Mr. Spragens, we're both members of the bar. We were in the Inn of Court together, the Harry Phillips Inn of Court for a couple of years. I don't think there's any personal or financial relationship, anything like that, that would require recusal, but I wanted to put the fact that I know him on the record,
Okay.
just in case anyone has any concerns.
Because it wasn't otherwise public
Correct.
record, a
Correct.
matter of public record, okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Should we
Okay.
acknowledge that he needs to be amended as public record?
So, yeah, okay. But you can if you want.
I was just asking if we should put on the record that Mr. Spragens used to be a member of this board, but the chair says it's public record, so
I understand
there's no
it's, like,
issue.
posted on our website very clearly, so it's all public record. But are there other disclosures or recusals based on any facts? Anyone? Okay, so then, that's not, okay, so we may proceed to opening statements, complainants counsel.
Good morning again, Rita Roberts Turner for the complainants. The matter before this board today is about one thing: accountability. This is not an effort to demonize Chair Hendricks or to even harm his professional reputation. But it is an effort to ensure that community leaders, even volunteers, uphold the integrity of their positions. Today, you're going to hear from two of the complainants, our clients. First, Ms. Erica Lanier, a resident of the Fairgrounds neighborhood. She's going to explain to you why she felt compelled to attach her name to this complaint. Next, you'll hear from Mr. John Spragens. And you'll learn today that Mr. Spragens did not file this complaint hastily. He in fact had concerns about Chair Hendricks back in 2023 when he saw social media posts of Mr. Hendricks at a black tie affair that was held by NASCAR. Why did he have concerns? Because as the documents in your folder will show, and you'll hear today, the issue of the Fairgrounds racetrack development was deliberated and talked about before the Fair Board and even the Metro Council. This was 2023, and yet he did not file a complaint. He'll explain to you that he had hoped what he saw was a temporary lapse in judgment by Chair Hendricks that would not impact the community. Now imagine his dismay when here we are in 2025, and he learned through the media and statements of Chair Hendricks that the very group Chair Hendricks had celebrated and partied with in 2023 were now engaged in some type of new deal for the fairgrounds development, unbeknownst to the community at large. Mr. Spragens recalled 2023 and what he had seen, and he became even more concerned that Hendricks was being personally influenced and perhaps engaging in backroom negotiations about fairgrounds development. What followed was a public records request that only increased his concerns as well as the concerns of others, the other complainants, Ms. Lanier, Ms. Betty White, and former council member Sandra Moore, all residents of the Fairgrounds neighborhood. As you'll learn today, after that public records request, my client's concerns did not turn out to be much ado about nothing. Now, as you listen to the testimony today and consider the evidence in your folders, I'm going to ask you to please consider these 4 questions. And I would have put them on a nice easel, but we're in a tight space today. But now I have my special assistant here. Number 1, did Fair Board Chair Hendricks accept free admission to a black tie private event from a prospective vendor? Number 2, was the reasonable value of that black tie event more than $100? Third, did Fair Board Chair Hendricks disclose confidential information about a pending racetrack development proposal? And finally, did Fair Board Chair Hendricks collaborate with prospective vendors on media statements about this proposed new deal? We believe that at the end of this hearing, you will answer yes to all 4 of those questions, and you will find that Mr. Hendricks' conduct was in fact in violation of Metro's standards of conduct. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, and thank you for your service. As a fellow board member, I understand, Monday's a little difficult day to have meetings in the morning, but I do appreciate you for your service to this board. Again, my name is Jasper Hendricks III, and before I say anything else, I want to begin with honesty, not political polish, not defensiveness, but truth. These accusations do not arise from ethics, integrity, transparency, or misuse of power. They rise from a long-standing effort by wealthy, well-connected interests who want control of this historic public property. I may have lived in Nashville for only 8 years, but I've heard the same story repeatedly. There have been people who want fairgrounds land, and they don't like that I don't answer to them. This entire ordeal has been profoundly stressful, humiliating, and emotionally draining for me and my family, who did not ask to be in the public spotlight, but they're on the receiving end of numerous phone calls from people that we may discuss later. This process is based on false accusations, has caused me anxiety, loss of appetite, sleepless nights, and deep embarrassment. I have spent nights staring at the ceiling, replaying every detail, while knowing I did nothing wrong, nothing that violates the standards of conduct. I am someone who prefers to work quietly, behind the scenes, without conflict. I do not seek attention. I do not seek drama. But when my integrity, my reputation, and my service are attacked, when lies become headlines, I must defend myself. And today I will. And I'm going to begin with why I joined the Fair Board. I did not join the Fair Board to gain influence, power, or visibility. I joined because of community, fairness, and service, values I carry from my childhood. I grew up in Farmville, Virginia, a community shaped by county fairs, races in nearby Martinsville and Richmond, fall turkey shoots with my dad, my mom, and my sisters. My father passed away in 2004 from a heart attack, but those memories will remind me of him every day. When I come in 2000, since I moved to Nashville in 2017, and when I completed Mayor John Cooper's Neighborhood Academy in 2022, he asked one question: how will you use what you learned to help your city? To me, the Fair Board was immediately, it felt like home. It was a way to honor my father. It was a way to give Nashville families the kind of memories that shaped me. Serving on the board was never about political advantage or personal gain. It was and still is an act of love, service, and gratitude. Now let's talk about what I've done since I've been on the board. We've invested over $1 million in Brown Creek's preservation, and the expanded Greenway. We have completed a mixed-income, mixed-use apartment building that offers 120 affordable housing units out of a 300-unit building. And it also includes affordable artist space. We have local businesses that are moving in, into that area, and more development is underway. I've advocated for express buses. When they told me no, we could not have buses, when we were trying to figure out the traffic congestion because someone allowed somebody to build a 30,000-seat soccer stadium without parking, we came in and I said, let's figure out a way to help improve traffic. And we worked with WeGo. I brought it up in a public meeting. And they said, no, we can't do that because we receive federal funds. And I said, no, I used to work for the federal government. I know that's not true. So let's figure it out. Now we have express bus lane service going in, so when we have large events, people are no longer complaining about traffic and parking. Go figure. I've championed ADA accessibility by convening over 13 metro agencies on the property because we have received complaints from people who were in wheelchairs that could not access the property while we were under construction, and we were able to figure it out. And we have now the entire property, even during construction, is accessible to anyone who wants to come onto the property. And I've advocated for increased revenue generation. A lot of people don't know, but the Fairgrounds is an enterprise fund. We're not supposed to be a drain on the city. We're supposed to help fund the core services of the city. And we have been doing this under my leadership. We have turned the tide from a negative revenue to positive revenue. And this is the type of work that we've been doing. And under my leadership. Now I want to correct a couple of false claims. In the documents that I did receive from the complainants, they said that the racetrack deal has died. That's completely false. The Fair Board has never rescinded our vote from 2022. We voted in 2022. The council never voted it down. The Sports Authority never rejected it. The agreement is unexecuted, not terminated. And matter of fact, on the 2-year anniversary of that vote, I led a public comment, a public discussion at the Fair Board meeting saying that if we do not have any movement from the mayor's office over the next few months, we have to go back and take a look at what we need to do for this property so that it can continue, so that it can make money like the rest of the pieces of our puzzle that's considered the fairgrounds. This was a public comment. We had a public discussion in a meeting. You know, and so because we did not know where the mayor was, we don't know where the plan is. It has been sitting on the mayor's desk for the last 2 years. They say the process was unfair. It's false. It's one of the most transparent processes in Metro history. Before our vote, in early 2023, I said 2022, but in early 2023, we had 3 public hearings. We had nearly 2 years of monthly meetings since then, all broadcasted live, all publicly noticed, and all archived. What you would not see during any of those meetings from the complainants, no one has ever submitted a counter proposal. No one has requested time to come and talk to us, and no one has presented an alternative plan. Instead, they had their own private meetings about public land, not subject to the open meetings law. And you saw all of this stuff in the media, where they said they have a plan for the fairgrounds. The NASCAR gift allegation. They admit that they don't even know the value. They admit they don't even know if I received a ticket. No one knows how, this event was sponsored in part by the state of Tennessee. I work for the state of Tennessee. So we have no, if I did receive a ticket, it is up to them to prove how I received that ticket. They don't even know if I actually paid for it myself. I've worked with NASCAR on HBCU initiatives for over a decade. Also in 2023, did they fail to point out, I worked with NASCAR to host a health fair at Tennessee State University's Avon Williams Center. I've been a part of NASCAR pit crews. I've worked with them, like I said, on HBCU initiatives, including now we have the first African-American woman pit crew member who is an alumni of my university, Norfolk State University. They have a long history of working with HBCUs, and I have a long history of working with them on this. There was no gift, no improper benefit, and no violation. Then we get to confidential information. The quotes that they're saying that they saw of me or they read of me is in response to an article, in response to a news reporter calling me saying that they heard that the mayor's office was close to signing a deal. My response was in response to them asking the question. Like, they said, we hear that the mayor is signing a deal. I simply talked about the deal that we signed in 2023, that we approved, which is still the same. We have no idea. I have not been in discussions with the mayor's office or anyone else about this deal. I was contacted by the reporter asking for a statement. I had no clue what was going on. In my communications with that lobbyist, if you read the email, if you look at the text, there was no question. I didn't ask him what to say. I said, hey, I've been contacted by the media concerning the mayor potentially reaching a deal. And I'm like, WTF, I'm blindsided by this, but this is what I said. I didn't ask. I didn't solicit information. I was just like, hey, somebody's going to inform me about what's going on. So transparency and me giving confidential information to someone, how can I give confidential information when I don't have confidential information? I've never received any confidential information, so I have nothing to share with anyone other than what I'd already had, and that was from the 2023 agreement that we had signed. And that deal it's exactly what I have stated, to the media. I just repeated my talking points. It's not going to cost the city any money because the persons who the deal was, they were going to do a 30-year bond obligation. They were going to guarantee the debt for 30 years. I'm repeating what was stated, what we had discussed in our public meetings. So I'm going to end with, my entire career reflects on integrity, public trust, and service. I have served as the National Director of Voter Empowerment for the NAACP. I've been an advisor to presidents, vice presidents, governors, members of Congress, and those who seek those positions. I've served as the director of field and political programs at the National Black Justice Coalition. I currently advise speakers of houses, Senate presidents across the country. Just convened a group of 25 last week in Washington, D.C., where we had meetings at the White House and at Congress. I've served as an international representative, meeting with foreign dignitaries. I take one of those trips this Saturday for 5 days into a war-torn area in our world to talk with people to figure out how can we increase peace. I have founded national, civic, and health equity initiatives, including serving as the board chair of Mom Congress, working to improve maternal health care in our country. And I own a global public affairs firm. Nothing in my record aligns with their allegations because their allegations are not rooted in truth. They're rooted in frustration. Let me end with where I began, and that's with honesty. Again, this ordeal has caused stress, embarrassment, anxiety, and nights without sleep. The emotional toll has been immense, but it has not broken my integrity. It has not shaken my service. It has not dimmed my commitment to Nashville. This complaint is not about ethics. It's about power. It's about people who are angry they no longer control outcomes. I sit here today having done nothing wrong. I have served with transparency, integrity, and fairness, while some of my attackers have acted from the shadows. I respectfully ask this board to dismiss these baseless accusations so that we can return to what matters, ensuring that the Fairgrounds remain exactly what it has always been, a place for all of the people of Nashville. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this was sort of a combination of an opening and some testimony, so we're going to reserve the right for a cross-examination at some point in time, yeah?
Of course, we'll
Okay, all right, thank you.
we'll go now through the presentation of evidence with,
Perfect.
and we will start with the complainant's case in chief.
Call Ms. Erica Lanier. This is sort of an awkward configuration. I can sit in that chair or kind of stand in the corner.
Your
Okay.
preference, your preference.
So, Ms. Lanier, if you will just introduce yourself to the board.
Yes, I'm sorry, witnesses have to be sworn in.
Yes, sorry.
Ms. Lanier, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Again, Ms. Lanier, if you'll just introduce yourself briefly to the board, please.
Okay.
And if you'll make sure you speak up, please.
Okay. And forgive me, I'm a little hoarse, so if anyone cannot hear me, just nod, wave, I will not take offense. My name is Erica Lanier. I am a native Nashvilleian and a resident of Wedgwood, Houston, District 17 since the mid-'80s. My mother purchased her home in 1985 when I was, I'm going to age myself, but you all aren't going to hear this, when I was a junior in high school. And upon completion of some of my entrepreneurial, I returned to Nashville because Nashville has always seemed like home to me. And I purchased a home in Wedgwood, Houston in 2007. I am I guess, in short, an advocate. I've served on many boards in many capacities, currently the chair of Homework Hotline. I've been an educational advocate, I've been a domestic violence advocate, and now I'm finding myself being an advocate for my neighbors. We serve a wonderful community. We have residents that have been there since the 1970s and 1980s, and we have residents that we're welcoming. But we all have the same common goal, just essentially to just be heard and be recognized, and that's why I'm here today.
And so to give the board a little bit of perspective, you mentioned a home in the Wedgwood area. Proximity-wise, how close are you to the fairgrounds, the racetrack neighborhood?
I am within walking distance of Geodis Park.
And have you been involved in, you mentioned being an advocate, have you been involved in any community organizations or activities as it relates to the development of the fairgrounds and the racetrack?
I was a member of SNAP. The last time that we had informed discussions, I will say, in regards to this issue, that was probably over 10 years ago, however. We really have not, as neighbors, received any correspondence. I can remember when we first moved into the neighborhood, we would have meetings, open meetings, that, as well as surveys that went out in terms of growth, in terms of changes, but sadly, that has not happened for probably 20 years.
And you said SNAP. Can you tell the board what is SNAP?
It is South Nashville Action Partners. It is one of the community organizations within District 17.
So you mentioned that you feel like there's not information coming out like it was in the past. How have you then stayed abreast or aware of what's going on?
Typically, when it comes close to election time, we may receive flyers from, or mailings from those in support of changes, those primarily NASCAR. We may receive information from other entities. Unfortunately, the most recent notification I got was actually in flipping on my TV and seeing the changes on the news.
So let's talk about that then. When you said flipping it on TV and seeing something on the news, was that in 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you learn about from the news?
Well, according to the news, there had been a decision and there was a deal in place that I actually double-checked with my neighbors and we had no knowledge of.
And why did you then feel compelled to engage in this complaint?
I would say that being a sounding board, knowing my neighbors, knowing how they love their community, knowing the opportunities, I don't like to say challenges, the opportunities that we've overcome over the years, to stay diligent homeowners, thinking about the legacy of a lot of us, because a lot of us do plan on leaving our properties, you know, to family members, to our children. I'm in a situation where I'm a dual property owner, or soon may soon be. And I look at the legacy that I want to leave my daughters. I look at, do I want to leave them a viable property that, you know, we diligently pay our taxes and we keep our properties up for? And when those voices are just discounted, it's just, it goes to that old adage that you either have to become a part of the solution or a part of the problem. So I guess that's why I'm here today.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you this time. The board may have questions.
Yes, and in fact, I failed to say at the beginning that we're a bit of a different type of board, that any member of the board at any time can ask a question of any witness or counsel or party, so there may be interruptions. I guess I'd like to understand more about help us understand with a little bit more detail, perhaps, the public notice about the questions about NASCAR at the fairgrounds in terms of prior to and at when the vote occurred in 2023, I believe. Was it 22 or 23 where there was?
23.
23. What was your involvement in that process? in '23, when the vote occurred, I understood in favor of the expansion.
That's what I was stating, and I apologize if I wasn't clear. As neighbors, we have not been active participants in any of this. We're hearing about this retroactive after things occur.
In 2023, there was no public meeting in 2023 prior to the vote.
We received no notice of any type of meeting. The only things that we've received from time to time are the flyers in regards to NASCAR, asks that you support these changes, or, this group asks that you look at this, but we have received no notification of any type of public hearing, any type of community surveys, nothing of that nature.
Do you remember, and I know it may be hard from this juncture so many years later, but did the notices, did they mention, as far as you can recall, meetings?
No.
And then subsequent to when did you become aware as a homeowner, living so close to the affected area, when did you learn that the Fair Board did vote in favor of the expansion?
On the news.
In 2023?
I believe it was 25.
Okay, so we're talking about when the vote actually happened at the Fair Board, not this most recent question. But the 2023 vote.
That ultimately also went to council, and it was council, I believe, that voted it down.
Okay, so we need to understand the facts, I think, here, because, it's not clear. We don't have the history that
And
other
I think
folks do.
through our other witnesses, this board will
Okay,
get that.
okay, but she's such, you've never been to a meeting, public meeting, a community meeting regarding the fairgrounds?
The last meeting that we had was under Councilwoman Sandra Moore.
A District 17 council member?
Correct. And just to give you background, Colby Sledge served as our council person for 2 consecutive terms after Council Lady Moore, and our current council person is Terry Vogt. So you're looking at a span of close to, with that, 12 years.
And I'm sorry, and what year then was the last time you went to a community meeting regarding the fairgrounds?
It was under Council Lady Sandra Moore, so if this is 2025, roughly the last correspondence that neighbors had would have been 2012, 2013.
Okay. Yes, well, no. Other board members, any other questions? Yes.
I have a clarifying question. I don't know who to direct this to, maybe Mr. Kyle. Can I direct a question to Mr. Kyle?
Yes.
Okay, I'm assuming you may be the person best equipped to answer this question, but I'm not sure. Are notices typically sent out to neighbors for public meetings?
Typically for zoning legislation they are, and beer permits, but for something like the fairgrounds, I don't believe notices would be sent to the neighbors. I don't believe.
Okay, I just wanted to get clarity on that. Thank you.
What did those notices look like for you the last time you sent them?
Going back to 2013, when we got notices under Council Lady Moore, they basically, of course, on the front had our name and addresses. On the back, they stated what the issue was, that was to be discussed, and gave logistics for the meeting. Both if you were going to attend in person, or, for those people who may be tech savvy, or whatever, if you were going to, look at them via online. But again, it's been quite some time since we've received any type of notices of that sort.
Thank you. Am I recognized? Okay, thank you. Ms. Leonard, thank you for the information. I do have another clarifying question that I think will be helpful for us to understand. The notices that y'all received from former council member Moore, were those for a community meeting that she hosted, that she was inviting you all to get information, or was she sending out a meeting notice to inform you all of a Fair Boards meeting?
A notice of a Fair Board meeting.
Okay, so the count, okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
You mentioned that you received like flyers or information from NASCAR, I think, about the development of the fairgrounds. Is that right?
We have, from time to time, as issues would come up around election time, yes, ma'am.
So what were those flyers saying? What were they asking you to do, and when did you receive them?
Basically just to support support NASCAR, to support their expansion. You know, not a whole lot of specifics. Encouraging to continue, I guess, the tradition of NASCAR, things of that nature. They would have, I guess you would consider it like maybe spokespersons or whatever, or like, you know, little quotes or whatever from individuals, like from the various racers, or, you know, your more, I guess you would consider them your more prominent or infamous racers, things of that nature.
And what was the timing of those flyers? When did you get them?
Typically, whenever, I think the last time that we received some was maybe around election time, with our last council election. So that was probably around 2 or 3 years ago.
So 2023?
That sounds correct. Forgive me, I'm not sure where we are within our current tenure, but it would be within when Ms. Vo was elected, if that's helpful.
Okay. So in the last 2 years. Okay.
You mentioned that these flyers from NASCAR were around election time. Were the flyers like tied to any political candidates? Like, were they saying to vote for? Was there any correlation between it being an election and the information that NASCAR was sending?
It was in correlation to supporting a candidate.
Oh,
Some
okay.
of them. Some of them were, yes.
Do you remember which candidates they were saying to support?
Forgive me, I do not remember the young lady's name.
It was the other young lady that was.
It was not Ms. Vo.
Okay.
It was not Ms. Vo, and it was not Ms. Jackson. So it was the other young lady, and forgive me, I do not recall her name.
Okay, thank you.
Were you aware of the board of, what's it called, the Fair Board Commissioners? Fair Commissioners, sorry, the Board of Fair Commissioners. Were you aware of that body and their role in determining what happened with the fairgrounds as it relates to the NASCAR deal?
Well, I'm aware that, of course, obviously, you know that there's a fair board. And of course, you know, by them being the fair board, they would be the governance committee, you know, over the actual fairgrounds. In relation to what was going on with NASCAR, again, that was pretty much delivered to the neighbors, to myself and to other neighbors through the local news.
Did you ever reach out to the Fair Board or attend any Fair Board meetings other than the one in 2012 or 2013 under Councilmember Moore?
We have not been made aware of any, and, you know, I apologize if the due diligence fell on me to try to find out when these meetings were. But, I mean, keep in mind, this is a community, you know, of, 70, 80-year-olds, 60-year-olds, working professionals. So, you know, even if we're given some type of notice where we can make preparations, you know, it would be appreciative. But in terms of doing the due diligence to find out, you know, specifically, oh, well, when is your next meeting? What's on your agenda? You know, my apologies, but no, I have, as much as I try to advocate for my community, my plate is overfull.
Yeah.
So.
No apologies needed. I was
Yeah.
just trying to make sure I understood if you had tried to engage with the Fair Board at all.
At some point, did you become aware that there were individuals or groups of individuals that were opposing the expansion of the fairground?
I believe we may have received, yes, I believe we received flyers from some of those groups as well. I mean, at some point, you peruse and, because you get a lot of information during election time. So again, I apologize, I'm not really sure whatever in terms of, you know, what those specific groups were or what have you. It's pretty much with both of them, they give you pros and cons, but as a neighbor in that close proximity, you can actually make up your own mind and your determination what's best for your neighborhood because you live there every day. We're there, you know, some of us 24/7 or close to it.
Did you ever go to a meeting in opposition to the fairground expansion by NASCAR?
I don't believe we've had any.
At some point, did you learn that, because you understood that the Fair Board, as you just said, kind of oversees the fairgrounds and what would happen, you knew that this was it sounds like you knew that there was individuals on both sides that saw it differently, there were pros and cons both ways, and that it was something happening or potentially happening. At some point, did you understand that the Fair Board did vote to approve the expansion at about the time you were just discussing election 2023, about that time, I don't know if it was earlier that year, I think. But in 2023, did you become aware at some point that at least the Fair Board voted to approve a deal that would have NASCAR expand the fairgrounds?
The only thing that I remember, and when you say that, I go back to those 2023, I guess, elections, because we had neighbors with signs up as well or whatever, you know, I guess in support or opposition. But there was discussion of development of the fairgrounds, which of course everyone, you know, welcomed. But to my knowledge, no, there was no hard set, we're going to move forward with NASCAR in any specific capacity.
Okay. So you were never aware that there had been a vote, and we'll hear more about this, but that there had been a vote to approve the expansion for NASCAR races? You weren't aware of that?
Correct.
Okay.
Until 2025, when you saw something on the news.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Okay, so if there are no more questions on direct, then the respondent will not be able to cross-examine. Okay.
So, I can do it from here.
Your preference, would you like to sit here, or would you, your preference, or stand?
Yes, if you can, yes.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Lanier, are you aware that the Fair Board meets once a month, every month?
I am now.
And were you aware that the Fair Board had 3 public meetings during 2023 in various times of the day
No, because
to accommodate?
No, sir, because unfortunately I didn't receive any correspondence to that.
So, okay. Were you aware, did you submit any documentation to the Fair Board
In terms of what?
expressing your opposition to, or saying, hey, I don't receive any meeting notices anymore?
We haven't received any for over a decade, sir. And yes, we voiced concerns. I've never submitted anything in writing because I didn't even know that there was a written process to do so.
So, okay. But you are a former, so, am I correct? I believe, were you a candidate for school board at one time for that area?
Close to 20 years ago, yes.
Okay. And so, the process, then were you aware of the process or the Fair Board during that time?
I'm unclear what the correlation is between the school board and the fair board.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, you talked about your involvement in the community, and so I'm just saying, establishing your long-term history of being involved in the community, and those processes typically don't change, hasn't changed. So during that time,
Okay.
when you were, a candidate, seeking to represent that area for the school board, like, were you aware then that the Fair Board, met monthly?
Just to be clear, Metro School Board and for that district is not just housed within that area. It is all the way out Nolensville Road. It is also stretches to downtown to schools such as Hume Fogg. So it's a very vast area, but in terms of school board, the school board basically does they're tasked with 3 items.
Right, I understand that.
None
But
of
I'm
which are
sorry,
actually
but
in
I'm-
correlation with the fair board. So again, I'm unclear as to the correlation or what you're asking in terms of the fair board and me running for school board 20 years ago.
Yeah, now, again, it's about your understanding of of what's going on in the area, and are you, have been aware, but we can move on. What specific section of Metro Code 2.222 do you believe that I violated?
Could you read the code?
I'm asking you, what specific section of the code do
I
you
would
believe?
ask that it be in front of her if he's going to ask that question. And then
She filed a complaint, she signed on to a complaint.
pull it out.
So are you objecting to the question?
Without the document, yes, I can pull out
And,
the document.
do we have a copy, any copy you can provide the witness?
Thank you.
Years.
Could you, if he could repeat the section, please? Could you repeat the section you wanted to,
The section that y'all filed,
which is?
2.222, is your complaint.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's start with section A. Employees, item A, shall not accept or solicit for personal financial gain any benefit that might reasonably tend to influence them to act improperly in the discharge of their official duties. Let's see. Shall not. Okay, section D is in David, shall not accept or solicit any cash of any amount other than in compliance with election campaign laws and fully reported pursuant to same, irrespective of the intent of the payer. If such payment or solicitation is in any way directly or indirectly related to the employee's position in the metro government. Section E is in Edward, shall not accept or solicit anything of value as herein defined, except for the acceptance of food and/or / beverages that would not be prohibited pursuant to subsection S as in Sam of this section. Let's see. And section F is in Frank, shall not accept or solicit any promise of any benefit, direct or indirect, to himself, family members, or his employer, if the employer is other than the metropolitan government, which the employee believes or should reasonably believe was intended to influence action taken in the employee's official capacity. Shall not, section G is in Greg, shall not receive or use for personal purposes any property, services, or funds of metropolitan government unless authorized by law. And do you want me to continue? Because I want to be respectful of time. But if you'd like, I can go through to Hughes and Quincy.
So I will just interrupt to say some of these weren't in the complaint, so.
Correct.
What are we doing?
I was just asking, right, I mean, so, and then my next question would be, did you review the full code before you signed on to this claim? Or were you aware of what you were signing?
I am aware it has been a while, and keep in mind, as I stated before, in addition to my advocacy work, I do have a full-time job. So, and I deal with documents all day, every day. So in fairness, that's why I wanted it presented in front of me for clarification, so that I did not misspeak or misrepresent, in fairness to you, yourself, or this board.
So the question, did you review the full code prior to signing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe any of those alleged conducts firsthand?
What would be your definition of firsthand?
Were
In
you there?
ter-
Did you see it?
in terms of social media, in terms of, things of that nature? I don't know if you would deem those as firsthand or not.
I do have a question going on
Yeah.
kind of what he was just saying. So he asked you which part of the code did you believe he violated? My question is, do you believe he violated it based off of this ethics complaint or based off of something that you have experienced prior to this ethics complaint?
Well, in terms of the social media post or whatever being at the NASCAR event or whatever, almost, as, and you have to be careful or whatever, because even if you're not a supporter, and that's why, depending on your employer, jobs tend to be very astringent in terms of activities or events that you attend, so that you do not give an incorrect premise. So in terms of the social media, in terms of that, the what I deemed, or whatever it was, an interview. Now, in fairness to Mr. Hendricks, I don't know what transpired between him and that reporter. Only him and that reporter know. But in terms of what, I viewed as, his interview that he gave, and, the announcement of the actual changes that had been made to the fairgrounds.
Do you have an X account?
Do I have
An X account?
yes.
You do.
I'm having to get used to it transferring from Twitter to X. I'm an old lady, so. So, to follow, did you see the posting of the, Mr. Hendricks at the NASCAR in 2023? I think it was posted.
I think it was it 23?
23.
I think it was.
On some social media, I don't know what it was,
Yeah.
Instagram or something, okay. You saw it at the time? Did you have discussions about it with anyone?
Just with neighbors, we thought it was kind of odd, but it wasn't like earth-shattering, it was just like, well, maybe, somebody should advise him that this, could, kind of put him in a, like a predicament or a pickle, or, as I stated before, perception is key. So, the perception was, okay, well, this is something that he's supporting, and, as a board, as a board member, I know personally as a board member of numerous boards, I cannot give the premise, even as a private citizen. I have to be very leery of, how I support or do not support certain things. But at the time, it was a once, what we thought anyway was a one-time incidental. It's like, odd. And then, you go on with your life, raising children, being a caregiver, working, things of that nature.
What specifically was the pickle, your term, that you thought it put him in by his posting an image of himself at this event at NASCAR in 2023?
Just essentially that he was taking a stand. He was in support of it. And as a board member, my understanding, especially with that board, you have to be unbiased. So it goes to, I guess, and he spoke in terms of being a state employee. As a state employee, there's certain events or certain functions or certain things that you cannot attend, because you cannot give, the appearance of bias one way or the other, or support.
So for clarity, were you put on notice about discussions about the development in 2023 or 2025?
25 is when it actually became, when I saw it on the news, it's like, wait a minute. Maybe this wasn't just like a once in, just a blurb. Apparently, there's been something going on that we as neighbors were not privy to.
But to the 2023 posting, you said you spoke with neighbors or your members of the community. There was concern about the posting because it felt that it demonstrated potential bias. Was that your testimony?
Yes, I mean, it was unusual. It's not something that we had ever experienced in the past, so we were just kind of like, this looks a little, but I mean, at that point, it wasn't anything that we felt we needed to take action on or anything that we needed to have our alarms up, because after that, we didn't really, see or hear anything.
I guess, if I could just ask about that a little more, I'm just curious why not? I mean, you said you knew that as a board member yourself, you know that there are standards that you have to abide by. My understanding of this is that this is kind of an ongoing issue since 2023, right? So I'm just curious if you could explain a little more why you didn't file an ethics complaint at that time.
It was one event. It was a posting, which could, in fairness to Mr. Hendricks or whatever, anyone could have what's deemed as a misstep. That wasn't an actual formal, announcement that a decision had been made and these were the changes going forward. That was attending an event, which any of us could be slapped on the hand for attending an event and not knowing, okay, this may not look,
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. So is it fair to say that you didn't feel like the attendance at the event itself was sufficient for you to file a complaint, but then later combined with the other actions in the complaint raised your concern?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Any other questions from the board at this time? Okay, then you can continue
So,
your
no,
cross-examination.
thank you. So you mentioned this one NASCAR event that you saw on my social media post. So since you follow me on social media, apparently, and you see my social media posts, did you also see the post of me in June of that year at another NASCAR event?
Sir, in fairness to you, I don't follow you or anyone like that.
But you saw that posted,
if something pops up on my feed and then okay. But
Okay.
I have not, in fairness to you or whatever, and not, whatever.
So
I've
what
just-
about,
If you can just.
so what about June of, how about in June of 2022 at another NASCAR event?
I mean, if you're saying that you were there, sir.
No, I'm asking if you saw it. I'm just asking,
I
it's just
mean,
yes or no. I mean, that's why it's a yes or no.
Okay, well,
If you saw it.
I believe I've already answered that I don't follow you in depth like that. We're looking at 2023.
Okay.
I'm not going back into the history of your social media.
Okay, and then what about in 2021 at June at a NASCAR
Again,
event?
sir, I am not following your social media that in depth.
Okay, so do you recall?
No, ma'am.
So it's,
No,
you
ma'am.
do not recall seeing?
In 2021, I was dealing with
Okay.
my elderly mother and her health.
Okay.
So that was not a priority.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just saying, because, as I stated before, I have a long history of working with NASCAR, and this is not about NASCAR, but anyway. Are you aware of the environmental, improvements, that's happening at the fairgrounds currently?
In terms of what, sir?
Browns Creek, the
The road,
Greenway.
I am aware of Browns Creek and all the volunteers that have collectively gotten together over the years under the council member to do cleaning and revision and what occurred, especially after the flood. So I am aware of Browns Creek. And what was the other portion? What was the other thing that you wanted to ask me? I'm aware of the renovations that have obviously occurred with the fairgrounds. I'm aware of the housing that has been built beside Geoda's Park. So, I mean, again, I'm within walking distance. That's my neighborhood.
Okay, and so you raised concerns about me attending, that particular event in, 2023. Do you know the exact face value of that, to attend that event?
No, sir. I just know that from a state of Tennessee and from a federal government perspective, there is both a monetary cap, but there's also a discretionary in terms of what type of events you can attend if you hold certain positions. Again, as I stated before, so that you do not give the premise of bias. So there are there are some situations that do not have a dollar amount affixed to them.
So you don't know the value?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you. Let's see, I think that's it, that's all.
Okay, do you have any redirect?
Any further questions?
Okay, any other questions of this witness? You're excused, thank you.
No problem. Six.
Do we need to break it? We're gonna break it on the
Okay.
We're gonna call John Spragens, if that's okay with
Okay,
you.
and about how long do you think that, I mean, it's
Well,
hard to admit.
this
Who
would
knows?
took,
Yeah.
I've never imagined this would have taken an hour, so.
It's probably better. Yeah, okay, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I lose my mind. Any good snacks?
Some chips and trail mixes.
Okay, I was good. I was trying to pull my.
I could have turned it into a little mini Thanksgiving, but I totally forgot.
Get my stuff together.
I'll do that.
I like your jacket, you're dapper, so you saved my seat.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
Just looking at the rules, it's, I guess it's a code that. I see right here. Number C.
Yeah, I see it, got it, 3C.
So it sounds like it's automatically right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone, I know. I think 1, 2, 3 where you're standing, I think is you, because this is John, that's you.
Okay.
I was wondering about wearing my t-shirt today, because I was not gonna be hot, it's just cold. A shawl, but an extremely long one, so it can much needed. Yes, yes, yes. I got all these snacks on, I'm sorry.
Well, I appreciate that. So all those years in the neighborhood, you didn't get cold like this? Emails, his newsletter? Well, Colby was a council member. Newsletter he put out, and I thought it was viral.
That was actually his meetings.
Here's the newsletter. See constantly posted about upcoming meetings, public hearings to be had, things to watch out for at the fairgrounds, as well as afterwards. I was a District 17 member for a long time, but I'm also many, many years user of the fairgrounds, and I follow up there. The fairgrounds remains what remains, it remains because of the. So I'm sure the guy got that. If you went to his meetings, he was constantly talking about it, and he was constantly opinions. this newsletter he put out.
The meetings that he actually, attended, I attended as his educational consultant. So I kept the district abreast of what was going on in the spectrum of Metro Nashville public schools in the state.
Yeah, it seems always, I mean, it's been his point of agenda to destroy the fairgrounds, and maybe he joined it.
I did not dare be
It's historic days. Maybe that credit was yeah, he and Freddie, they removed from the state. They're spending so much money. That's why they started moving. Fred AG. Fred AG. Fred AG and part of SNAP in 2009. SNAP removed that because they spent SNAP funds to try to destroy the fairground. So I mean, that's not fair.
Was this before or after he was council president? And they were, and he was able to run for office. It's interesting.
Yeah, he was Neighbors for Progress, where the yellow shirts spoke out in favor of demolition of his people. You know, he led the charge against the referendum.
Oh, okay.
Which 68% of the districts in the 2011 referendum.
That came up with, Jamie Holland, what was you talking about?
Actually,
That was,
been Jamie wrote it.
that was the fairgrounds, the fair, and the
That's
flea market.
included all of this.
But in regards to legislation,
In Speedway.
but in regards to legislation, it was those two components. It wasn't, I remember voting on it in
Right.
That's not what Jamie
Fair,
presented.
Flea, Expo.
We can agree to disagree. I do say.
Okay, I think we're all back,
God bless you.
and we can
God bless you.
get started again.
I'm covered, so.
Okay,
Oh, no, he's the resident.
so we're gonna get restarted now.
Thank you.
So we are ready for the
Yes,
next
I'm
witness.
sorry.
Right here.
Mr. Spragens, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Why don't you tell the board something about yourself?
My name is John Spragens. I grew up in Nashville. I went to Hume Fogg High School downtown. I was a reporter for the Nashville scene. Then I worked for Congressman Jim Cooper in Washington for a few years. Moved back to Nashville, went to law school, and have been practicing law in town since 2012.
And so your ties go pretty deep in the community. Have you been active in the community most of your adult life?
Yes, I mean, I've always been politically active, even since high school, and served on a couple of Metro boards, including this one in the past, and some nonprofit boards over the years as well.
And you bought a house at some point in time with your wife. When was that, and where was that house?
We got married in 2013 and bought a house on 2nd Avenue South in Chestnut Hill, so a mile or just under a mile maybe from the fairgrounds. She also owned a bakery in Wedgwood, Houston, so she had some proximity to the fairgrounds as well. We eventually sold that house a couple years ago, live in the Belmont-Hillsborough area now. Her bakery now is on the other side of the fairgrounds in the Woodbine area. And she, and my business, my law firm is back in my old neighborhood, just off of, it's on Representative John Lewis Way, just north of the Nashville City Cemetery.
Okay. And to your knowledge, all the complainants, other than yourself, are in the neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're kind of in the neighborhood, is
Yeah.
that fair fair to say?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got a long history there and a lot of connections to that neighborhood.
Okay. All right, now, you're also president of an organization named CARE, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what does CARE stand for?
CARE is Citizens Against Racetrack Expansion.
Okay. So I'm gonna circle back in just a minute, talk more about your role in that. But what's basically the mission of CARE?
CARE is a neighborhood group that organized in 2022, I believe, to try, there had already been a neighborhood group for several years in the Fairgrounds vicinity that was opposing the effort to expand the racetrack and do sort of a more high-intensity NASCAR racing there. We organized to try to supplement their work, but also to make it more of a citywide issue, to help people understand that this wasn't really just about neighbors who are annoyed with noise, but it's also about how we spend our city's resources, what our priorities are, and if we want to have more sort of invasive tourism or sort of, it's like putting a football stadium in a neighborhood, putting a NASCAR track in a neighborhood is not what we want for our city. So we got together and started working on that.
Okay. And NASCAR was here previously, right?
Racing was, and NASCAR was, I guess, a long time ago. And NASCAR does exist in Wilson County even to this day.
And NASCAR decided to pull up and leave in 1986, is that right?
That sounds right to me.
Right, okay. All right, so let's go back to CARE just for a minute. So tell me who or what CARE is, what's it organized under in terms of the tax code, let's say?
CARE is a 501c4 organization, so it's organized to do issue advocacy and racetrack expansion. Opposing racetrack expansion is the issue that we organized around. It's had a number of board members over the years and some help in terms of community organizers. We did things like, we did send out some mail pieces around the time that the NASCAR deal was being considered. I think we made some yard signs and we just tried to have a platform for people who are opposing it to speak out on behalf of.
I'm going to interrupt here. What time period was that? You said around the time the mail pieces were sent out, around the time NASCAR was being considered. Can you give us the time frame?
Sure. So I believe that the Fair Board voted on the proposal in the first half spring, I think, of 2023. Yeah, March of 2023. And I'm trying to remember how far in advance of that CARE started. Sometime, I think, in 2022. Because it was obvious that this was coming. It's been a long-running effort. I mean, there was a charter referendum many years ago about it as well.
Okay, can you tell me who are the people who support CARE financially?
I can't tell you specifically, in part because I don't even know, but in part because as a 501c4, we don't disclose our donors. It is a broad coalition of people, but it's not something that I even have any transparency into.
So one of the things donors know when they give money is that their name cannot be disclosed, is that?
Yeah, that's right.
That's how 501c4 generally works?
Yeah, I mean, so the analogy is with the transit referendum last year, whenever that was, that campaign, I believe, was structured as a 501c4. You can speak out on issues, you don't endorse candidates, you don't oppose candidates, but you can raise issues for public discussion, and unlike a 501c3, donors have anonymity in a 501c4.
Okay. But you are paid to be the president of CARE, is that correct?
I'm not paid to be the president of CARE. I have been paid to do legal and consulting services for the organization over the years.
Thank you. Sorry for that. Thank you for that distinction.
Yeah.
Are you here today as the president of CARE or why are you here today?
No, I'm here on my own. As a citizen, I didn't ask anybody's approval to do this. This is something that I felt strongly about, and when in the last few months this kind of came back to a head, I decided I needed to do something about it.
Okay. All right, so let's go through the timeline because it is somewhat confusing, and I apologize to the board that we didn't kind of start with the timeline because it is awfully confusing. All right, so as we talked about earlier, there was a proposal that the then Mayor Cooper supported that was, what happened at the Fair Board in March, and what was that vote?
The Fair Board approved the proposal by Speedway Motorsports, Inc. to expand the racetrack and allow NASCAR racing there, basically to turn it into a 30,000 seat venue.
What is it now?
It's 10 or something, maybe it's
15
15.
maybe?
Some-
Okay.
Something.
17.5.
A gentleman behind me says 17.5, I can't tell you with specificity. So it's to expand it, to allow for, concerts and racing to occur there and NASCAR racing to occur there as well. I will say that the Fair Board did have a couple of, at least, of community meetings about that because I attended them. I don't know anything about the notice that went out or what was required, but I remember going to one at the, I think it's the Knowles Senior Center right there adjacent to the Fairgrounds, and there was one at Geodis Park, and I spoke at least one of those, and I remember standing in lines and one person for, one person against, one person for, one person against.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt? The community meetings, were they Fair Board meetings, or who convened the meetings?
I believe that they were Fair Board listening sessions, because I remember the members of the Fair Board sitting up there, and so I can't say that another entity wasn't involved in convening them, or a council member or something like that, but I do know that the Fair Board was there. And in fact, that's probably the only time I've spoken with Chairman Hendricks, was just in that public setting.
Okay. And
Okay,
that was before March of 2023?
Yes,
Do you recall what the vote was at the Fair Board?
it was 3-2.
Okay, so 3, 4, 2 against.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you have been involved in the political process for many years. If it did pass the Fair Board, but would it also have to get approval from other metro bodies before it became activated or legally binding on the city?
Yes, so the way this one worked was the Fair Board approved it, and then I believe it had to go to the Metro Sports Authority because it involved the issuance of bonds, and I think the Metro Sports Authority has the ability to issue bonds. My recollection is it never got a vote in front of the Sports Authority, and then it would have gone to the Metro Council, but the council never considered it either.
Okay, and if there is an action or a contract that has to be approved by Metro Council, but it also has to be approved by subsidiary Metro entities, what is the normal process and timeline for that? Like, who goes first, who goes last, that kind of thing?
Only one of us here has been the Metro Legal Director and the Metro Finance Director before, but my recollection, my understanding of that process is, the individual board that is dealing with it would go first, and then the funding mechanism in terms of the authority that has the bonding capacity goes second, and only then does it get to the full council for consideration. And that's it takes 3 readings, there's a whole process associated with that. And, this was playing out throughout, in this case, 2020, most of 2023, I would say.
Okay.
Until the mayor, I think once the mayor left, that ended that conversation, and a new council was sworn in after that.
So it's not unusual,
Just remind us when the mayor left, 20,
So the election would
September
have been,
2023.
September
October,
2023.
September.
Right.
August
Excuse
is
me,
the
Council-
general, and then
Council member.
September is for the runoff.
Okay.
Okay, it's not unusual for, once a transaction goes for approval for council, that session ends. It's not unusual for most people in the public or in the political scene to consider that as kind of dead. Is that fair to say? Maybe not legally, because the Fair Board has an approval out there hanging, but generally speaking, among the political people, how would you view the Fairground, the racetrack expansion proposal at that time?
my perception of it, because the mayor and the council ended their term, my perception of it was that it was over for all intents and purposes, and if it was gonna come back, it would come back to the Fair Board again, and then the Sports Authority, and then the council. And that's just kind of what I understood the process to be.
Okay. So you and your fellow complainants are obviously not in favor of racetrack expansion, clearly, right?
That's right.
But you also understand there's another side to that issue, right?
Sure.
And others may be for that, right?
Yeah.
So what does your organization want out of the process, I guess?
Let me speak to what the organization wants out of the process, and then I want to say, because I'm
You and
not
your complainants,
I'm not
sorry.
here on behalf of the organization. I mean,
Right.
all right, let's put the organization aside. I
Yeah.
think what I want and what my fellow complainants want is a fair process where, you know, nothing is being negotiated out of the public light. You know, we have these rules for consideration of proposals. We have rules about people accepting special benefits from or associated with, or from anyone, frankly, but including if you have business in front of your board. And so I would like to see a process on the up and up. Right now, the Fair Board has only had 4 members for quite a long time. And so, you know, I just want a fair, transparent, open process. And I recognize, you know, I've lost before on this specific issue, and I may lose again.
Yeah. Do you have a question?
I do.
Can I just ask one thing? No, go ahead.
You said that your understanding of the process would be that the matter would go back to the Fair Board again, and then Sports Authority, and then Metro Council. Why would it need to go back to the Fair Board?
Number one, so I'm not sure from a legal perspective that it has to, but my understanding is because no action was taken on that prior deal, that same deal wouldn't just come back, that there would be, if it came back at all, it would come back in a different form.
So my question was going to be, after the vote in March of '23, 3-2 vote, the next step was to go to the Metro Sports Authority to deal with the bonding issue. Do you have any knowledge about why that never occurred?
I don't know what caused them not to, because I showed up at a public meeting thinking that they were going to vote on it on some morning. The meeting was at Titans Stadium, Nissan Stadium. So I guess my understanding was that the prior mayor had just sort of said, we're not gonna push forward with this at this time.
Mayor Cooper.
Yes,
You showed up at a Metro Sports Authority public meeting?
yes,
And you thought they'd vote on the bonding issue?
yes,
Didn't happen?
no.
And that, so we're getting closer to the, I mean.
Fall of 2023?
Fall, so, but Mayor Cooper was kind of heading out at that point and was not expecting it to go forward on the bonding, leaving that for the next administration. Is that what your understanding was?
Yes, more or less. I thought if he's not going forward with it, then it's not going forward. And maybe some other thing would come down the pike, but, you know, I was listening to what Mayor O'Connell was saying about wanting to have a public process, so I didn't really expect it to just immediately come back. And, you know, frankly, it hasn't just immediately come back. It's taken some time.
But, so that it kind of stalled out or was killed, but depending on your perspective, at the bonding, at the funding stage, in a sense.
I think that's fair.
And there was a transition between mayors. The first mayor, Mayor Cooper, was for it, I think spoke for this deal. Transition, and the new mayor, Mayor O'Connell, was saying, gonna be public process. Didn't commit one way or the other to going forward with the funding or not. It was kind of frozen or dead, depending on characterization.
Yeah,
Is that-
I think that's all fair. And my perception was that he was, had run on a platform of being against these big kind of sports deals, and so I felt like that's just politically speaking, that maybe it wouldn't come back at all, perhaps.
Did this current administration ever specifically say the deal was, the existing deal from '23 was dead?
Not to my knowledge, I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay.
So, going back to 2023, at what point during that year did you, from your perspective, consider the deal to be dead?
I would say after the Sports Authority didn't issue the bond, didn't vote to approve bonding for it.
And I'm sorry, refresh me the date on that meeting.
Boy, I do not know, but it would be sometime between March and September.
September of 23.
And when they didn't go forward, was there a comment, either at that public meeting or otherwise, recognizing that they were taking action not to go forward with the bonding?
I don't think so. I think it just fell off the agenda. This is my recollection. They just didn't take a vote or have a discussion about it. That's my recollection, but I would defer to the minutes of the Sports Authority's meetings.
If a mayor no longer pushes forward a particular, or no longer advocates for a particular transaction, what is a typical reason why that might be?
It could be financial, or it could be about political will, and it can also be sort of about running out of time and having other priorities. And I thought that all three of those had.
Do you have a feel of whether he had the support at either the Sports Authority or the council to get this deal passed?
I didn't think so, but, you're nervous at any point because you don't know if there have been other conversations that you're not privy to. But I didn't believe that he could have gotten the deal approved, at council in particular.
I don't want to get ahead of you, but I have a question. What's your understanding of the current status of the deal?
Do you want to me answer that now, or do you want me to continue?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's why I said I didn't want to get ahead
It's
of you.
great that you reminded me, because sometimes I don't look at my
Okay.
That's where we're going.
So I appreciate that reminder. Okay, so as far as you and your fellow people who are against the racetrack expansion are concerned, kind of a good deal, right? It's like, I think we won.
Yeah, I think everybody breathed a sigh of relief, and then we sort of moved into a phase of trying to keep our ears open to see if something was gonna come back to the Fair Board, or I suppose in some other, straight to the council. That would be a surprise, but, if some other, proposal was gonna come up.
Okay. Are you aware of a group called Fairground Preservation Partners?
Yes, I'm not really involved in that group, but I was familiar with it. It started in late 2023, I think, sometime in 2023, and it was a group of, there were some music industry representatives, there were some hospitality industry representatives, and maybe some environmental representatives, and they were proposing like a new, they talked about Cumberland Yard being the initial name for the fairgrounds, and they were trying to sort of use the history of the place to talk about how it should look in the future.
Okay. And you aware that they actually brought a proposal to Mayor O'Connell's administration?
I believe that, I remember they met with the mayor and presented him with a proposal. That sounds right.
Okay. Now, on November 23rd.
Just right there,
yes.
what did it look like? What was Cumberland Yards? What was the proposal?
I think there was an affordable housing component to it, and maybe with an emphasis on artists, sort of like what's in Rolling Mill Hill, kind of, I think, over here, where there's some, it's for, people who play on Lower Broadway, for example, play music, but, can't afford to live in Nashville. So it's trying to meet some of that need and general affordable housing need, and maybe even some musician practice spaces or something like that, if I remember, or maybe a small venue.
And in terms of the footprint of this Fairground Preservation Partners proposal, that would be other than and exclude the NASCAR expansion. It was an alternative proposal for the same general geographic space. Is that right?
Yes, I think so. I think it was designed to be in lieu of racing at the fairgrounds.
Okay.
Or at least racing as we've known it historically.
Okay.
Because that was in late November of 23. And then did Mr. Hendricks make any comment about this effort of Fairground Preservation Partners?
Yeah, I do remember at the time there was a story, there's a WSMV story, and maybe another story I saw, and he referred to that group as an illegitimate special interest group. And, my perception was they were trying to provide an alternative to the NASCAR proposal. And I heard him in his opening remarks today say nobody's ever produced an alternative. And, in my view, when they did, he called them an illegitimate special interest group.
Did he make any statement about the old transaction, which he may very well think it's still alive because the Fair Board passed it, I understand that. Did he make any comment about that transaction that you recall?
At that time, I can't remember if he said that that deal is dead or something like that. I remember eventually there was some characterization of a new deal versus a
Okay.
prior deal.
That's later on.
Okay.
We'll move on.
Okay. If you want to remind me, I'm happy to.
Nah, it's not that important. Okay, then let's go to this famous NASCAR event on November 30th, okay, which Ms. Lanier also talked about. Why don't you talk to me about that? That was November 30th. And
Yes.
so, and how did you find out about this and what did you see?
I found out about it on social media. I didn't actually know that NASCAR was hosting its annual awards gala in Nashville. But because there had been this recent chatter about Fairgrounds Preservation Partners and Mr. Hendricks coming out of the media and calling it an illegitimate special interest, I looked at his social media, which is open to the public. Like, I don't follow him on social media, but you can just see it. And that's where I saw that he had gone to this banquet and posted pictures of himself with NASCAR drivers and on a red carpet. And I was curious about that because in my experience, if you're on the board of a body that's considering doing business with an entity, you don't, go to that entity or a related entity's event and take pictures of yourself there. And when I looked it up, I saw that it was a private event, not open to the public, and that's what really registered some concern for me because if members of the public can't go, then by definition, that's some exclusive benefit that's being received that not every member of the public could get.
You said before that the Sports Authority's decision not to vote happened by September 2023, right?
Well, it didn't sound like it was a decision by the board, the Sports Authority board. I just want to,
Yep.
Well, the Sports Authority Board declined to vote on,
they did
And
it. It wasn't on the agenda.
It was before the end of Mayor Cooper's term, so I
right,
just.
so I guess what I'm saying was, so by September of 2023, you thought the deal was dead?
Yes.
Well, he attended this event in November of '23, right?
Right.
So was there still any ongoing business between them and NASCAR at that time, or was this, what was the status of the proposed project?
Right, so the answer was not to my knowledge, because I had already sort of exhaled at that point, and to the question that you asked Ms. Lanier earlier, at that time, I didn't think necessarily that, I thought it was an ethics violation at the time, but I didn't think it was one that merited filing a complaint about, because I didn't know of any pending business with Speedway Motorsports or NASCAR in front of the Fair Board at that time.
Did you believe at that time that NASCAR was done with its interest in the expansion?
The truth is, I didn't know. They've spent several years trying to get this project done. I was hopeful that after failing at the end of Mayor Cooper's term, Mayor O'Connell would come in and just kind of say, this isn't going to be my priority, and that Speedway Motorsports would say, okay, well, we'll go somewhere else where we're wanted. And that has not happened.
Okay, and you attached, there's a declaration in the materials, and Exhibit 3 to that declaration just has some photos of the event. And you say it was a black tie event, exclusive, is that right?
Yes. It was an awards show, basically. And they televised it afterward. And that's why, when I went to the website that said NASCAR banquet at Music City Center in Nashville, it said, private event, but tune in to whatever, NBC or NBC Sports or something to watch it later.
All right, so there are two things that happened. You heard about the illegitimate special interest group, and then you saw Mr. Hendricks at an event for, his name was chair, I think, by that time, of the Fair Board, attending a glamorous NASCAR event. And you also seem to say that, well, there wasn't any, to your knowledge, any active business, but you're also willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Was that part of your thinking when these events happened?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of Chairman Hendricks' long affiliation with NASCAR that he talked about today. But, if there's not pending business in front of the Fair Board, then I was hoping it was maybe a lapse of judgment, but not actionable from my perspective.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move up. Are there any other questions? I'm gonna move, okay.
Because you believed at that point, after September, you believed that if NASCAR was going to proceed with its proposal, that it would have to go back to the Fair Board again for a new vote. Was that your understanding at that time? Or did you see the 3-2 vote from March of '23 pending on hold, probably not going forward, but we'll see what the new mayor wants to do?
I thought that, given the lack of political will to get that deal done as it was considered in March by the Fair Board, and I didn't see the political will getting any better under the new administration, I thought they would have to go back with some different deal and kind of start over again.
So I don't want to mischaracterize what you said before about whether there was, if there wasn't a pending, or if there wasn't pending business before the Fair Board related to the expansion of the racing or the proposal, then Hendricks' attendance at that private event was, or how would you characterize it? It wasn't a big deal, it wasn't actionable, it wasn't an ethics violation, like what would you call it?
I would say it was, from my perspective, it was still a violation of the $100 ticket rule, no matter what. I didn't choose to bring it up at the time. I think without pending business with Speedway Motorsports, Inc. and NASCAR, then that takes away the piece of it where an reasonable outside observer would think that he was compromised in his official duties. Because if his official duties don't involve considering a NASCAR proposal, then I guess it doesn't matter that much if he goes to NASCAR events.
I have a clarifying question. So if I'm understanding correctly, at the time, you thought that it was likely an ethics violation, but because there was no pending business, you thought maybe that was not that big of a deal. But then my assumption, I'm trying to understand and put it together, hearing in 2025 that there could potentially be a deal, then made you go back to reflect to say, hey, that means that there was still pending business that I just didn't know about?
Yeah, I mean, and the truth is, I screenshotted the tweets back then. And so, I mean, I was aware that there is a chance that this would come up and be relevant in the future, but not until this fall, when all of a sudden there was discussion about this new deal and how everybody's gonna love it. You know, it's not been on a Fair Board agenda, but it's been in the media and in the ether, I guess, the chatter. Did I go back and reflect on that and think, okay, well, that really is a problem if he's in cahoots with this interest group and is considering this deal and is frankly, apparently having discussions about a deal outside the public, process.
But you were concerned enough to, you took an image?
I took a screenshot.
In '23, when you saw it, you took an image and
Yes.
and saved it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that was '23, and fingers have been crossed from you and other people of like mind. And then in mid '24, did chatter start coming around, whether it's in the media or whether it's the courthouse crowd, about maybe a new deal in the works? Or can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'm getting my timeline confused. In the summer of 2024, August maybe, there was conversation. Chatter is the only way to put it. Sort of talking to reporters, talking to, I don't know, council members, just people that talk to each other inside Metro. That there was still some appetite, maybe by the mayor's office, to move forward with Speedway Motorsports' proposal for the fairgrounds.
And some of these same groups that had opposed before, whether it was environmental, neighborhood, did they begin to organize again?
Yes, that's when we really decided that we needed to build more of a coalition approach. And so we made some outreach to various neighborhood groups. There were a few environmental groups too, because the Browns Creek watershed is a really important part of that parcel. And NASCAR, from our perspective, would be really environmentally hard on that property. And so this coalition formed and sort of put all their logos on letterhead to say, we would like to have a public process and urge the mayor to commit to holding a public process to consider various uses for that property going forward.
And in August 20th, I think there might have been a typo in some of the materials that did the 25th. It was actually August 20, 2025. The coalition actually made a statement, isn't that, do you recall that at all?
Yeah, and so a second ago you said 2024.
Yeah, I think the rumors, I was asking if the rumors kind of started
Right.
in mid-2024.
Right,
Then,
so then we sort of stepped up a little bit of our organizing, and then in 2025, put out the statement calling for this public process, and I think it was August 20th, 2025 that we put out that statement.
okay. And did discuss a referendum at all in terms of changing the charter to?
Yeah, I mean, the request here, one of the things that has hamstrung decision makers about the fairgrounds for a long, long time is there are these protected uses in the charter. And so you can't say we're not gonna have racing at the fairgrounds, arguably, unless, you either have to come up with some creative way to have racing at the fairgrounds along with everything else, or you need to take it to the voters and have a referendum to remove it from the charter.
Okay.
How long ago had the referendum been to remove racing that failed?
I think it was in 2011, I believe. That's my recollection.
2011, there was a referendum that protected
Passed.
racing for the first time.
So that's when racing got put into the charter.
Right.
2011?
Yes, as a protected use.
Failed from his perspective. I mean,
The
protected
charter
racing.
amendment passed.
Charter amendment passed and protected racing, okay.
Yeah, and since then, it's become much harder to amend the charter. There's a higher vote threshold.
Okay. So it sounded like things were getting serious. Did you make a public records request around that time?
A little, I mean, it was actually after seeing a few stories in the media, so let's come back to that, if you don't mind. I'll keep it chronological.
Okay, so the same day the announcement was made, there was a news article in the
Nashville Banner.
Go ahead, tell me about that.
That one was the one that really rang the most alarm bells for me, because the premise of that story is there's a new deal coming about NASCAR, and Chairman Hendricks is quoted in that saying, "You're gonna like this new deal, the people will be really happy, the opponents are always gonna be opponents," but, I mean, in that article, he really characterized it, from my perspective, as a new deal and one that he had details of that addressed the concerns of various opponents and that people were gonna like it.
And then about a week later, Fox News ran a story, is that right?
Yeah, on August 27th, there was a Fox 17 report, and the first thing I noticed about that report was that Scott Couch was the byline on it. And to my knowledge, he is more of an anchor and less of somebody who reports news stories. But the truth is, I don't follow the TV news websites very often, so I could be wrong about that. But I was also aware that Chairman Hendricks is like a political panelist on a show on Fox 17 on a regular basis. And then as part of that story, there was a term sheet included. And, sorry, I should say that show on Fox 17 is hosted by Scott Couch.
So Mr. Hendricks and Mr. Couch had a prior relationship, to your knowledge?
Certainly on camera, I've seen them interact many times before. There was a term sheet that had like the old deal and the new deal, and it was describing all the ways that the old deal had been changed in this new deal, and that was posted as part of the story on Fox 17. That was the first I had ever seen of really sort of concrete evidence that there was something, it had been worked out somewhere. And again, Chairman Hendricks is being quoted in that story talking very favorably about this new proposal that he seemingly already had the details of. And I do take issue with the argument that he made at the beginning that he was just talking about the existing deal. I think it's very clear from the record that he was talking about changes and a new proposal. And in fact, the term sheet that was posted characterized it as a new proposal.
And that term sheet is attached as Exhibit A to Mrs. Spragens' declaration, just in case you want to know. Okay, so you've got a couple of news stories about a new deal, and some quotes from Mr. Hendricks. So then you decide, at that time, did you make a public records request?
Yeah, after seeing those two stories, and it just felt like there was this drumbeat happening, and all of a sudden there was going to be a new, fully baked proposal announced that had been somehow baked out of the public eye with the knowledge of the chairman of the Fair Board. I filed a public records request, pretty narrowly targeted, trying to find out about his emails and text messages on the topic of racing at the fairgrounds from a 7-day period or something. It was narrowly targeted. I sent that, I think, to the law director's office, probably to the clerk's office, and eventually got a response. It included some emails, there were some pro-racing emails, some anti-racing emails, standard stuff that every member of a board might have. And then there were some text messages that appeared to me to be with Matthew Kuhn, whose name
They appear to be, or were they?
I mean, they were. I mean, his name was on them, and NK. And they...
And who is Matthew Kuhn, to your knowledge?
I think he's a lobbyist, registered lobbyist who represents Speedway Motorsports.
Speedway Motor, they're based here in Nashville?
No, they're, I think, Bristol.
So they're out of state?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think they're
Bristol's in-state or
I
else?
think they're Bristol, Virginia, not Bristol, Tennessee. But
Can I ask a question about the timeline real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Your declaration says that Fox report ran on August 23, and that you filed your public records request on the 25th, but the exhibit shows a date of August 27th.
Yes, I think that means my declaration got the date wrong. The only other way that would be the case is if Fox, when they updated their story
Right,
and
that's what
removed
I
the
wanted.
term sheet.
Well, do you recollect filing the public records request after seeing are you sure it was after the Fox News report?
I would say I am pretty sure it was after the Fox News report, but I would be happy to check that in my emails, so you know.
Well, I was just curious about the timing.
Yeah, definitely.
Because there's a discrepancy.
Right.
Okay.
We apologize for some of the typos in the declaration. It could have been after the Banner story and
Yeah.
before the Fox story.
It was certainly after the Banner story, and I guess I won't represent one way or the other if it was before or after the Fox story.
Okay.
I can check my emails and I think I can figure that out.
Okay. And that text, so he was a registered lobbyist with SMI, and can you, by the way, the actual text messages are attached as, look at tab 2 of Exhibit 9, the actual text messages. And what does the interchange between Mr. Chair Hendricks and Mr. Kuhn, what is that?
Well, to me, the troubling thing about the text messages was on the same day that the coalition had put out its statement, and then the Banner was working on this story apparently about whether there was a new fairgrounds or a new racing proposal for the fairgrounds. Chairman Hendricks had texted the lobbyist for that group and said, okay, I'm getting some media inquiries, and seemed to be reaching out to him for guidance. What do I say? And then the lobbyist is representing to him exactly, what he can say to the media, and talking about how the group, presumably SMI, is working with Cavendish, who's the Banner editor, on a story for tomorrow. So the information sharing between this vendor and the chair of the board, and the sort of effort to kind of steer the messaging about this proposal that's ostensibly going to be a neutral proposal, or a proposal that the Fair Board considers from a neutral perspective, that's what surprised me and gave me further pause.
Can you read the first text into the record? The first text.
Matthew Kuhn, and then there's what appears to be Mr. Hendricks texting a story, coalition urges Nashville vote on Fairgrounds future over NASCAR plan. That's the coalition that I mentioned earlier. And he says, interesting quote from council member, I believe Terry Vo, who's the District 17 council member. And then Mr. Kuhn replies on August 20th, in a meeting, call you later. And then, and I cannot say for sure if he's replying to that or if that's, he might have received a call from Mr. Hendricks and couldn't answer it and said, in a meeting, call you later. And then it says, Mr. Hendricks says, I'm being called by media. Mr. Kuhn says, I wouldn't feel the need to say anything. Is Nate calling you? I inferred Nate to be Nate Rao of Axios, who's written about this issue a good bit. Mr. Hendricks says, banner. Mr. Kuhn says, gotcha. We are working with Cavendish on a story for tomorrow. What's he asking? Mr. Chair Hendricks says that he heard that a deal will be announced within the next few days, and if there's anything I can share. I said, I think the people will be pleased with what is being worked out, but I need to call you back.
Wait, who said, I think, was that Kuhn or Chair?
That was Chair Hendricks.
Chair Hendricks said,
I think the people will be pleased with what is being worked out, but I need to call you back.
he said he heard, though, that there'd be a deal.
The reporter apparently told Chair Hendricks,
Okay.
quote, that he heard a deal will be announced within the next few days, and is there anything I can share? Or if there anything I can share, I'm sorry, I can't quite see. And then the lobbyist says, don't share any details, he is fishing for sources. And then the lobbyist says, you might say, you are aware of the conversation and are eager to work with the mayor's office to find a long-term solution for the Speedway. The fairgrounds is at its best when there are a range of uses, including housing, soccer, and the charter protected uses. And then on Saturday, there's a link to a story, which I believe is the Fox 17 story. The lobbyist seems to be sending that to Chair Hendricks. So that's what the texts say. And again, when I reread it out loud, it's that I think people will be pleased with what is being worked out. To me, that implied a level of knowledge of something happening behind closed doors that I wouldn't expect from the board chair or from any board member.
Okay, you said this was a very narrow 7-day request.
Yes.
Based on your reading of the texts, could it be implied that this is not the only conversation that was had between Mr. Hendrick and Mr. Kuhn, for example?
Sure. I mean, I only asked for what I asked for. It was clear to me they had a familiar back and forth going on, and it continues beyond what I could see, probably, because there is a link to that news article about the new deal that's forthcoming.
Okay. And one of the things that's alleged in the complaint is that Mr. Hendricks used confidential information in an untoward way, which would include the 2-page term sheet of the quote-unquote New Deal that Fox 17 showed. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Hendricks leaked that document to Fox News.
I don't.
Okay. All you know is that you said it's kind of unusual for the anchor to be the reporter of a story.
In my experience.
And that they have a prior relationship.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you just say again the prior relationship?
Chairman
The
Hendricks
panel.
is a regular panelist on like a 4-person political talk show on Fox 17. And was
That's anchored by.
at the time. And Scott Couch is the anchor of that show.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have, except I wanted to run through some of the exhibits we have on the pricing of some comparative pricing in terms of the value of the ticket.
Okay, just 2 things before that then. One, do we need to understand anything about the soccer field? Nashville soccer, is it relevant to any of this either way?
I mean, I don't think so, other than to the extent there's a lot of uses on one property, and that creates friction, and, people competing for dates and things like that. But I don't think to understand the ethics issues that I'm trying to raise here, we have to go into, you know, a lot of detail about all that stuff.
Scheduling and things, okay. And then the other is on the exhibits, so you're going to elicit the testimony, or do you wanna?
Whatever the chair prefers.
At this point, we can see, I will ask Chair Hendricks if he's had an opportunity to, have you seen the hard copy exhibits? What number is it?
This would be exhibits 5 and exhibit
Well, 5 is
5
the
and 6
sheriff.
to Mr. Spragens.
Okay, so it changed.
Sorry.
Can you give us the numbers on the original exhibit list?
So exhibit,
The exhibit 10 was the Gala events price comparison chart.
And that's the one that you said that Ms. Hendricks never got.
Right.
Okay, so these are exhibits 4 and 5 to Mr. Spragens' declaration, which is in tab 2. Sorry.
Let's work for us, let's work with the complainant's exhibit list if we can.
Oh, the complainants, I don't think these were exhibits to the complainants. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. So.
In the,
Yeah. So there's the Gala event price comparison chart. We all got that exhibit list electronically. We didn't get the chart itself electronically. We had them produced to us today, the
Correct.
clerk's office had, so clearly there was effort to share with all of them with everyone. Do you have any objection? I'll ask if they, okay, and then it's the Music City catering menu prices, and then the Fair Board, public records of the minutes, so you're okay with all of that?
Yes.
Okay, so we have no issue with exhibits, thank you.
Okay.
So you can proceed.
sorry, I didn't understand where you were going, but thank you. Okay, so Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 5 to Mr. Spragens' declaration have two comparison events for purposes of trying to assess the value of this, of kind of the Academy Awards in NASCAR, their big award show. So, the award show in Nashville was November 30th of 2023. The award show in 2024 was actually in Charlotte, which also was not open to the public. But there was, that same week, November 22nd, a event that was open to the general public called the NASCAR Awards Insiders Experience, and that price was $249. In addition, Exhibit 5 to Mr. Spragens' declaration, there is a 2026 class of 2026 Hall of Fame induction event, which is open to the public, and the price for that is $537. In terms of those exhibits that were not in the electronic version, evidently, Exhibit 10, we just went through some Nashville events and was trying to get an idea of what ticket prices are for various, like CMA awards, charity galas. We just looked throughout the internet to try to find these prices. They ranged from a low of, $160 all the way up to over $1,000.
Yeah, 135 up
It
to,
was 135.
yeah,
But
to over 1,000.
Thank you, Mrs. Spragens. And the last exhibit is just showing the price of how much, it's very, very long. We did our legal assistant did an incredible job pulling all this information out. But just sort of what things cost at the venue, which was the Music City Center. And really, depending on how gala you want to be, it's obviously a pretty expensive event if you include wine and all those other kind of things. So with that, I believe we are done with Mr. Spragens' testimony.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait, we have a question here.
I didn't have a question, but I was wondering if it would be helpful for me to provide some clarifying information, because there were questions. Something came up about the Sports Authority and why it was not voted on before the Sports Authority, and it was also mentioned that it did not come before the council. So I was reviewing minutes of all those meetings, and I have that information if that would be helpful for the body to know.
Well, board members are board members, and really you consider the evidence that's presented to you by the parties. Yeah.
And it was from the board minutes that are an exhibit, but we haven't had a chance because of a hard, digital and hard copy. Does the complainant know the answer to this? If it's in the minutes, that a document that you submitted, an exhibit?
No, it wasn't in those.
Yeah, I don't think we have Sports Authority minutes in
No,
what we
we
provided.
didn't.
You
This
have.
was for the Sports Authority. This was just why the Sports Authority didn't vote. I didn't know
see.
if that was helpful context or
I
not.
see, yeah. And
Yeah, I mean, generally, board members do not provide testimony,
right.
but they consider the testimony provided by the parties.
Okay, great. And there may be other witnesses that have that information for us, perhaps Chair Hendricks. Okay, so any other questions for this witness on direct? Okay, then we can go to cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Spragens, do you know how I gained access to this event?
Not specifically.
Okay. Do you know what else I did that night?
No,
Because it was on social media too.
not that I recall seeing.
I attended another black tie event that night with the National Black Caucus of State Legislators. So, also, and I think you answered the question about the exact value. We know no exact value of the ticket if I did receive. So you don't know. So you're saying you don't even know if I received a ticket.
Well, there weren't tickets for sale to the public, so I don't know how you got in, but there's no way to quantify it. I mean, I think of it as priceless, but I was trying to come up with some way of quantifying it by looking at other events where they had let the public in.
So do you know if any other elected officials attended this event?
No, not off the top of my head, I don't.
Any appointed officials?
No.
Do you know, did you contact NASCAR to see who were the sponsors of this event?
No.
Also, in the text messages that you read, I believe that you had mentioned that in my text message I said I've been contacted.
Yes.
Do you remember that? So, in your assumption, does that mean that I was contacted by the media, or did I release something to the media?
I believe that you were contacted by the media, and then in response, you released information to the media.
So in that chain of events, so that means that somebody else had access to information, somebody else had information first. Correct.
A reporter had seemingly heard something and called you.
Okay. Can you point to the line where I asked for instructions? Because only when you ask for something, there's a question mark, really, and I don't know, in the text message that you provided, can you point to where I actually asked for any kind of direction?
I don't see that question being asked. My inference that I drew from you contacting him and saying you're being called by media and then telling him how you responded, to me that was at least coordinating your message, if
But
not.
you said I asked, but your claim was that I asked for, so did but you're saying that in your assumption, you're assuming that I'm asking for help.
Yeah, and I don't know if there was a call by you to him before it says, in a meeting, call you later. But you're right, it's my inference I'm drawing from the text messages, which is all I have access to as a citizen, is that you called him, he said, in a meeting, call you later, and then you said, I'm being called by media, as if you were seeking guidance or you wanted to coordinate.
You can't read into,
You're just asking him his understanding.
Yeah.
Let him explain his understanding.
Yeah, so I'm just telling you what I took from this when I read it, and then you told him what you said. So at the very least, it's coordination. I think there was some affirmative effort to coordinate your
and what
message.
violation of Metro Code, if that was the case, which code, which specific answers of the code, is that a violation?
I don't know if that standing, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that standing alone is a violation of K, about, you know, giving reasonable basis by your conduct for the impression that any person can improperly influence or unduly enjoy their favor in the performance of their official duties, or that they're unduly affected by the kinship, rank, position, or influence of any person. I mean, I used to serve on this board, so it's for the board to decide if that coordination alone does it, but certainly in the context of having the information about this new deal that no one else had heard of, and then the messaging and selling the deal, to me, that all gives a good basis there.
But if I was contacted by the media, that meant other people were aware. I was the one unaware, correct?
So you're asking questions, right?
Yes, I'm asking questions. So you just said
questions to
that
the witness.
I was aware of something, but earlier you stated, I mean, and we read that, I said that I was contacted by the media. Like, trying to figure out, understand, like, what is going on, right? Like, so, I mean, that was, the message said. You know, now you read into it differently, but now you're saying that, I'm just trying to get clear, like, which one, what is it? Do you feel that I was, received information before, or do you believe the text, I mean, you read a text message that said that I was expressing concern about being contacted?
Well,
That there was information out there that I did not know?
certainly it seems like the media had heard that there was something happening on the NASCAR deal front and contacted you. You know, he gave you some advice about what to say. You didn't necessarily take that advice according to the news stories, because you went on at some length about this new deal that hadn't been released publicly and how good it was gonna be. And so I'm sure that the media had heard a rumor about it, but from my vantage point as a citizen, you had information that other people didn't have, and you started talking about it publicly.
Okay, any other question? No other question on cross? Do we have any other questions for this witness? Then would you like to do any redirect of
No,
this
thank you.
witness? Okay, so then we can excuse the witness, thank you.
Thank you.
That includes, is it that, Rita?
Just a minute,
Go ahead.
please. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I just have a question, just to the board now, regarding like, what is deemed confidential, what discussions can be had outside of the public? And then, I guess,
Shall we, when we finish the evidence, if that's okay with you, and then we can, that's a really relevant question. The legal memo did address it to some extent. The law memo, if you have a copy of that to review. But why don't we, and we can also, that may be a question you want to ask the witness as well, okay? So, case in chief, any additional witnesses?
No more witnesses.
No more witnesses, okay. So the complainants have completed their case in chief, which now allows the respondent, Chair Hendricks, if you'd like to take the witness stand and be sworn in.
Okay.
We've been going for a little over an hour. Do we want to take another break? I'm fine
I
with
was
continuing.
going to see how long this goes and then take a break before closing arguments. Is the plan. A little bit longer if we can, unless anyone needs a courtesy break now. Everyone okay?
Mr. Hendricks, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess at this point, we can ask questions of the witness who's just been sworn, already. And you are under oath, so now we will ask questions, because there are things that we've heard, but that we haven't heard testified to. Can you explain to us the NASCAR event, and how you got it, and what your view is of the monetary value.
Yeah, so I think we need to do a clear distinction of NASCAR, like what NASCAR really means in this conversation. There is no NASCAR deal. There never was a NASCAR deal.
Okay, let's just,
So NASCAR really has nothing to do with this conversation or with the deal. So the deal that we agreed to.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Let me start again. Let's just talk about the first claim is that you received something in value.
They never proved that. And I asked, how did I obtain access?
Well, but I'm actually now, I want to know from you, since you know how you obtained access. Tell us how you obtained access to the event.
Yes, so I received a pass. So this event was attended by several state persons, several state. I actually attended the event with a particular commissioner in the state.
Can you tell us?
That was up to them to prove.
No.
You know, so they have to approve. So that's what I'm saying. They brought this case. They brought this stuff up, and they have no clue as to how. So this was nothing to do with my participation as a Fair Board member. This has nothing to do with, my involvement with anything here in Nashville, me attending this event. Also, again, I stated I was a part of 23XI's racing pit crew back in earlier in the year in July, who is one of their star racers is Bubba Wallace. I was there with Bubba Wallace.
Yep.
So because I have a relationship, with them. Also, NASCAR has had several HBCU events here in Lebanon that I helped them to organize. I helped them to organize health fairs, like I stated before, at Tennessee State at the Avon Williams Center, as I've done events with them across the country.
So I'm gonna just, sorry to interrupt, but so we are hearing.
So this was through my relationship with 23XI Racing.
Yes, we are hearing that evidence. You are helping us understand.
Yes.
Your longstanding relationship with racing, with all of this. We hear that. So the question though, and that you had been to the event maybe in 21 and 22, you implied?
I've been, yes.
So
I've been
you've
to several, so
going to
I
this?
was.
So the question.
I have a relationship with 23XI Racing, so that's the answer. That's how I got there.
And they're related to?
That's Michael Jordan's racing team.
Okay, and and that's NASCAR.
And so I was there, and as you saw, those photos that I was with Bubba Wallace and another racer from 23.
Okay, so we're gonna ask, we have a very narrow focus here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, did you get invited solely because you were chair of the Fairground?
No.
You're saying no, and you're showing us you had a longstanding relationship, you'd been going for years, and you weren't invited because of any ongoing deal before. But
Correct.
still, there is a question, and we take evidence, circumstantial evidence is something we can consider. They have presented documentation to us around these types of events, the galas, did you eat food while you were there? Like while you were at the NASCAR event? I know you went to a second black tie. Got a lot of stamina. Did you eat and consume anything, food or drinks, while you were there? That's a yes or no. That's a fact question.
Right, and no, I didn't. I was there for a very short, brief time because Flo Rida was the entertainment. Flo Rida is a rap artist. So when I arrived there, he was actually about to perform. So I was there for his performance, and then I left and went to my next event.
So,
and because Flo Rida is also a part of the racing team, so I was there really to support the racing crew, the racing team that I have been working with.
And how long would you say you were at this event?
Maybe an hour and a half, because I also live downtown, so I walked there and I walked to the other event. So I live within proximity of Music City Center. So I go to a lot of events at Music City Center. So I was there maybe in an hour, maybe hour and a half, but not long at all.
Okay, I did have a question. I want to go back to what you when you first started talking, and you said NASCAR, they don't have to do with each other. And
No.
so NASCAR, what is NASCAR's role, if any, in the expansion of Fairgrounds?
Nothing. So if you go back to the contract that we approved in 2023, SMI, Speedway Motor Sports, it said that in their contract, they will try to attract at least one NASCAR race every 2 years. And that's the only thing about NASCAR in that. And then also with that, in doing those public comment periods, I also say that I've been talking with NASCAR, because people raise concerns about, oh, NASCAR. It's like, no, we still have the track is still only a half a mile long. That doesn't change. We have the second oldest racetrack in the country behind Milwaukee's, the Milwaukee Mile, right? So if we make any changes to that, that changes that historic designation. So the racetrack itself will stay at a half a mile. You can't get those big cars. That still doesn't attract those big cars. So guess what NASCAR is doing? They're looking at EVs. They're looking at electric vehicles. There are a lot that makes less noise. We've also have a part of that deal is to put up a sound wall around it, so it then reduces the sound that's going into the neighborhoods. So NASCAR is not. Yeah, it was that the deal was they will try, and there was still no guarantee. They said they will try to attract a NASCAR race once every 2 years.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is Speedway Motorsports?
So they are the operators of several racetracks across the country. They're based in Bristol, Tennessee. And so they also operate the racetrack in Lebanon, here, right outside of Nashville. But they operate several other tracks across the country, racetracks across the country.
And the proposal that was voted on by the Fair Board in March of '23, voted 3-2, was with the
Speedway.
Yes. Not
NASCAR,
Speedway,
right. Bristol Motorsports, right.
And you were not at this event as a guest of Speedway Motorsports?
No,
Is that
I was
what
not.
I'm saying?
Correct.
Oh, I had another question. You said you had a relationship with 23XI.
Yes.
Were you there as their invited guest?
Yes, I received a pass, yes.
And what is 23XI?
That's the racing team that's owned by Michael Jordan and a couple other people. So they, have relationships with HBCUs, try to diversify racing a little bit more. So Bubba Wallace is their number one, but they also have Rand Carthon, who just won the truck race, the NASCAR Truck Cup. He's a Winston-Salem State University graduate. So they've been trying to diversify racing, and diversify and make pathways. So they have, a large number of African-American pit crew members. And so we do recruitments at HBCUs, just explaining like there's different pathways, to being involved in racing.
Does 23XI have any sort of business relationship with Speedway Motorsports or Bristol Motors and or NASCAR?
Other than that they are a racing team. Mm-hmm. So, that's all I would know is that they are a racing team, but they don't, they're not active involved. I'm going to be honest with you, they didn't even know that I was chair of the board. Okay. Like, they had no clue. It's because I wear so many hats, so they don't even know that I am the chair of the Fair Board until all of this started, coming up, because we're friends. We're, I've done a lot of business, and I don't include everything. Because if I give them my resume, I tell you, I sat there and listened to y'all what I did, but I don't go around talking about that. So, my role with them is to help them fulfill their commitment which is increasing diversity, because there was a lot that happened. You remember when Bubba Wallace had the noose incident, and so there were a lot of things that people were doing to try to say that racing is not racist, and that there are a lot of African Americans that are working in racing that are thriving in racing. And so I've been helping them with, that image, problem, since then, actually prior to, I think it dates back to when I was looking through my emails, I think I can go back to 2014, with emails between me and the head of diversity of NASCAR, who's actually a Nashville native, so they had no clue that I, operate in this capacity as Fair Board Chair.
When you were at the event, did you see anyone from Bristol Motors Speedway?
Yes, I did see them.
Who
Yes.
did you see?
Jerry. Caldwell, who's the head of Bristol Motorsports. So I ran into him.
And you say head like CEO or?
Yes, he's the CEO.
Jared Caldwell.
Caldwell.
You ran into him.
But I also ran into like Bruschetta, the guy who owns the racing here. What is it called? Big Machine. Yes, Big Machine. Yes. So I also ran into him. And because Jerry introduced me to him and said, "Oh, here's Jasper. Like, you should meet him." And then I went on, about my business. So we shook hands and I left. I also ran into Commissioner Bryson, from who's the Secretary of Finance, of the state of Tennessee. I've also, and talked to him. Several members of the governor's staff was there. I talked with them because I work with them. I work in the legislature, so which I'm on unpaid leave right now to sit here, to be here. So, I ran into, I did run into them and I did say hello, but they weren't while I was, there.
There was no substantive conversation.
No, not at all.
Question.
Yes.
The ex posts that you have, that we were looking at in Exhibit 1, I guess, can you tell me who are the guys who are in the picture with you?
So one was Bubba Wallace, and the other one is who's actually a special needs driver that just came out. Like, that's another part of their diversity, effort. So he was, and so he received an award that night also.
Yes.
I just had a couple of clarifying questions. I'm not clear if you were saying that the pass was given to you by a state commissioner or by 23.
Oh, no, I said I ran into him. That's who I mentioned. I'm saying Commissioner Bryson. So I said I was with him also. I ran into him. And I just wanted to put context when she said if I saw someone from Bristol. But yes, I did run into Jerry, but I also ran into Commissioner Bryson, who was what I was speaking of before, and also several other members of the team. But my access came through 23 XI Racing.
Okay, and 23 XI is a racing company that has some relationship with Bristol or with NASCAR or with both?
They are a NASCAR team.
Okay, they're a NASCAR team, okay. And then, just two more questions. As a board member, do you have to disclose when you receive, any type of gift, like even if there's no business before you, do you have to disclose gifts?
Yeah, we're required to, yes.
Okay.
But I actually don't make it a practice. That's why I said, well, who is it that I received this? Because if there is some, recently I just took a trip to Chicago. I was invited by Google to attend a state policy summit. Because Google employs lobbyists, I could not accept the trip. I paid for it out of my pocket because I needed to learn what the policy was. So I'd stay away from it. I know exactly what I'm supposed to and not supposed to do. So no, I don't even make it a practice of accepting anything from anyone that's closely related to me doing business.
Completely understand. Was this pass disclosed?
To that, no, because it was a pass that was given to me. So this was, as they mentioned, it was a televised event. So it was televised for Paramount TV. So to me, I didn't even know that there was hey, as they do when they come to town, hey, Jasper, do you want to come with us, to, the event? And I'm like, oh, sure, they're going to be in town. We went shopping in the Gulch earlier, with a couple of the wives, showing them jewelry stores. I'm that person for them. It's they're coming to town. I actually try to show them what's Nashville. So I didn't think that I would because it was nothing related to, my role, or anything that I do outside of me just being their friends.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one last question.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you have a long history of working with NASCAR. Did anyone advise you, did Metro Legal advise you, or did you seek counsel from Metro Legal to determine if you needed to recuse yourself from any vote dealing with Bristol, since Bristol and NASCAR have a relationship?
Yeah, there was a discussion early on in the process, actually when I first joined the board. So, because I that's one thing, I don't know if y'all have the ability to, but if you call Mayor Cooper and ask him what was the process like, getting me to join this board, I walked in his office with a binder of things that I found, and I was like, hey, if I'm gonna join this board, like these are, and we went through, step by step. And so before I even joined the board, there were several questions because of prior relationships that I have.
So you were.
And they said it was fun because this deal was, and like I said, it had nothing to do with NASCAR. It was, and again, and if you look at the deal, there was still no promise of NASCAR. It is, they will try, to do a NASCAR race once every 2 years.
When did you join the board?
In 2022, it was like COVID. It was like running together.
And the notebook you brought to Mayor Cooper was filled with your existing involvements and engagement?
Oh, no, it was like, I had went back and researched the Fair Board. Okay. I was like, and looked at all the stuff that they had pending before them. I had articles, I had, prior contracts, prior deals that they have. Like, the Fairgrounds is 300 acres. There's a lot that's happening over there. And so I wanted to know about the soccer deal. I wanted to know about, because we're building a soccer stadium, I wanted to know about the mixed use. He even showed me that he had sketches where he, what his vision of the fairgrounds were. Like, we had a robust discussion.
Right. But I thought that the council member was asking about conflicts of interest.
Oh yeah, because because they have so many deals, part of that was, okay, well, I'm involved in this. Do you see this as an issue? I'm involved with this. Will this be a potential issue? So
was it the mayor's office told you it wasn't a conflict, or
yeah, but it was everybody was in the room together. So we had it was a discussion. So can't remember exactly who all was in that room. We were not by ourselves. So because, like I said, he had a whole presentation of what he would like to see he wanted to be a food truck, like everybody come around and go to food truck things. And so it was like, it was that type of discussion. So I don't know exactly who the exact persons that were in there, in that meeting, but we were not by ourselves. So I'm pretty sure that was legal because I asked.
Okay, but no one advised you at that time that you would need to recuse yourself because of your relationship with NASCAR?
That's correct.
Okay.
I have a question. I thought Councilmember Porterfield was asking about your understanding of when you need to disclose gifts. And I just need some clarity, like gifts from whom? Like when, if you're receiving a gift from anyone, you have to disclose it, or a gift from someone
from anyone who has the potential to do any kind of business, I stay away from it. But you're not supposed to take any gifts, and it's not $100. I thought it was $25.
It's $25 food or wine.
So so that's why I said it's like $25. I ain't gonna buy my own. But I ain't going to jail for $25. But it's like, but it was to my understanding, is anyone that has any kind of business that will be before us. And that could potentially have business before us.
Your understanding is you can't accept gifts of any value.
That was because the threshold is so low. So I'm like, you can't buy a loaf of bread for $25 now. So.
Okay. So let's move on to a different issue if there's no more questions relating to that.
Two questions. When did you initially begin dealing with NASCAR? Was that the 2021 date that you?
Oh, dealing with NASCAR? No, I go back to like 2014. Really, I probably could find emails longer than that. Just working on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Talk to us about your understanding of the vote, March 2023. There was a vote with Bristol Myers. It passed narrowly at the Fair Board. Just walk us through it. What happened with the bonding? What was your understanding? Why did it not get to council? Help us understand.
Well, at the time, the mayor, because we've had the public hearings, we had several public hearings, we've had people come in and bring input. So it's our understanding that they wanted to combine all of that some of that public input and try to figure out how to make tweaks to it. And so the current mayor said, well, he didn't have time to go through all of that, to
Wait,
fix.
slow down, you're going
So-
too fast. So the vote happened in March of '23.
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge about why the Sports Authority did not vote on the bonding?
Because I believe they were notified that there needed to be tweaks to it, to the deal.
You were vice chair of the board at that time,
Yes,
right?
correct.
But your understanding is that
Correct.
the Sports Authority wanted to tweak.
No, not the Sports Authority. I think they were told, the mayor's
I
office
see.
wanted to tweak.
I see.
They wanted
Okay.
to make some adjustments before they issued the bond.
Okay, that was your
Yeah,
understanding.
before they voted on a bond, yes.
Did you understand what the nature of the tweaks were? Generally.
Other than we heard public input, and I'm the type of board president, when I took over as board chair, I changed the rules to allow anybody to come in and make public comment about anything, where before, you could only speak if it was something relevant to the agenda that we were gonna be voting on. So I was pushing transparency, and so when they said there were people who had complaints, people would like to please as many people as possible, right? Knowing that this is a public asset. And so hearing those comments, they wanted to make sure that they were appeasing the majority, of people and trying to this is to my understanding. They wanted to make those tweaks. They heard complaints about noise. They heard complaints about Browns Creek, and what it could do to Browns Creek. And so that's why I say we spent over $1 million, since I've been board chair in making sure that Browns Creek is preserved and that it remains safe. So things started happening to address, some of the.
When did you become board chair?
2023. It was after. It was when.
Was Mayor Cooper still mayor?
Yes, he was, because Sherry Weiner was the chair,
Right, she left.
and she left to run for city council.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what was your understanding of the status of the approved, board-approved agreement when the new administration came in?
That they were gonna take a look at and see what the next steps would be. And that's the only thing I knew at the time, that he was taking a look at it, which is why March or April, it was actually on the exact 2-year anniversary of our date this year, is when I led the discussion with Fair Board members at a Fair Board meeting, saying if we don't hear anything from the mayor's office soon, we're gonna have to revisit this.
March of 2025.
Of this year, yes, ma'am. Because we didn't know. We had no communication from the mayor. I didn't know. And I actually didn't know anything until I was contacted by the reporter that he was even close to doing anything. And that's how I said we were having discussions, because we were acting in the blind. Because it's just, to my knowledge, it's just been sitting on his desk for 2 years. And so, but also as the board chair of an entity that is, that it receives a $2 million subsidy from the government. I started from the city. I started having conversations that said, because of our current political climate that we're in, and we have less federal dollars coming into the state, and the potential even less. I asked our board members, at the end of the day, if the city had $2 million left, what do you think they should do? Fund the Fair Board or fund education? I asked them this in the meeting. And I said, so me as the board chair, I said, we have to think about how do we become self-sufficient, because that is our goal. And so we had that conversation at the 2-year anniversary. And then that's when I started getting chatter, the mayor may be close to a deal. He may be close to a deal. Because I told him, we're going to have to think about what we're going to do. If we don't hear anything from the mayor's office, then we may have to go back to the table and say, hey, what is it that we need to do with this property? Because it's losing money. It's not ADA compliant. You have to go to the men's restroom, you have to walk down 3 stairs. That's not ADA compliant. Something has to be done with the property. We're building all this new stuff around it. We have a new speedway alley, and then we have a facility that hasn't been touched for years. make any sense. We put housing, there's affordable housing next to it that's soundproof. You cannot hear anything on the inside when there's activities going on. But we have this old dilapidated thing that's continuing to fall. The scoreboard doesn't even work, you know, and so so I said, we have to start making these decisions, you know, then, and that's the conversation I led, you know, saying we have to think about, it's been 2 years. Okay. Do we wait another 2 years, or do we have to figure out what to do now? Like, and that's whether it's a racing or whether it's to go back to the community. Like, I told them to think about it. Like, think about what our next steps could be, you know, during that meeting.
Can you tell us, you heard on the complainant's case that there was, at some point in 24, there was a coalition forming.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you were quoted in the evidence presented, speaking disparagingly about a coalition in opposition of the expansion. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah, because they went to the mayor. And so when I said, when you're asking me as the Fair Board chair, no, they've never talked to me. The first step is to go to the Fair Board.
Did you make the statement that?
Oh, I said it was an illegitimate group, yes. Because we didn't know anything about them. I had no idea. We have no idea who this group was, but they're making proposals to the mayor about what we need to do, you know, as a board. And so I'm like, but wait a minute, but nobody's come and talked to us as the board. You went straight to the mayor. So we don't know if this is a community group. We don't know if this is financed by, you know, whomever. You know, it may be. We have no idea. We had no idea who this group was.
Was March 2025 the last time you as chair had a discussion with your board about the fairgrounds?
No, we have meetings every month. We meet every month. We have a meeting every month, and every month there's a discussion. We have updates from all of our campus partners, all of our development that's going on. So we're constantly talking about how we can improve, you know.
But I mean about the racing expansion, the proposal.
No, because
last time you talked about that was March.
Because when I brought this up in March, and then when I mentioned in the media that nobody's come talk to us, they sent 4 people to the meeting.
Who did? Who sent
the anti-racing people sent 4 people to the meeting, and they all gave individual statements in front of the press, and then they left.
In March of 25?
No, this was, what's this month?
This is
November. Maybe the September meeting.
Okay, so that's more recent.
Maybe the September meeting, yes.
Okay,
but you said that was the last time.
Okay.
Because they stood up and one by one gave their statement.
Okay.
And then they left before we could even have any kind of discussion.
Okay. But prior to that, prior to August, you spoke with your board members in March of 2025 and basically said the deal is on the mayor's desk. Nothing's happening. If nothing breaks soon, we're gonna have to do something. We're gonna have to revisit this in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then, tell us what happened with these communications in August of 2025.
Oh, I got contacted by the media, and I'm like, WTF? Like, I was like.
And the media was Banner,
The banner, but then I have emails. I also submitted some emails where some reporters were emailing me saying that they've heard that a deal was in the works, and so I contacted the lobbyists like I'm getting calls. Like, what is this about? Like, you know, my thing was, what is this about? Like, So I was blindsided.
From the media, what did you hear from the media?
That they heard that the mayor was close to a deal.
Did you contact the mayor's office?
No, because we are assigned, so this is not our first communication, so their people, they prefer to talk, the way that they operate is, they talk to people, they have certain people that they sort of assign to you to like talk, and like if you have any questions, if it's, you know, so.
Who was your person that you was assigned to?
It was Matthew.
No, I mean the mayor's office.
Oh, in the mayor's, they don't have, it's not a specific person in their office. They have people, whatever project is working on, it's kind of a convoluted little thing. But no, I did not contact the mayor's office. I contacted the person who's supposed to be keeping us informed.
The
As the next
lobbyist is
step,
supposed
yes.
to keep you informed about
Yes.
what the mayor's office is doing?
About their, it's their deal. It's their,
Whose deal?
this, Bristol Motorsports.
Deal with whom?
With, they were the ones that were working with the mayor's office.
They were working with the mayor's
Yes.
office. Do you know who in the mayor's office they were working with?
I don't know, no.
So the mayor's office and Kuhn were working, the lobbyists for
Yes.
Bristol Motor, were working on a deal. You weren't involved in it?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any meetings about it?
No, ma'am.
They were working on a deal. You were waiting
Right.
to hear what was happening.
Yes.
And then
And then I get a call from a reporter.
it says it's about to happen.
It's about to happen. And I'm like, WTF? Like, what? You know, like, and if you notice in my text, I said, I didn't ask him a question. I said, I've been contacted by the media, but this is what I said. You know, and so, because I was caught off guard, I'm like, you know, someone should have.
Okay, so hang on a second. So I've got the August 20th Banner article in front. And it quotes you as saying that there'll be more to share over the next few days. Did you tell them that?
Because that's what he told me. He told me that they heard something was going to be happening over the next few days, and I said, well, look forward to the next few days.
That's what who told you?
The Banner reporter.
So the Banner
reporter called me, as they stated earlier, and said, we hear that the mayor is close to a deal.
Did you understand they were talking directly to the mayor's office?
Who? I don't know. I don't know who they were talking to.
Right, but what I'm reading in the article, I'm reading Hendricks, a supporter of racing at the Fairgrounds Nashville, said there would be more to share, quote, over the next few days.
Yeah, because if they're saying if they're saying that he's close to it over the next few days, then I guess you're gonna have to wait for the next few days.
So what you're saying is that quote was basically you confirming, or you saying, well, because you're saying the Banner was the source of that information, right?
Yeah, and I've received several calls, from several news outlets. So that wasn't the only news outlet. That's the only one they provided. But there were several articles that were written and also were on the news around that time. You know, and so I happened to speak to the Banner, and I was actually, because I was on my way on vacation, that's the only reason why I answered the phone. I didn't know who it was, and so when he said, I heard that there will be something over the next few days, I said, well, I guess you're gonna have to wait for the next few days. I have no idea.
I have a question.
Yes.
In the text message between you and Matthew Kuhn, how you pronounce it, in response to him asking, he says, gotcha, we are working with Cavendish on the story for tomorrow. What's he asking? You said that he heard that a deal would be announced within the next few days, and if there's anything I can share. And then you said, I think the people will be pleased with what is being worked out, but I need to call you back. What are you referring to when you say you think people will be pleased with what's being worked out?
That if they're working on something, I'm sure it's something, knowing this mayor, that the people will, just like he just did with T-Pac. I don't know what he's gonna do, but I'm sure that when he gets done with it, it's gonna be people probably like it. Like, I have no clue what, and also doesn't say, I do press and PR for political people too, so sometimes I come off and I'm giving points and talking points. I have no clue. The man's calling me blindsided.
But
I have a follow-up question. So then Matthew says, don't share any details. He is fishing for sources. Why would Matthew tell you not to share details if you didn't have any details?
Because we hadn't had a chance. We haven't talked, so I don't know what this guy is saying. You know, so I started talking about how the deal. I started actually talking about using the talking points that we had for the deal for 2023, because I don't know if anything changed. And so what we were saying in 2023 to me still applies today. That there's no taxpayer funding, involved. That the citizens will not be on the hook for the construction, which is what we voted on in 2023. I don't know why he said don't disclose details. The only details I would have is that they were supposedly meeting. I don't know.
Well,
anything else?
But the Banner article, the Banner article seems to state otherwise, right? The Banner article from August 20 says specifically Hendricks said the deal would differ from an earlier proposal because, quote, there will be no financial obligation from the city.
That was the same in 2023.
So you're saying the banner just got it wrong that was something?
Or he may have misprinted what I said, but it's the same deal in 2023, there was no obligation from the city. It was a 30-year bond. You know, that's what I know. It was a 30-year bond that BMI, that Bristol Motorsports was guaranteeing for the city to cover the construction of the facility.
When did you first see the document that's been produced by the complainants? That's the comparison of what's called the new deal and the old deal. When did you first see that document?
When they put it in the thing, I have no clue. As you're assuming that I received that document, that I had that document.
You haven't seen that document before this ethics
When
matter?
when I got the FOIA request, when I got the request for my information, and I'm going through communication, and I'm going through just looking at stuff like trying to figure out what triggers this. I did see an article on the Fox 17 site, because someone sent it to me, that showed that document, but again, I mean, if I received, like, how did I get the document? Who did I give it to? They're also assuming that it was because Scott Couch is a reporter there, but also the staff at Fox 17, as is all of our news stations here in Nashville, has shrunk. So people are playing multiple roles. Like, these are all assumptions.
Okay, but who sent, you just said you received it at some point from...
Oh, when I was going through this, when I received the FOIA request, you know, I do research.
Okay,
I'm like trying to figure out the root of,
Okay.
why am I being contacted? And someone sent me the article that was on Fox. That was one of the things that they sent was the Fox 17, but they also sent other articles. They sent all the things that were,
Who sent that?
like, one of my friends.
I see.
Yeah. So it was because there was an article on Channel 4, Channel 5, you know, the Banner, the Tennessean, like all these articles, everybody is talking about this potential deal. You know, but they were contacting me to see if I have not been a part of any conversation.
When you heard there was going to be this deal in a few days, you're saying you heard about it, and you were saying...
Oh yeah, because I have friends that have been called and they were offered jobs by the opposition, and so they called me to tell me that that the CARE organization was offering them money to run campaigns. So that's how I first initially I said, oh well, it must be true. If they gearing up for a campaign, it must be true. Because I have several friends that have called that said that they've either hired them to do community outreach work or buy digital ads. I have a friend that lives in another state. His firm was contacted to start doing digital ads against racing. So I'm getting these phone calls from people, you know, saying that because so that's how I figured out something must be on the...
Chair of the Fair Board, and you're hearing that there's a new deal or a tweaked deal, coming in a few days. Was it your expectation that there would be nothing more for your board to do? That at this point it was really between the mayor's office and...
I'm assuming the mayor's office is working it out.
And it wouldn't come back to you?
I don't know, whatever he does, so it would, I think if it's substantive changes, if it changes the entire, thing, or if he said, no, I don't want this at all, go back to the drawing board, then yeah, we would have to, but right now, it's on his desk, and it's for him to decide on whether or not it's gonna move forward.
So you understood it as just a tweaked deal, the deal that had already passed your board, and it was just still moving along in its process?
Right, yes ma'am, yes. And that he's gonna listen to the feedback, and he's gonna take take in concerns and consideration of the citizens, and do whatever what he thinks is best, for the city.
I want to clarify one point. I think Board Member Sabis was asking about a quote in the Banner article where you said the new deal wouldn't require any money from the city. Am I paraphrasing correctly? But looking at the term sheet, the prior deal and the new deal, I thought when you responded to Mr. Sabis, you said that the prior deal didn't require any money from the city either.
No, it is,
But the sheet says that there would be a redirect of state and local sales taxes. And then the new deal says Sports Authority revenue bonds backed by rent from Bristol sufficient to make bond payments with offset for redirected state and local sales taxes.
yes, so that means that Bristol Motors, they will actually be paying the bill at the end of the day.
Right, but the prior deal was not, is that not, that
No,
sounds
that's the,
different to me.
that's the 2023. No, it's the same. It's the same. They were paying the bond. They were securing the bond for 30 years. That means they were making the payments for 30 years to cover construction.
Okay, so that's not a new term between the prior deal and the new deal?
No, that was what we voted on in 2023.
It must just be worded differently.
So I'm going to suggest just to, maybe we should actually allow cross-examination on this, because we've been kind of asking our questions, but, yes.
I have one more quick
There will be a
question.
cross-examination, and then we'll have more questions we can ask. Okay, but go ahead.
I just have a quick
Yeah.
question. Earlier you stated that the deal was between the mayor's office and between Bristol. When you got contacted by the media and you reached out to Matthew, did you also reach out to the mayor's office, or did you just reach out to the lobbyist?
No, I did. I brought it up. That's one main reason why I brought it up in our Fair Board meeting. But I reached out to the director of our Fair Board. So that's who I communicate with, the director of the Fairgrounds, and she hadn't heard anything, and that's when I contacted Matthew. Yes.
Okay. But there was no communication to the mayor's office or the administration, but you did reach out to the director of the.
Fairground, yes, because she's the staff person.
Point of contact, okay.
Yes.
And did you understand that, was she working with the mayor's office?
No, she said she had not been contacted by the mayor's office.
But was it your understanding generally that her role would be to?
I would have thought so. That's why I contacted her first. And then when I got the answer that I received, I said, well, let me contact Matthew to see what is going on.
Just one more follow-up, my apologies. And then the text, this was kind of alluded to, but I'm still just not real clear on it. I think the people will be pleased was being worked out. If you didn't have any knowledge of what was being worked out, I guess what was the context of you saying people will be pleased with it?
It was a generic answer that I wanted to give, to say that, if the mayor is working on something, I'm sure that they will be pleased. I'm sure he's working with whomever he needs to work with to make sure that his people are happy, so he won't get political backfire, because he, as stated before, he's had, he's taken certain stances on things and on issues. And so I'm like, if there is a new deal and if he's working on it, I'm sure that whenever he finishes, it will be something that the people will like. To me, it was just a generic answer. Like I said, I didn't know who this person was. I had never talked to the person before that had called me, and I was on my way out of town, and I just wanted to give a generic answer to get off the phone, because normally I don't answer calls that are not in my phone, but I just happened to answer that one, and it was like, oh, I have this different, and I'm like.
Why didn't you just say, I don't have any comment, or I don't know the details of the deal?
Because to me, that's what I was saying. I'm sure the people, because I didn't have anything else, so that's all I said to him, and I got off the phone.
But when you read the article, that's not really, you're commenting substantively the way it reads.
Around it, because I wanted to highlight, because first of all, because I also realized that people have gotten misinformation about the deal that we have in 2023. And that was evident today during some of the testimony, that people don't understand, what actually happened in 2023.
It says, I think people will be pleased, he said, they were able to address quite a few of the major obstacles based on the major concerns that we had, but there's still a couple of minor details to work out. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yep.
What was that based on?
That was just based on, again, like I said, I know that the mayor they were supposedly having meetings. And if they were close to a deal, I'm sure they worked on, because like I said, the complaints that people had were not new. Like they heard it, and I wanted to make sure people were heard. And that's why I opened up, comment.
Did you later hear that the mayor's office spokesperson said, in response to the first news story, we are not close to a deal?
We are not close, right, yes.
What did you do when you heard that?
Well, nobody contacted me after that for that.
Did you contact the mayor's office to see?
Again, that's when I had the conversation with our Fair Board. You know, to say that, hey, you know, that's what
That's when you went to the
prompted me.
director.
Yes, no, with the with our board, to say if this is still on the if it's on the table, if it's in the air, then we're gonna have to figure out next steps. So that's what
That was
prompted
March,
me.
you said that was March 25.
Yeah.
About August 25.
Yeah, it was so August 25.
We're talking about after these news,
Oh, after the news story.
yeah, after the context, yeah.
Oh no, because then I started getting FOIA requests.
No, wait,
Oh, after that, I didn't talk to anyone because people kept, they were, and I understood that some of my comments have been taken out of context, and so I didn't, so no, after August, no.
so.
Because I waited till our Fair Board meeting in September. We were having a Fair Board meeting in September, and that's when I had the people come in to talk about, you know, what we're doing on our property, and we listened to the opposition.
Right, but I guess I'm just wondering, when you made a statement to the media as chair of the Fair Board, that it was gonna be a good deal, they took care of some of the concerns that had been there. I think you even say some people won't be happy, but, you know, generally, it's gonna be a good deal, and it's coming out in a few days. When you said that, and then the mayor's spokesperson went to the media and said, actually, no deal. We don't have a deal. What did you do when you saw that inconsistency between your, as chair, public statements and the mayor's office conflicting?
Oh, from that point, I was like, oh, well, this is politics.
What was politics?
This whole process, this whole thing. And so I don't know what their basis of their statement was, you know.
Were you concerned that you had made a misstatement to the public, that the board, there was about to be a deal?
I didn't. They contacted me and said that there was going to be a deal.
No,
and so I said, well, you're going to have to wait for
But
that.
then the mayor's-
But I'm sure that whatever deal is going to be worked out, if they're working on something, that people will be happy. But then that's why I added, there's always going to be something that there's going to be some people that are happy and some people that are upset. I don't know. If I would have had anything, I would have said, well, people would have been upset about X, Y, and Z. Or people would be happy with this.
Okay. I think we should move to cross-examination, allow the complainant's counsel.
Take a bathroom break?
Bathroom break? Yeah.
Sure.
Are we gonna do a lunch break?
I don't think we need a lunch break, but, well, sure, we'll do a lunch. I don't want to have, if you need a bathroom break, we'll take a bathroom break right now. 5-minute break.
I'd love to school you on the subject. This is the old one, but I brought the new one. This is the new one. There it is. So. These are brand new.
Yes.
Didn't have them in the packet that was presented to me either. There's an extra black binder right there that's not being used.
Do you have the,
That's the only extra one that I have.
I'll hold on to this one, I'll hold it.
Thank you for the snacks.
If there's anything you can think of for that, I'll make sure I fill that in for next time.
Pizza?
Okay, who do you represent?
I'm just a citizen.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry,
I'm sorry,
don't want to
I'm
spit my
sorry.
head. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to whisper. Should Mr. Solomon he is a person that's trying to put that together. He's trying to get in trouble. They're the representative of that other group.
Okay, we're going to get started again. So we are now going to move to cross-examination by Independence Counsel.
Thank you. Chair Hendricks, I do agree with you that providing the kind of service you provide is, first of all, it's a wonderful thing for the city that people want to do that. And it is a difficult position to be in. And I do understand that. Let's start with just getting some basic facts straight if we could. Let's talk about NASCAR, let's talk about SMI, and let's talk about racing teams so that people have a real understanding of that. As I understand it, NASCAR is a sanctioning body that basically provides the overall umbrella there to be stock car racing. Is that your understanding what NASCAR is?
That's some of it.
Okay, let's go back to that. Just so people have a basic understanding, we can add to it if we need to. Then there are companies like SMI, which I thought was based in Charlotte, North Carolina, that own tracks. Is that, so SMI is a track owner or a track operator, is that your understanding?
More so an operator.
Okay, they operate some, they own some. Like, if the Nashville deal came along, Nashville would actually own the track, but SMI would be the operator. Okay, then there's a third component, which are race teams. And various teams have to qualify to be part of the NASCAR sanctioned racing world. Is that basically how it kind of works among those three participants?
Pretty much just like any professional sport.
Okay. All right, so NASCAR is legally separate from SMI. SMI is legally separate from the race teams. Yet the three of them together kind of rise and fall with each other. They all need each other. They're three legs of the stool, or however, let's say. They all need each other to really make it work. Would you agree with that?
No.
Okay, all right. And explain to me why that wouldn't be.
Because you have race tracks that are operating that don't have a relationship with or don't race NASCAR. You have some places that NASCAR don't go to. You have some places that, so it's
I'm sorry, that's a good point. So for NASCAR event, you have, for NASCAR sanctioned event, the race teams, the track owner, and NASCAR, the sanctioning body, all have to work together or rise and fall on, they're basically, to use a word that's used too much, they're basically partners in making sure there's success.
No, again, it doesn't have to, and that's why the contract in 2023, SMI could not say that there will be racing, NASCAR racing. They said they will try. So that means, so there's no guarantee.
They would use their best efforts, if I remember correctly.
So that means that they don't have to operate together.
Right, but for it to be a viable racetrack, for the financial model to work, the anticipation is that there will be a race at least once every 2 years. Is that correct? The financial model that you looked at when you'd agreed to pass this transaction had a NASCAR event in there at least once every 2 years. Is that correct?
No. They said, because again, they cannot guarantee. So they couldn't put something in an agreement that they couldn't guarantee.
Not the agreement,
So our model, the financial
financial
model?
model.
No, they said no, it wasn't.
Okay, all right. So your position is that without a NASCAR event every 2 years, the track can still be successful?
Yes.
Okay.
Quick interruption. With an expansion, it's a half-mile track now, would it need, is it the expansion only if NASCAR races are?
No. So the track stays the same. The expansion is the amount of seats.
Oh, just seats, okay.
Right.
Okay, the track stays the same, okay.
Your testimony is that the financial modeling did not have built in it a race every 2 years.
We saw
That's
several
what- just- it's a
different, we
yes or
saw
no.
different models.
Okay, now you saw different models, okay. Did any of the models you saw have a race every 2 years for it to be successful? Maybe you don't recall.
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt. On the term sheet where it's comparing the two deals, there's a section that says contingent rent, and they both say Bristol penalty for failure to hold NASCAR races. What does that mean?
If they were not able, they wanted to reassure people that even if they could not get a NASCAR race here, because some people were saying, oh, well, you can only fill the stadium for 30,000 seats if there is NASCAR, and they're like, no, we don't have to have NASCAR, and so what they're saying is they're going to guarantee it anyway. So that to ease people, so even if they felt that they couldn't get NASCAR, they were going to guarantee the payment.
So how sure were they there'd be a NASCAR race every 2 years if they were willing to guarantee that payment?
I'm not sure. They were not sure because they couldn't guarantee it.
Okay, all right. Okay, now, I was a little confused about, let's talk about the prior deal also, okay? I think you said there was no public money in the prior deal?
People were concerned that the city would be on the hook for construction, like, for instance, if NASCAR didn't come to the table. And so people wanted reassurance some kind of way, even though Bristol had guaranteed the bond for 30 years.
So let's talk about the deal you did approve. Now, you approved this, you weren't chair at the time, but you voted yes. What are the basic financial components of that deal?
It was going to be the state has an investment. The Convention and Visitors Bureau has an investment.
How are they funded?
They are funded through events.
How's the NCVC funded?
You have to talk to them about that.
Is that through tax dollars?
Maybe they
Hotel
probably do
motel
receive
taxes?
some type of hotel tax.
Okay.
You know, all that from the visitors, from people that are downtown. Partying at the bars and stuff. They do pay a tax. And so in the tax, and if you stay at the hotel, motel, you pay a tax, and so they're funded, through that. So the state of Tennessee had, and then the Visitors Bureau, the National Visitors Bureau, and then Bristol Motorsports, and then ticket sales.
Okay. To your knowledge, there wasn't $100 million of revenue bonds issued by the Sports Authority?
That were going to be guaranteed by that was being guaranteed by Bristol.
Okay. Your testimony is that the old deal, there was a guarantee by Bristol, and if they were, that's still, what happens if Bristol doesn't pay? Who's on the hook?
They had a contract agreement.
Wait. What is a revenue bond in your mind?
So that is when the city's just like what we did with Nissan Stadium. They issue a bond to cover construction.
What is a bond in your mind? Is that public money?
It's a loan.
Okay, that's public. And if Bristol fails to pay, then who's on the hook for a bond payment?
At Bristol, according to the contract, Bristol would guarantee the bond. And then we have recourse to go after them if they fail to meet their obligation.
The people who own the bonds.
Can you let him finish his answer?
I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
So and then people would once the if they did default, then there are things in the contract that will make them that the city then can pursue them for payment if they did choose not to pay, if they didn't pay.
As for the people who hold the bonds, if Bristol doesn't have the money to pay them, who pays them?
again, with the contract, then you can
You don't know?
sue them.
That's okay.
Like, so what Bristol guaranteed, and we had a contract with them, and they had obligations that they were to meet.
Okay.
And then if they did not meet those obligations, there's recourse in the agreement.
So my understanding is that under the old deal, there was no guarantee, and only the new deal had a guarantee.
I think you have to go back and revisit.
So you disagree with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When you first became, or when you stayed as a member of, or during your tenure as being on the board, did you have training on public meetings?
We did. We had read online. You talking about formal training from the city, or just
Sure.
training period?
Sure. Training from anybody, from a lawyer, from an ethics,
So
any
we-
kind of training.
so
Is this when he was first appointed to the board?
Anytime.
Oh, anytime, okay.
Well, when when you first join the board, you have to, you read, a couple of, you read some, the rules and regulations. You have to sign off that you read them, that you are aware of what you can and cannot do, with the city. So, that's pretty much about it.
Do you recall what a public meeting entails and what doing business in public? Is there a basic requirement that all business be done in a public setting?
Yes, and there's no communication with our board. None of us don't really communicate with each other, even though some of us have relationships outside of the board with each other. We still do not communicate with each other because we take that very serious, and so we don't even want an appearance of anything. Like, there are a couple of board members that I've known, for years, done business with them outside of, but we don't even talk anymore because we are board members. So because we don't want people to even think, if they see us out in public, that we're discussing something, because none of us want to be sitting in front of y'all. You know what I'm saying? So we take it very serious.
Thank you for that. So what about having conversations with people who may have business before the board?
You can have conversations with people when you're not negotiating, they're updating. We receive updates if someone asks for, they may ask us, what do we, like, for instance, during this process and during our open process, we were asked about what we've heard from the community and what should be, what a good deal, would look like. Some of them, they took some of our recommendations, but most of our communication happens during our meetings. We discuss publicly what we like and we don't like, but outside of that, we don't talk. I very rarely talk about fair business.
Maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like you do talk about fair business with potential people at business. And that's what I thought I just heard, that you might tell them what you like and what you don't like about the deal. Did I misunderstand what you said?
Like, there were discussions after, we took the vote. Like, they've asked us what we didn't like, what do we think was the holdup, what we think is, could potentially make it better for the community to digest.
Who's asking these questions?
I mean, very rare. I mean,
Are we talking
just
about press, are we talking about lobbyists for being?
all of the above. People ask those questions.
So were you talking to lobbyists about the deal and what could make it better? Bristol Motorsports has many lobbyists, right?
Right.
I don't know if you just dealt with Kuhn or several
Right,
of them. Did you deal with several of the lobbyists
No.
for the company? Just Kuhn. Did you discuss with him after the vote how to make it better, ideas for changing the proposal?
We just said so this is the thing. They attend all of our Fair Board meetings. So they've heard everything that we have to say publicly. So when I say the Bristol and their team, they're at every single one of our board meetings. So they're listening, even if they're not on the agenda, they're there listening, because we allow people to come in and talk about, you know, if they, because we're waiting to see if anybody's gonna come and talk about anything negative, you know, but we
Right.
have that. So outside of that, no.
Outside of that.
Yeah, we
Outside.
have, but they were they've been at every single meeting.
Okay, but outside of the public meetings, have you ever talked to,
No.
Matthew?
No, not about this, not about racing, not about the deal. Not, it's about, hey, how you doing? How's the wife? You know, if I see him out in the street, you know, out and ask him how his father-in-law is doing, you know, I'll ask, you know, but outside of that, no business, no.
You were answering the question about talking, that people would come and talk to you about what could make it better and that kind of thing outside of the public meeting, and I asked you who.
Well, yeah, those are like the citizens. You know, we have fans of racing that reach out to us to offer advice. We have people who are, you know, we've had a couple of, you know, we receive emails all the time. We receive emails. Like I said, you know, we run into people, you know, we have Mr. Smiley, he's a very active proponent, so he'll give me advice, you know, about what could, you know, how to improve racing. We have, you know, improve, you know, the situation, the relationships between the groups. So we receive a lot of unsolicited advice.
But you've had no conversation?
Not about the deal, no.
With any lobbyist?
No, ma'am, not about the deal, no.
But you've had conversations outside of public meeting with advocates of the racing, like this gentleman here.
And opponents.
Okay.
Because they call us, they email us. Y'all get email, I mean, you're on a board.
You never got
So
any training,
people-
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
So people, you know, so people contact us and offer advice, you know, all the time about what we can and cannot be doing, or shouldn't be doing, or.
You ever received training on how you should respond to those kind of questions?
How I should respond?
Yeah.
To those type of questions? I mean, training on how I should respond to those type
Yeah,
of
the
questions?
public is asking about business before the board, how you should respond to that.
That's a trick question. No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Have you ever sought out advice from counsel? I know there's this lawyer who goes to fair board meetings, correct? A Metro legal lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And everyone, yep.
Okay, you talked about a very long relationship with NASCAR, different NASCAR entities. Now, you draw a distinction between team, race, or maybe I did and you didn't, but between NASCAR, the sanctioning body, teams, and track owners. So, I guess my first question is, with how long has that relationship been? Were you paid at any time as a DEI consultant? And did you just do this because it's something that was near and dear to your heart?
Yes.
Is the question for each one of those three
I
entities,
guess
or?
that's a bad question. Thank you for that.
So you wanna just go each one?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Okay, with whom do you have the relationship with for the last since 2014?
So with NASCAR, mostly NASCAR, just their diversity, equity, and inclusion office. No, I have not received payment from anyone, and yes, because it is something that's near and dear to me, and making sure that people work together. I like people working together. Like I stated in my opening statement, I hate chaos. I hate, you know, negativity. I want to see people. I believe that everybody has a place here in this earth, and we all are here for a purpose, you know, and so and the only way that works is if we're all working together. So, no, I do a lot of things I don't get paid for.
As being chair of the fair board.
Right.
So this relationship, the DEI office of NASCAR, I'm guessing, was something that got started because there was a long history of NASCAR not being inclusive. Is that correct?
Well, there have been issues, but NASCAR has been inclusive. You know, you have the first black racer, Wendell Scott, who's actually from Danville, Virginia, you know, one of the neighboring areas where I grew up, so I grew up watching him race. I have, you know, so there are, you know, just like every place, even here in our city government, you know, there's been long history of racial discrimination and stuff that people have been trying to clean up. So Yeah, so them, like every other corporation or other entities, they had issues. They started a long time ago trying to address these issues and try to make things better.
Okay. And about how many hours a year would you spend since 2014 helping NASCAR?
Just a few years making connections. A lot of times it's really just making connections. If they're going into an area, like for instance, they had the Grand Prix race in Chicago. I connected them to elected officials in Chicago that could, help them and work with them and make appearances, help them locate, scout locations. So my ideal role is the connector and the convener, like making sure that they're talking to the right people to get the right result that they're looking for.
How many people at NASCAR are in your contact list?
Several.
Including
And consultants.
Including CEO?
Not the CEO of NASCAR.
CEO of SMI.
Oh, SMI, no, I don't even have his number, no.
At any point in time, you touched a little bit about this in your testimony, but I just want to make sure I understand it. At any time since you've been on the board, did you consult with a board lawyer or anybody in Metro Legal about maybe disclosing your prior relationship with NASCAR when the SMI transaction was before the Fair Board?
No, because there was no need to.
Because in your opinion, NASCAR is so separate from SMI that relationship isn't something you needed to disclose.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, do you think from the public perception who are not steeped in racetrack owners versus teams versus NASCAR, that the appearance of being close to NASCAR could bleed in to maybe having some bias in an SMI transaction?
No.
Okay, so you think the public should not, that shouldn't be something the public perceives?
No.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I heard you say that you were never paid by NASCAR for the DEI work that you've done over the years, is that correct?
Correct.
What about 23XI?
No.
Okay, and what about the
SMI?
SMI?
No.
So you never disclosed to your fellow board members either that you had this long history with NASCAR?
Oh, no, we talked about it at our board meeting. I actually said during one of our board meetings and described to people, no, this is not NASCAR. And if we did do NASCAR, I've been having conversations with NASCAR and they're looking at EVs. They're transitioning to electric vehicles. They're transitioning to this. They're doing these things. And so I was trying to ease the mind of constituents. I brought it up in our meetings. I've said to people that were opposed to it. And I said, hey, you got to think about NASCAR is not the new NASCAR, but this deal is not about NASCAR. But since you want to talk about NASCAR, these are the things that NASCAR is doing. So I've said that, I've stated this in public meetings, that they are going down a different direction because one lady actually came up and started talking about NASCAR is racist. And I was like, no, they got, you're bringing in NASCAR to this conversation, which it shouldn't be, but NASCAR isn't racist. As racist as you think it is, it's just as racist as everything else.
Let me be as specific as I can then. Did you ever tell any board member or a board lawyer that you've had a relationship with NASCAR since 2014?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And if I understand your last testimony correctly, that you advocated for NASCAR and who they are at public meetings, is that?
No, it wasn't advocated. I was correct. I was letting people know that it is not, what they were saying was inaccurate from the beginning to the end about this being a NASCAR thing. It's not NASCAR. Well, NASCAR is racist. No, NASCAR isn't as racist.
But were you telling them the basis for your statements? Did you disclose to the folks that have that concern your relationship with NASCAR?
And I said, I've been working with NASCAR, and I had a meeting with NASCAR about electric vehicles. They are testing electric vehicles.
Right. So you did describe your role?
Yes.
Working as a consultant?
No, not as a consultant. I attended a meeting which they were discussing electric vehicles and rolling out. And then I said, hey, and here's some articles that talks about the next phase of NASCAR, which is electric vehicles, all,
Was
just
your
different
relationship
things.
with NASCAR completely informal? Was there anything written?
No, it wasn't nothing in
You
writing.
weren't a consultant,
Just
you weren't-
emails, right.
It was just,
Emails, and they reach out to me just like the billionaire Robert Smith came to town last couple of weeks ago, and his aunt contacted me and said, hey, we need a restaurant for dinner. And I sent them, to, advise them where to go for dinner, so it's like, it's that. So there's no contract. It's just that I have a relationship, and then when I started doing this research, I said, oh, this goes back to 2024. Because the first email I can find was like 2014, in which, I started having conversations with Dwayne Thompson, who's the head of diversity, equity, and inclusion at NASCAR, about HBCUs. So.
Okay. Going back to your public meeting training, or lack thereof, one of the things you said in your opening was you like to do things behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I get it. I get why, because it's hard to get things done in public. But you do understand that that's what the law requires.
No. You're taking that out of context. When I say I like to do behind the scenes, I don't like being in public. I don't like, camera. I don't like, even though it may seem like I'm on TV once a week, that takes a lot of energy. I am a introvert stuck in an extrovert world. And so I prefer to stay at home. That's what I mean. And not be out. So I'm not saying I did anything. I worked behind the scenes. I didn't do any of that. No, because I opened up field board meetings. Under our previous chair, the rule was you can only speak at a public meeting if we had an agenda item that we were voting on. When I took over as chair, I said, let's scratch it. And even went back and forth with Metro Legal. And they said, oh, well, the law says you only. I said, I don't care. It should be open to everyone. Let everyone come in and talk if they have something to say. So when I say work, I like to work behind the scenes. I like to do things that people don't know. Like, I don't like the attention, of doing it. I would rather someone else. I help a lot of people. And so I'd rather for them to get the credit and not me necessarily get the credit. So that's what I mean when I say I like to work behind the scenes.
Okay, that was
not that I'm having some kind of secret meeting.
That's the only softball question you're gonna get from me now.
Well,
you knocked that one out of the park, by the way.
So.
All right. You talked about. Let's talk a little bit about the test conversation with Mr. Kuhn. As Mr. Spragens testified, he had a very narrow public records request for a 7-day period, and one of the things that came up, of course, was the conversation with Mr. Kuhn. Is your testimony that outside of that one text exchange that Mr. Spragens happened to luck on during that 7-day period, that you've had no other conversations with SMI lobbyists or SMI people or NASCAR people or team owners about this particular transaction?
No, my communications with our board executive director, I would ask her, have you heard anything? She hadn't heard anything. Then when I surprisingly saw that was contacted by the media, I contacted her first. She said, no, I still haven't heard anything. And that's when I went to him, like, what are y'all doing? Like, nobody is aware on my side. Like, that was out of, like, really, like, WTF. I can't say it on TV because my mother is watching this, so I can't say what I want. But WTF. Like, how am I blindsided, with this, and I direct, because she didn't know either. No one had contacted her. Okay. And so I would ask her at every meeting, have you heard anything? I would actually even call her and say, hey, have you heard anything? No, nothing. But then to be contacted, it was like, so they must be working on something, but we just gonna be left out there. So whatever it is, let them handle it.
Okay, so your testimony is that is the only phone call or text that you had with Mr. Kuhn. Just happened to be during that 7-day period that we had the record, that Mr. Spragens.
No, that's not our only conversation. That's our only conversation about that. Like I said before, I've asked him, how's your wife doing?
About the transaction with SMI.
Yes,
That's the only conversation you ever had.
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned in your testimony that the coalition group that made or the Fairgrounds Preservation Partners that made this proposal to the mayor's office, you said it was an illegitimate group, and you said it was illegitimate because it didn't come to the Fair Board first. But SMI is working on a transaction with the mayor's office now. It did not go to the Fair Board first. So why is
They did go to the Fair Board first. They came through. They're working on the proposal that we submitted in 2023.
the first communication that SMI ever had was with the Fair Board, not with Mayor Cooper? Is that your testimony?
Oh, I don't know what happened before that. But what I'm saying is they are working with the current mayor because we voted in 2023 on a deal. So they're having conversations with the mayor's office, yes. Now, this other group that said that they had opposition, we would have listened to them. We're trying to figure out how to best serve this,
You're
but
saying they're
nobody
illegitimate
contacted
because
us.
they didn't go to the Fair Board first.
I'd say they were illegitimate because we had no idea who they are. I don't know if that's an organized entity. We don't know if it's a LLC, if it's a 501c3, a C4, a C6, 527.
Would you agree that illegitimate is pretty pejorative? It's pretty harsh. If you don't know anything about somebody, why would you come out so harsh with guns blazing like that? As opposed to saying, oh, this is another thing that there are a lot of people interested in what's going on in the fairgrounds. We want to hear from all sides. Why this is an illegitimate group? I tell you what, to me, this is what I'm not gonna tell
Was
you.
that the group that you found? There was a group that you were legal counsel for too that helped found as well.
So, not relevant, but go ahead.
So there's a question.
So there's a question.
There's a question.
Why you come out with guns blazing and say it's illegitimate? What does that sound like to the public when you say that?
That it's not an organized group.
Not organized?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go back to these quotes in the newspaper. Let's try this one more time, all right? Let's give you one more chance to, because frankly, your answers are not making any sense. Okay, the quotes in the banner, the quotes in the Channel 17 news report are a clear indication that you were aware of what the new transaction was. There's no other way of interpreting those. Did you at any time go to the banner or go to Channel 17 and ask them to correct the record?
No, I didn't, because there was no record for them to correct. I stated what I stated, and you can read into it the way that just like you've read into everything else and have been inaccurate in and not correct in. This is just, it's to me, it's another example. We have different languages that we speak. You would prefer for me to speak a certain way, that I speak a different way.
Okay, so this quote that says, specifically, Hendricks said the deal will differ from an earlier proposal because there will be no financial obligation from the city. I think people will be pleased. They were able to address quite a few of the major obstacles based on the major concerns that we had, but there's still a couple of minor details to work out. You're telling me that there's other ways to interpret that other than you had prior knowledge of what the other deal was?
Again, I told you what my intent and what I meant when I said that. It was just to give a generic, say, like, whatever he's working on, whatever the mayor's working on, I'm sure some people will be happy with it, some people will still be unhappy with it. I have no clue. And we had, and as I stated before, the 2023 deal, there was no public, they would get Bristol guaranteed the debt. That was our understanding, that's what we voted on. So it's the same, and as I stated before, I may misstate, their wording may be misstated or whatever the case may be, but I've expressed my intent and what I was saying with that message when I made that statement. Again, you would prefer me to say things in a different way.
I think you were very clear.
But
I don't prefer you say any. Okay, let's go back to the event in November in Nashville. You are aware what the ethical obligation is. It's irrelevant who invited you to that, whether it was SMI or whether it was NASCAR or whether it was the team, right? It's irrelevant. The test is whether you took something that was a value of greater than $100.
no.
Okay, Okay, could you have taken a $100 ticket from this gentleman in the back to attend?
First of all, I don't
an
know him,
event?
so I don't.
You don't, I thought you just,
Oh, you talking about him?
yes.
I mean, I don't know. It depends on, I don't know. Like, I don't speak in hypotheticals.
What's the purpose of the rule, do you think?
Well, let me go ahead, restate your question.
What do you think the purpose of the rule is that prevents getting free access to events?
Oh, it's to prevent improper influence.
Or the appearance of improper
Well, the
influence?
appearance, correct.
Okay. And do you see at any event how going to an event like this could be seen as, by the public, as an improper influence in terms of the race?
No.
Okay. All right. One second, please. Okay, we're done. Thank you.
Do we have more questions as a board, Ms. Witness?
I do have a question. So the comparison of the two deals, that term sheet, I think you said a friend sent it to you, it's the first time you saw it.
Yeah, and when they said that the article, the same, the same news story that y'all
So
got received.
this is the page, I'm
Okay.
showing him Exhibit 8. Do you know who drafted this?
I don't.
You did not draft it?
No.
And you did not have access to this when,
No.
hold on, when you gave your comments to the banner?
That's correct.
You didn't have access to that document. Did you have an understanding of what the new terms were when you gave your comment
No, I did
to
not.
media?
No. Because I was given a blank statement. It's so when you work I'm 25 years now in public, working with elected officials, so I have a different spin on things. And so when I'm being contacted with someone, I actually didn't want to appear to be ignorant and knowing that I'm being sideswiped. That's why the back conversations would happen, because I was like, what is going on? I'm the board chair. I felt that I should have been, or my people should have been aware before being contacted. And so I'm saying whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be what he thinks that the people want. And I know that what some of the top issues that people were raising and concerned.
Are you saying that the reason you said what you said was to not look like you had been cut out of information that
Yes.
as board chair you should have had, so you wanted to sound like you knew what was happening for a status or stature perspective?
No, just to not be like, because the board chair, you would, how would you feel if something happened and you were contacted and you were unaware, of.
So you wanted to sound like you knew what was happening?
Like I was buying time to try to figure out if I can get any answers. If there was something that they were going to, want to talk about, so I was like, you have to wait for the next few days, just like the rest of us. Like maybe I will hear something in the next few days. I don't know. But then, like you said, we heard it in the next few days. No, there is no deal. And that's why I left it alone. That's what he said. That's what the spokesperson said. So then I figured that it was dead in the water, that the conversation would move on.
Okay, other questions?
I just want one more time, the one line in the news article that says, specifically Hendricks said, the deal will differ from an earlier proposal because there will be no financial obligation from the city. Is it your understanding that when it says from an earlier proposal, they're talking about the 2023 deal that the Fair Board voted on?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're saying,
It had to be different. It has to be. Like logic it's going to be different.
but specifically different in the aspect of there will be no financial obligation from the city. You said.
Oh, but I said continue. No, yes, I said yeah, but I think that's out of the wording that he wrote it is not the right way.
So you disagree with how this is phrased?
Yes, because it's not going to cost. It's not costing anybody any money. Not when I say not anybody any money, it's not going to come. I'm basing it off of the original information, which was, and I was just regurgitating that it's still not gonna cost, because that was one of the things that people raised, was that, it's my understanding that a bond like this and that. No, I'm sure it's still not gonna cost people the way that people are thinking. And I think that some people will be still happy, some people will still be happy, some people will be upset. And that's, again, based off of logic, that you're not gonna please everybody.
Do you agree that the use of city tax dollars is a cost to citizens?
But they're not using city taxes. I mean, we're gonna we can get into the agreement. I don't know if you had the opportunity to look at the 2023 agreement, or is it based off of his assumptions?
I'm asking based off of the
But
term
yes,
sheet.
there are, that using tax dollars is using city. I work for state government. I understand it completely. But the deal was not, it was being guaranteed by Bristol. They were guaranteeing that they will be paying back in full the bond that they are going to receive.
I have a question about that. So the same Exhibit 8 that you were just asked about, under the guarantee section, I don't know if you have a copy of the papers in front of you. Maybe we should.
But I can't speak on it. That's evidence. I don't know what generated that. I don't know what was the pre-context.
Well, I was gonna ask you specifically the language, because you are aware of the prior deal, the 2023 one that the Fair Board approved, right?
Yeah, but I don't know who produced that. Did they produce it using accurate information?
So my question is, in the 2023 deal that the Fair Board approved, did it say, in terms of the guarantee, contract performance guarantee from NC Parent Corporation?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's so Bristol Motorsports and SMI, like they're owned by a corporation, and so if they were not able to make the payment, then it will ultimately kick back to their parent organization, which means that still the city, they were guaranteeing the debt, so that way the citizens would not be on the hook for it. So there were mechanisms. That's what I was saying. There were mechanisms in place in the 2023 deal to guarantee the payment back of the bond.
And then in that same category titled guarantee, under the new deal, it says payment guarantee from Bristol with required proof of assets. What does that mean?
Oh, I think, just hearing what you're saying, and I'm not a lawyer, I just play one on TV sometimes, that they would put up like collateral. Like if you go up somewhere just to make sure, to reassure that they have the money to make a payment, and if not, then they have assets. So they own things that will then equal the value of whatever payments will be missed. So that's what I'm assuming, just based off of that, because I haven't studied that document.
Had you heard that term before as part of this deal, that would be a part of it?
What,
the putting up the collateral?
No.
Okay.
And I'm only assuming that that's what they mean.
You mentioned that if the payments could not be made, then the parent company will be responsible for it.
Yeah, that's what they say, yeah.
Who's the parent company? Is this the parent company of Bristol?
Yes. And so that's, Smith is his last name, is the owner. I can't remember his name.
Okay. But that's
they
not
own,
NASCAR.
Right, yeah, that's not NASCAR, okay. No. No, it's the owner of the, of Bristol Motor and SMI.
Okay.
Smith is his last name. Marcus Smith, I think that's his name.
So are there other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Hendricks, you've testified that you did not provide this term sheet to the press.
No.
Do you know who did?
No.
Let me part of what we have to do kind of here is assess credibility, and so this is probably a stupid question, but I'm not a politician. What would have been the motivation, do you think, of releasing this to the press at this time?
who knows? I mean, other than the fact that the opposition was gearing up, and that's what I was assuming, that the opposition was gearing up and they were actively looking for campaign staff and hiring people to oppose, that may be a reason that it got out. And again, I was contacted that this was potentially happening. And so, but then I also was contacted they were gearing up to start a campaign against it.
So would it have been then produced and released by someone on behalf of SMI,
I don't know.
a lobbyist?
I don't know.
But was that you're just describing your understanding that you think because the opposition was gearing
But there's
up?
also a lot of people who are in favor. So they're not the only ones. That's what I'm saying. And then there are other people, there are other folks in place here that also have relationships with media, that also support racing, that also, like, so I have no clue as to, you know, who produced who, did what. All I know is, all I'm aware of is what I do, what I'm.
But you're suggesting that you understand that there.
It could have been the opposition.
A motivation.
It could have been the opposition that released it, and which is why they were gearing up a campaign.
I mean, the immediate result of this term sheet getting published was a denial from the mayor's office that there was a deal, right? Do I understand that correctly?
I think so. That's what was said. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions of this witness, and then we're gonna see if there's a rebuttal witness. Any other questions now? Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Excuse. Is there a rebuttal case? Do you need time to discuss
Do you
with
want
your client?
clarification about what revenue bonds are? Is that, it's up to you to be able to.
No, I don't think we need, no.
We get it.
So,
If you loan somebody some money and they don't pay you back, then you're out of that money.
okay,
I mean-
this is what I'm going to propose. We are going to have the closing argument, optional, not required, closing argument, and then we'll close the hearing and we will go into deliberations and so forth. As everyone knows, is the proof standard is a preponderance of the evidence. I'm gonna just, but I think before we have closing, we'll take one more short break, because I think we'll be done, how's that? Just one more short break now is the last break. Before closing, I'd like to suggest that in closing argument that you include within closing argument what, the parties' offering of what a proper resolution would be. And by that, it could be dismiss the claim or not dismiss it, find a non-compliance, and if so, with what result? We as a board have had recently expanded sanction powers, could be, and so I'd like to just hear from the parties wrapped into your closing. I think it'd be helpful to me and perhaps the board more largely, what the suggestion, what the party's interest is. So do we think we can, I think all of this can probably, I don't know how long our deliberations would be. We can move forward, if everyone's ready, we could move straight into closing now. I don't know if people need to
We have
confer.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, we'll do 5 minutes then.
We'd like to keep our closing brief, so.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, well, 5 minutes.
I'm curious if I may, just as a member of the public, this sheet that got put out by the media has never been, nobody has ever, we don't know who produced it.
We don't take
Well,
that.
I'm just stating I'm really curious about this, how it's something that can even be involved in something like this when nobody knows who produced it. Yes, it's something put out by the media, but nobody has ever backed it up and gone, hey, this is real.
The board can't consider what you're saying. You're not a witness to the proceedings.
I understand, but I am a taxpaying citizen that has a curious question.
it's in the T-Dot office in Jackson. And I think they have two. And then, but the guy whose office it's in, he's not there, he's on vacation till December 1st, but he said that they're in his office. They're like laying on the corner of his desk. I think we can talk to Jay Klein and ask him to get somebody to get it. Yeah. Yeah, they said he called me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're up. Yeah, the signs are up. And then they said that he had to go on vacation. When he was in town, he called me to tell me that they were on the corner of his desk. And then anybody there could go into his office and pick them up and get them. And I think he said there were 2 ceremonial signs. And I think it was just 2. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. Okay. The ceremony? I don't think they're doing it no more. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yep. Okay, alright, cool. I don't know if we ordered extra. I don't know if we ordered extra. I don't know if they did. Okay. Okay, alright, cool. If so, yeah. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright. No, I'm not in Memphis. I'm in Nashville, down the street, I'll call you. Okay. Okay. All right, I think.
I know we don't know how long deliberations are gonna take, but are we thinking like another hour?
It totally depends.
Okay.
There's like absolutely no way to predict.
Okay.
Like, if we could all agree, like that, we could disagree and be here.
Okay. Okay.
We've never really gone that long. Deliberations has never really gone more than
15 minutes?
15 minutes to maybe an earlier time.
That's at 5.
Okay.
And we're gonna limit the closing.
It's on the calendar at 5.
No worries. And I don't know if they let you know, but I had schedule complete for the last 2, that's why I wasn't here.
Well, thank you so much for coming today.
Yeah, well, I
You're
didn't have
good
a
until
schedule.
5 at least.
But for the last one, I could only come on the 20th, but there was no quorum, so it was on the 27th.
Okay.
And then the first one, I had just got elected pro tem in the meeting.
Yeah, I
already
know.
scheduled,
Yeah,
so.
but thank you so much we so appreciate your joining today.
Thank you.
And for Deshaun, we're good here, but there was another meeting at 5.
There had been another meeting in here to start at 4, but it got rescheduled, so.
Technically, it's
We could get started, if you could let folks know we have a quorum. I don't know what's happening. Is it the interviews for the just the respondents on the phone?
I think Mr. Hendricks is talking
To the camera.
I assume it's recorded.
Yeah, she is, the woman in the blue dress.
Just motion.
Yeah, let them know that we're ready.
Sorry.
I said I have a thought that I should repeat to myself.
Okay, I'm gonna get started again. We've now come to the closing arguments for the hearing. In light of the very comprehensive testimony and questionings and answers, we're going to ask the parties to hold the closing to about 5 minutes, if they can do that. Okay? And then we'll move to deliberations. Okay, so, complainants counsel?
So it has been a long day, and we definitely appreciate your time, your attention to this matter that my clients do believe is very serious. But let me be clear, no one questions the good things Mr. Jasper Hendricks has done, whether it's on the Fair Board or in the community. What we do question is what he failed to do. And he failed to abide by the standards of conduct. He didn't deny attending the black tie event, NASCAR's black tie event. And let's be clear, this was not a backyard Southern barbecue. This was a red carpet, black tie, food, beverage. Even though he testified, he didn't drink anything. He didn't eat anything in an hour and a half, but he did testify he stayed to attend the Flo Rida concert. Well, Flo Rida is a major artist. We submit to you that that concert performance alone would have been $100. He was there, doesn't deny that. He didn't deny talking to reporters. Now, we understand he testified that his quotes meant something that they really didn't say. He said this but didn't mean that. He was giving information without trying to give information. He doesn't know who did what. But you have before you the articles. You have before you the quotes. And let's think about this headline, the Nashville banner. Doesn't say unnamed source. Doesn't say mayor's office. Doesn't say NASCAR. It says, Nashville Fair Board leader says, racetrack deal is almost ready. Now, what we learned is that it wasn't almost ready. What he sat here and told you was, well, I didn't want to seem like I didn't know what I was talking about. So he went on and shared information that wasn't ready to be shared clearly. He didn't say, as a PR professional, no comment at this time. Things are still under consideration, so I can't comment at this time. No. He did what he wasn't supposed to do, which is in essence be an advocate for NASCAR. Now, he sat here and told you, NASCAR, Bristol Motors, SMI, 3 totally different entities that have nothing to do with each other. That's not the case. These 3 entities are not totally independent of each other. In fact, you have the new deal in front of you and the former deal that talks about NASCAR being a desired result. He sat here and told you of a relationship that has spanned for years. Which begs another question, should he have perhaps not even been on this board? But he is. And so what should he have done? He should have followed the standards of conduct. You are not here as a board member to collaborate with prospective vendors. You didn't deny that. You have the text messages. Again, we can try to reinterpret things. We can say what you have in front of you isn't really what is. But think about that. Didn't contact the mayor's office. He gave you some testimony about, well, I didn't know who to contact, and there are all these different layers and people, and I don't know who it is. But he had a contact. He had a director. He didn't say, director, this is yours. Go contact the mayor. I don't know what to say. No, he reached out to the very people who were trying to get a deal done. What would you have me say? They're calling me. And then he proceeds to give his cheerleader version of things for this prospective vendor's benefit. Now, I won't go through everything that you heard today, but I will say being a board member, as you know, is an important responsibility. Being the chair of a board is an incredible responsibility. And we ask that you hold him accountable. Find that he did violate the standards of conduct, and if it's in your power, again, I told you in my opening, this was not an effort to demonize him. If it is within your power, recuse him from being able to participate in racetrack issue votes. But if that is not within your power, then we feel there is no other appropriate remedy than to have his resignation. Thank you.
Ready? Sorry. Good afternoon again, and thank you all for your time and due diligence this afternoon. I'm just going to close with saying that first, I did not violate any ethical standards. They did not prove that I violated any ethical standards. All we have are a bunch of assumptions. As was stated before, no one, if they find fault in me contacting someone to ask for clarification, no one contacted me to ask me what I meant by my comments either. And so I just ask that the board dismiss these baseless claims. And again, that no one has proved that I've done anything wrong because I have not done anything wrong. And you cannot assume the price of a ticket or an event or a gift. There has to be some type of value if I did receive something. And number one, they couldn't prove that I actually did receive something. And although I did offer up how I did gain access to the event, I still believe there is no evidence. They have not done what should have been done, and that is come here with facts and not accusations and innuendos and guessing about things. And so with that being said, I'll just say thank you, Madam Chair and Board, for your time. And again, I ask that you dismiss these allegations. Thank you.
Okay, with that, the evidentiary part of the hearing is completed, it's closed. And we will move to our deliberations. Again, I will just, as kind of an introductory comment, remind the board, as we all know, that our burden is a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not, to find if something occurred or not. And we will first deliberate on whether we believe there was non-compliance with one or more of the standards that we are charged with. And depending on the result of that, we will then, if appropriate, move to sanctions. We'll discuss that if we get there. So we have basically three kind of charges in a sense that withstood dismissal of the complaint, involving, just to bullet them, the ticket to his attendance at the NASCAR award show as an issue. The next issue was the disclosure of confidential information. And then the third was the interaction with the lobbyist from SMI, giving the appearance and the impression, reasonable impression, that the respondent could be improperly influenced by another. And that goes to the code provision prohibiting by your action giving the impression that you can be improperly influenced by another person, or that person enjoys their favor. So those are the three charges, in a sense, the three issues that we are looking at. And perhaps we can take one at a time and go through it that way, and we'll deliberate as to each. And there may be questions that we will have for legal counsel as we go through them. But we can start, why don't we start with the first one, the NASCAR Gala event, and discuss that issue. So it's open to the board.
I'll start. Let me thank you, first of all, for everyone who's spoken, presented, and testified today. I will start by saying that I find this to be a challenging matter, personally. And so I agree with the chair's approach of taking these an issue at a time. I think that's wise. Within the award show issue, just to start the conversation, I guess I'll start with what at least I perceive as established. And then what remains for us to deliberate, and by all means, y'all feel free to tell me if you think I'm wrong, because I do think these are challenging issues. With regard to the award show, I don't have difficulty, based on the preponderance of the evidence, concluding that the access to this event was worth more than $100. The concert alone, I agree, access is worth more than $100. So to me, while I'm happy to hear otherwise, as I sit here, I think that's established by a preponderance. I think the question that we need to resolve here is whether the acceptance of that from respondents testified who came from the race team. From the race team is a violation, given that the race team is ostensibly a separate entity from SMI. And what I'm looking at is section, 2.222.010 definitions, section L, and I'm reading any payment, gift, or other transfer of value. This is what's excluded. Any payment, gift, or other transfer of value which is unrelated to and does not arise from the recipient's position. I think it's a transfer of value. I kind of talked about that already. It's got to be unrelated to and not arise from the recipient's position. I can understand the idea that it doesn't arise from the recipient's position, given that he had a pre-existing relationship with the race team that seems to me, based on the testimony, to be separate from his work on the board. The tougher one for me is whether it's unrelated to his work on the board. And I guess my concern is that just because someone has a pre-existing relationship with the race team doesn't mean that issues about racing are unrelated to their work on a new board that they join. And these regulations, like many ethics regulations, are written very broadly. And so my initial reaction as I'm sitting here and looking at, you know, was this transfer of an asset of value unrelated to his work on the board? My initial reaction is no, it's not unrelated. Those are related things. Part of his duties on the board is to do with a racetrack. You have a racing organization that, even if they weren't a party to the 2023 agreement, were expressly contemplated in the 2023 agreement. And so, you know, that's where I'm at right now in issue 1, and I'd love to hear discussion about that, because to me it comes down to that language in subsection L there, and whether it's actually related. But I'd love to hear more discussion about it.
Subsection L of the standard?
Yeah,
Definitions.
the definitions, section L, the definitions.
We just flipped.
I agree with you on the value.
Mhm.
I come out, and I also think it's a tough question and a very close question. For this particular, count or claim, I think I come out the other way based on Mr. Hendricks' testimony, given that the complainants have the burden. And so, I believe he testified that he had this, at least, I guess at the time, 9 to 10 year relationship with NASCAR. NASCAR is, he's at the awards gala for NASCAR by virtue of his team, the relationship with the team. While he spoke to, I think, the SMI CEO, he was not a guest of SMI. He had been to this event, he had been to similar events in the past, and again, because the clients have the burden, I would side, I think, with Mr. Hendricks on this particular first count.
I'm sorry, I missed part of what you said. Can you repeat, like, the last part?
I just said that because the complainants have the burden, and I believe his existing relationship, the fact that he had been to these events in the past, the fact that he was not there as a guest of SMI obviously is extremely important. It was a guest of this racing team. Again, and I'm taking Mr. Hendricks' testimony as true on this because we don't have any countervailing proof. That I come down, I think it's a very close call, but I would come down on Mr. Hendricks. Because the what I looked at, if you look at subsection S, as in Sam, of the standards, it says if related in any way directly or indirectly to being an employee, in other words, to being on the fair board. And I just didn't hear evidence that he is there and at this event as a result of being on the fair board.
Because in the sense that even if he weren't on the fair board,
He'd
he
still be
probably
there.
would still be there because of his pre-existing relationships with the other entity.
Right.
Other,
I guess a question I'd raise on that. I mean, I see your argument on subsection S, but if we look at subsection E, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, the cross references. Okay, never mind.
so maybe, so what is, Mr. Savas then, what?
Davis.
Savas, sorry. How do you hear what, Ms. Carpenter said?
I mean, I'd like to take a little more time to reread subsection S, because I was looking at subsection E, it does cross-reference subsection S.
That's
to
the,
carve
about
out
the food,
S.
food and drinks, yeah.
Yeah, but of course, it's not so much, I mean, it's not so much food and drink here we're talking about, right? We're talking about,
Right.
talking about access to an event.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, I think whichever section you look at, I'm still struggling with the same question about whether related in any way directly or indirectly to being an employee is similar language, although different, to what I was talking about in the definitions in L, talking about the, payment or gift having to be unrelated, right? You know, if it's related directly or indirectly, well, it may not be related directly in the sense of, he's there ostensibly, because of his prior relationship with the race team. But it's related indirectly in the sense of he's now taken on a position where he's on a board that directly regulates or is involved in the regulation of a racetrack.
Yeah.
And so that's, I guess, where I'm struggling, where I'd like to hear people's thoughts is that, you know, unrelated indirectly language,
Right.
where's the line drawn there?
And I think, so that raises the issue of related versus caused, or the contributing factor, the thing that brought it into being. That it was anything of value was given because of, by virtue of, versus related. Is the event, is the thing given in any way related to the subject of their public employment? There are two different ways of looking at it. And I think from a caused perspective, I agree with Ms. Carpenter, because the evidence is, to me, without countervailing evidence, is that even had he not been board member, he had pre-existing relationships, and he wasn't invited to go because he was chair. So his position didn't cause the invitation, wasn't the contributing factor. The question is, were they sufficiently related that would have raised in a board member's mind that by going and posting on social media, one, it would give the appearance of, but just, you know, does the exception in L to anything of value work? You have to say they're unrelated, so is it unrelated in content and scope, or not caused by? I think that's an ambiguity inherent in the language. And so I think then the question becomes, what makes more sense in terms of the principles of the goals of the ethics standards?
The other thing that's weird here, and I'd really rather not turn this into, I mean, I know I'm a lawyer, I'd rather not turn this into some legal debate about the language if it can be avoided, but the other thing that's a little weird about this language is that subsection E cross-references subsection S, but only appears to cross-reference the substance of subsection S1 and not S2, because it refers explicitly to, except for the acceptance of food and/or beverages, that would be prohibited by subsection S, which is just, it's oddly worded. So that notwithstanding, I still think that the thing I'm struggling with and debating with in my head comes down to that unrelated indirect language.
Yeah, I guess, I guess we have a consensus, or do we have a consensus that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that the value received was in excess of $100?
I agree.
Okay, so
It was.
So then we really are trying to figure out whether it constitutes an ethical violation because what was given, that thing of value, was a NASCAR Gala event, and that was related to his position as board chair in light of the fact that the NASCAR question was, and racing question was still alive and within the scope of overall responsibility, versus reading it as the cause of the thing being given. If people understand that distinction. And I think I would agree with Ms. Carpenter that he didn't get the invitation to go to this gala because he was chair of the board, because the evidence is that he had pre-existing relationships, he had gone before. So I don't know that we can say that it was because he was chair board that he got the invitation and was able to attend. So, but it does seem like it's certainly related to his obligations as board chair.
And I would also note that the Department of Law's memo says, and I know we're past this, but they did say, it is the opinion of the Department of Law that the allegations that Hendricks was given free access to the NASCAR awards valued in excess of $100 as a result of his official position on the Fair Board by a vendor. So, I think the language is, the related to language is a little sloppy, for lack of a better term. But I go back to the deal struck, as I understand it, doesn't guarantee that NASCAR's coming. That's the other prick I heard. They are going to try to get a NASCAR race at least every 2 years. It's a NASCAR Gala, it's with a team, not with the racetrack. And so, again, I don't think it's related to his position as the chair of the Fair Board based on the testimony I've heard. That his attendance was related to that.
I don't have answers on that particular part, but in terms of the attendance at the event and whether it gives rise to a violation of K, which is, shall not give reasonable basis by their conduct for the impression that any person can improperly influence or unduly enjoy their favor in the performance of their official duties, or that they are unduly affected by kinship, rank, position, or influence of any person. As a citizen, if I know that this deal is before the Fair Board and I see a member of the Fair Board at a NASCAR event, I'm probably going to assume that he is aligned with anything that's going to benefit NASCAR. So even if the deal didn't guarantee that there would be NASCAR races, it was still a part of the calculus. Like, if there were NASCAR races at the racetrack, it would benefit NASCAR, and he's at a NASCAR gala. So,
Yeah. So, yeah.
And I don't necessarily disagree with you. I had cited to, in my comments, E, because looking at, again, as I did at the language in the definition of L, I thought, which is unrelated, the requirement that it have to be unrelated got there easier for me versus using K, because with K, I struggle a little more with K with the idea of these being separate entities. And that NASCAR was not the entity involved in the actual discussion of the deal in 2023. I'm not saying I disagree with you, I just struggle more with that, because to me, applying K is tougher than applying it, because of that distinction in those entities. But the language is not a model of clarity, nor is it easy to write a model of clarity when in an ethics, code. So I'm not even being critical of the language.
right, I understand that it was interesting that he was the guest of a racing team and not NASCAR, but again, we're talking about the appearance.
Yeah.
Shall not give reasonable basis by their conduct or the impression that any person can improperly influence. And so for the person who's reading the post on social media or looking at the newspaper, they wouldn't know about his relationship with the racing team. They would only know this is the chair of the Fair Board and he's at this NASCAR event, which we've already determined is a valuable, item that he's received. Whoever gave it to him, I'm not sure if that changes how it appears.
I think that they kind of already talked to that, because it didn't give rise to, this might actually be something until it was back under negotiations. Because I believe both of them had said that they saw the posting, didn't too much think about it. Both the complainant and the witness didn't think too much about it initially until 2 years later.
Although one witness thought it was significant enough to take a screenshot of it.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I didn't hear, which way does that lean for you? The fact that that conduct standing alone didn't prompt them to file the complaint?
The impression part.
Okay.
Just did not, is that the exact word that's in the K?
Yeah, it doesn't say impression, it just says shall not give reasonable basis by their, impression, yeah. Yeah, shall not give reasonable basis by their conduct for the impression that any person can improperly influence.
So we're splitting the gala into the two different conduct. One conduct is attending, and the $100, if that receipt of something of value for $100. We have the cause versus related. Why don't we nail that down? And then because we still then have to go to the K, was going and posting it. Was it giving the impression? And K could be relevant as we get to other elements of the case. But if we can nail down under E, whether just going, since we agreed that it was the circumstance, the proponent of evidence suggests it was $100 or over $100, then we have an E question, receiving it by going. And the only question is, does it fall within the exclusion because it was, quote, unrelated to his position? And we have heard from Ms. Carpenter, who said she believes it does fall within the exclusion because it wasn't related to his position, that he got the invitation, and therefore, by receiving that thing of value, entrance to watch this concert and to be at the gala wasn't an ethical violation. I'm understanding that's Ms. Carpenter's position. And that's, so, what do, if we just hold it there for a moment, does by going and receiving the thing of value, literally entry to listen, to be there, to take a picture, and to listen to the concert, that receipt of value, was that related or not related to his position?
I don't.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
I would say I'm kind of struggling with the indirectly part. I'm agreeing with some of the things that I've kind of heard on both sides of this. If he has previously been attending, then it does not seem as though he received that ticket because of his position. My question would be, is it indirectly related, and what is the perception of the constituency? Because as just a Nashvilleian, if you see that, you don't know the ins and outs of the deal, there could be a perception there that there was a unfair benefit that appears was not reported. And then the other thing was with relation to the entities being separate, the NASCAR and Bristle and I forgot the 23I or whatever the name of it was. It seems as though the way that is reported in the media seems to be like Bristle NASCAR, and I think just general constituents, like the public, may not really be able to like differentiate the differences in those. Like, it appears to be the same thing. I think we had to get clarification ourselves on where the differences were. So that is where I'm struggling a little bit. I also just wanted to remind everybody, I am not a voting member, so I'm just here for conversation.
Which we appreciate. Yeah, I do know that the testimony was that there wasn't a reporting of, in terms of disclosure of the ticket, but I don't know, do board members have to disclose don't think board members have to do the annual disclosures of
No,
years.
not members
Members do.
of boards and
No,
commissions, no.
Right, so just council members do, but.
Yeah, council
but not-
members
Not board members.
and others,
Yeah, they're elected officials and.
exactly,
Right,
and,
but-
employees of the mayor's office and so.
So there's various, board members are excluded from that, so, so I guess the way I'm feeling, I don't wanna do semantics on caused by or related and all of that. I think that, we're at the line, Captain, I think you receive something of value more than $100. And ordinarily it would, that's E, that satisfies E. It's hard to be a person subject to these standards of conduct. There is the exception, and, I mean, it is so tippable, one way or the other. I think we had evidence that even when it was discovered, people thought, but there, to Buckley's point, no one moved on it. No one brought an ethics complaint.
I'm sorry, and I'm talking this out, and I may answer my own question, but I'm not 100% sure why the exception is relevant, because the rule is, shall not accept or solicit anything of value as herein defined, and I think herein defined is referring to how it defines anything of value. And then it says, except for the acceptance of food and beverages, but we're not talking about him accepting food and beverages.
S is not relevant.
But
Well, that's what I was saying before.
But it's the anything of value, you go back to that definition, and that's any payment, gift, or other transfer of value which is unrelated to and does not arise from.
Okay,
So,
unrelated to and does not arise from.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at originally, is the determinative language, because of that cross-reference as opposed to S, is that
So we
language.
just need to forget about S and
Forget
just
about S.
I
decide
think for
whether it
now,
was
yeah.
unrelated to or
Okay.
arose from.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that subsection X has two components. That's the food and beverages, and then the second section that talks about access to events and tickets. So, it says that employees shall not accept free or discounted admissions, tickets, access to events, or travel expenses from any source. Let me begin again. Employees, if related in any way, directly or indirectly, to being an employee, shall not accept free or discounted admissions, tickets, access to events, or travel expenses from any single source of an aggregate value in any calendar year in excess of $100. And then it goes on to say, provided that an employee may accept from the sponsoring organization on behalf of himself and a guest, free or discounted admissions, tickets, or access of a face value in excess of $100 if the event is generally recognized as an annual fundraising event sponsored by a nonprofit. So there's a $100 limitation on acceptance of access to events that are related in any way, directly or indirectly, to being an employee.
Yeah, the way I read E,
So-
the language in E is that it's really only carving out that $25 you're allowed for food.
Right.
So whether we think it's, whether we're talking about the conduct here is violation of E or of S2, to me, it still comes back to the definition language in L, because the carve-out in E that references S is only talking about that $25 of allowed food, is my reading of it.
But the S2 does not have the L carve-out. S2, if it's, what I think I'm hearing legal say, S2 in and of itself is a standalone.
Yeah,
I think both of them have the related, so S is related in any way directly or indirectly, so if you travel that way, or L says unrelated to and does not arise from. So I think it's either way you travel, you've gotta make the determination whether it relates indirectly. That's I mean, to me, it's
That's true.
kind of the
Yeah,
same
I see
question.
that. Yeah, I agree.
So even if we're looking at S2, we're saying we need to decide if it's related or unrelated.
I think
to this
that's right,
position.
because of the first sentence of S.
Yes.
Yeah, if related,
Right.
yeah.
That's-
Yes, I agree. Okay, so, now that we have agreed on the question, what's the answer?
It seems like ultimately the question is, was it related or unrelated to his?
Right.
I think one thing that would be good to clarify is the directly versus indirectly. Because I think it's maybe a little bit easier to determine whether or not it's related. If he's been going for years prior to being on the board, then it doesn't appear that it would be related. My question would be, how do we determine directly or indirectly?
Well, I think both of directly and indirectly are just two options to the same point of saying it's related. So it's either indirectly related or it's directly related. Either way, you still have to decide, is it related? Because I think it's just trying to broaden the umbrella that says, to say even if it's indirectly, it still could be related.
Let me rephrase what I'm wondering. I'm curious as to what it would look like to be indirectly related to the position.
I think that's where I come down with this language and with the complainant have the burden of proof, finding that it hasn't been met.
I mean, indirect interest is defined, but it's defined by the code, the TCA, Tennessee Code, and I'm not sure if, I think that's, both direct interest and indirect interest are defined terms. by
Yeah,
state law.
it's not related to.
It's not related
It's
to
a
the
completely,
indirect, right,
yeah,
right.
it's a completely different
Right.
issue.
Okay, well, why don't we, more discussion, or are we ready?
I mean, I think we all agree we've identified the relevant language in the issue. I wonder if it's worth mulling that one over a little bit to ourselves and addressing the other two prongs and then coming back.
Yeah, we can do that, I think that makes sense. So put a pin in it. So we know that we have found the fact, it sounds like we haven't taken the vote yet, but that it was received, ticket value more than $100. Why don't we move to the second issue, which is the disclosure of confidential information. And that relates to the news stories. It goes, I'm gonna go back to a question asked by a board member about what constitutes confidential. I believe that the law memo that we received on this case addressed that question. And I think essentially it was that,
Yeah.
matter
So,
of information prior to taking a vote from the body.
yeah, prior
Makes
to,
it-
basically, any contract or agreement, together with all supporting records and documentation, that will obligate public funds as part of county's economic community development program to assist a business in either locating or expanding in the county is a public record and open for inspection as of the date such contract or agreement is made available to members of the governing body. So here, the governing body is the Fair Board. So, if we're talking about the term sheet, it will become public once it's made available to members of the, governing body.
Right.
Which will, usually the governing body will, discuss that at a public meeting or whatever.
So the question was whether there was any disclosure by Mr. Hendricks of information about the agreement or the deal that hadn't been presented to the Fair Board for a vote. Because if it had been, it would have become public record. If it's prior to the vote by the Fair Board, then it would not be a public record from the board, it would be considered confidential.
Not even a vote, like, has it been made available to members of the Fair Board?
Right.
Usually in a public meeting.
Right.
So if it's been made available, then to the board, to the Fair Board, then it becomes public. But until then, it's confidential.
So any information or material released and disclosed that hadn't first been presented to the Fair Board would be the violation of disclosing of confidential information. We would,
Yes, so that meets the criteria.
that would meet the criteria for confidential.
Of agreements, contracts, and supporting documentation that obligates public funds as part of a community development program to assist new businesses or existing businesses in locating or expanding in the county will become public as of the date it's made available to members of the governing body. So as of the date it's made available to members of the Fair Board.
Yeah. So then the question we have is, did factually, or was it established by preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Hendricks released information relating to the deal, disclosed it to the media or otherwise, prior to bringing that information to the board in a public setting? And we have the question of the term sheet, the New Deal term sheet. I don't think that the evidence shows that Mr. Hendricks was the source of that term sheet. I didn't. There's other things. There were certainly statements he made, which we can discuss, statements he made to the press. But in terms of the new terms of the deal that was reported by, I guess, Fox 17 with specific terms, I don't know that we have evidence establishing by preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Hendricks was the source of that information to Fox 17. Others, other thoughts on that?
I agree with you.
I also agree that I don't have enough to say that he was the source.
It seems to me like the real question is, were his statements to the press?
Let's hold that, let's just do
Yeah,
this
I
one
agree.
first, term sheet.
And I'm looking, I've been going back to the complaint. And the complaints are specific in their allegations. Not, well, I'd say they're specific, but upon information and belief, they plead 22 through 24 that Mr. Hendricks released the New Deal term sheet, as they call it. And I don't think the evidence supports that allegation.
So then, assuming that we have consensus on that, then the question becomes the comments made to the press relating to the new deal. General or specific? So.
It's hard for me to like figure out if what he said was actually like based on the term sheet or not, because he seems to say that he was talking about the prior deal that had been approved and was public. And if his quotes were just about the 2023 deal, then there was no confidential information because that was already public. But if his quotes are in reference to the new proposal then I guess it could be confidential information, because I think there was agreement that it had not come before the board again. And he didn't know what the mayor's office was talking about with the SMI folks, but I struggle with that for a couple of reasons. One is the language in the article that specifically says this proposal differs from the prior deal, and then puts the quote about whatever, no money from the city. That is characterized as a new thing, and it's hard to really figure out the terms of the prior deal, specifically as it relates to that.
It's also hard to figure out where Mr. Hendricks' statement begins and the characterization ascribed to it and the article ends, if I'm saying that right. You know, it's entirely possible that Mr. Hendricks said there will be no financial obligation to the city, and the banner put the rest of that sentence in there to try to give it context. I mean, these statements were poor judgment, in my opinion. You should have just said no comment and shut up. Whether I think it's enough to show that he revealed confidential information, I'm not there yet. And I'm certainly not there yet on there being a preponderance that he released the term sheet. Again, the ends don't always show the means, but the result of this, as I understand it, was an immediate statement from the mayor that there was no deal. So the ends certainly didn't work out the way he wanted to if he wanted to support the racetrack or the deal by releasing the term sheet. You know, there could have been motivation for any number of people to release that sheet. So yeah, I think I agree with you. I mean, I'm happy. This is another one where I'm happy to hear conversation, because I find these issues difficult personally. But I'm not there yet on this being enough by a preponderance of the evidence, simply because I don't think we can take what's written in the article and the way it's couched as enough in and of itself, and I don't feel like I have sufficient evidence that he released the term sheet.
So just to clarify what you're saying, what's written in the article doesn't establish new information, is what you're saying. We can't tell that there was a disclosure of information.
Correct. I'm not there yet. And absent the idea that he provided the term sheet, which I don't think we have a preponderance.
Right, so I think we've decided that we don't have enough evidence on the term sheet. Leaving that aside now, we're now moving on to just the comments. That's what we're focused on now. And as to the comments, are you saying the comments as written in these articles don't provide enough for us to determine that some information was released?
By him, yes,
By him.
I agree. To me, the comments read, I mean, look, it's possible the comments could read that way, that they came with him providing the term sheet. That's possible. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just going by what the preponderance is. It's also possible that these comments are coming from someone who supports the deal and is trying to sound, again, not like he doesn't know what he's talking about, and being optimistic about the deal, and said more than he should have, in my view. But I'm not at a place where I think the comments in the story alone are enough to get to the preponderance.
For a release of confidential information, okay.
I have a question. So there's another part of the article at the beginning where there are no quotes, but it says, Jasper Hendricks, chair of the Metro Board of Fair Commissioners, told the Banner on Wednesday that a deal between Metro and Speedway Motorsports, Inc. to overhaul the Nashville Fairground Speedway and bring top-tier NASCAR races back to the South Nashville site is nearly ready to announce. So without the specifics of what the deal is, would this statement in and of itself be confidential information?
I mean, it's close, but it's, number one, it's not quoted, as you point out.
Right.
And number two, Is the fact that there's a deal that's close to being announced in and of itself confidential information without any information on what the deal is?
Right, that's my question.
Well, he also said, I think he said that the deal at that point was being negotiated outside of the Fair Board, that there wasn't an expectation that it was even gonna come back to the Fair Board. So if he's just hearing what something's happening in the mayor's office, there's nothing to bring back to the Fair Board, I think was what he told us. Because he thought it was the same deal, just tweaked. I mean, it's not a brand new deal that was gonna have to go back to the Fair Board, and he'd have to go to the Fair Board to see what the deal was, so he could then have it presented and have, that wasn't his understanding of where things were. He was kind of waiting to hear from the mayor's office as the testimony came in, but.
Is this portion, this deliberation that we're having now, is this considered to still be the hearing?
No.
The hearing part is over?
Well, the evidentiary hearing, it's the hearing, the general hearing on the case, yeah, we're just deliberating. Why?
So I'm curious because there was a question made about the way that the banner article was written, and if something was like directly related to something that Mr. Hendricks said, or if this was like the banner's interpretation of what he said. The author of the article is here, so can we not ask him directly? Stephen Elliott, he was in the next room, unless, I don't know if he's still here, but he was in here, he was just in the next room. So can we not ask him directly? And in the hearing procedures, in under 2A, .7, it says the board may, in its discretion, permit interested persons present at the hearing to offer testimony under oath, even if the persons were not called as witnesses by any party. So if this is still part of the hearing, we can then choose to do that.
If we can choose as a board to do that, I think we have the authority to do that, but we have to see as a board, do we want to reopen the evidentiary hearing? And we take his evidence, and then there'd be opportunity for cross-examination and so forth. Is that something we'd like to do? And to find out what was said and what was, let's make sure, I guess my view on that we could do that, and I'd be open to doing that. I wanna make sure that the pros and cons, that it makes sense to do it, that we're gonna get enough.
Totally, and not to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze, totally get it.
Exactly.
And I'm not,
whatever the expression is.
I'm not sure that we need to do it, but I just wanted to put it out there because the comment was made about not being certain on if this is like the banner's interpretation or what Mr. Hendricks said.
The ability, having him come now with his recollection of what exact words were said. I don't know, does anyone want to?
I mean, the language in the rule talks about permitting someone to testify. He didn't request to testify, neither party called him.
We could ask.
I mean, I don't know that I think it'd be particularly helpful,
Okay. Does anyone think we should move in that direction? We sometimes just deal with what we have.
No, it's a great point.
It is a really good point. And I think we have the discretion to do that. If we choose as a board, I'm not gonna unilaterally.
And I should be clear, I'm not objecting, right? If other people wanna do it,
Well, it was more so to support the question statement that you raised, so if it's not helpful for you, then I don't think that it would be helpful for the body.
Yeah. So the language in the code says, the board in the exercise of its discretion permit interested persons, so, present at the hearing to offer testimony under oath. So one question is, what is their interest in these proceedings? 'Cause usually an interested person is a legal term. And just merely being a reporter, doesn't mean you're an interested person in these proceedings.
That's a good point, I don't think we're gonna go in that direction. So we're on the question of, we know that there's no evidence that he released the term sheet. We have, the only evidence we have of the respondent releasing confidential information, which is one of the charges, is we have the media reports quoting him of what he said. And our question is, And he did not deny it, actually. He did not deny that he said those things to the media. So we do know what he said to the media. So, in light of the fact that there was no deal, because we know that the mayor's office said there was no deal, we have that. There's no reason to doubt that. There was no deal. Did he, in his comments to the media, disclose confidential information? I don't know what it would have been, because there was no deal. He definitely, and if we don't have, if we can't find evidence of disclosure of confidential information, meaning information that he had, that he should have brought to his board as chair and disclose the information in public, at a public meeting of his fair board. That's how we're defining this confidential information. Can we find that in the evidence, in the record, in the testimony, that he disclosed something about the deal that he should have brought back to his board?
I have a question for those who have the complaint fresh top of mind. Was the deal sheet the confidential information that the complainants specified as being the issue? Or was it the other language in the article?
It's both.
It's both, okay.
It's both. Just made certain comments to the banner about a racetrack expansion transaction that had not been disclosed to the public or other fair board members. This violated IL, prohibiting the disclosure of confidential information. That was in August 20th. That was his comment to the banner.
And the banner article is not the one that attached the deal sheet, it was the Fox 17?
Right.
Okay, so just focusing on the banner article, was there confidential information disclosed?
And I think the confidential information that was suggested was that there was a deal and it was about to be disclosed. They were close to a deal. That is, I think, what was disclosed. He was confirming. We have the headline. He's confirming. And yet he hadn't gone to his board and said, by the way, board, there's a deal about to be signed, but it wasn't his board's deal. It was, he's hearing the mayor's close to the deal.
But we don't, I mean, the only way he even heard that, based on his testimony, is from the reporter.
From the banner, right.
So he really doesn't have any knowledge about
Right.
any of this.
Right.
But he's commenting about major obstacles being removed. So what do we, I mean, it's, his testimony is, I didn't know anything about it, but I was confident enough to comment that it was gonna be a good deal for the people and that major obstacles were removed.
Right, so for us, I think, focusing on having to trying to do our take on preponderance of the evidence in terms of, do we know, did we get enough information to know that there was confidential information disclosed in that? Or do we move into K, which is giving by the conduct, discretionary conduct, giving the impression that others can improperly influence?
Well, I don't even think that, I don't think anybody I don't think they argued K in their complaint.
Yeah, they did.
For this?
No, but I don't think that's excludes it.
I don't see K playing into this one. But,
So what is the argument that, what is the information?
so I think it's limited to that, was this confidential information or not?
Okay.
And I struggle with the fact that if he actually knew it and believed it, it may have been. But since his testimony is, I really didn't know anything about the deal, I just said these general things.
Well, hold on, if he said it, if he knew about it because of he's saying the banner told him. And then he said general things in response. Is that a disclosure of confidential information? That's what we're looking at. We have to articulate what is the conduct that was disclosure of confidential information. And what we have are the statements that he admitted he's made to the media.
For me, it kind of just goes back to what she was saying earlier about him still discussing the 2023 deal, because if that is what he's making these statements off of, that's already been released. And then the next step is for it to go to the mayor's office, right?
Yeah, but that wouldn't make any sense to call it a new deal.
Yeah.
It's not a new deal if it's the 2023 deal.
So am I hearing that there's a credibility question then? Because that's kind of what I'm hearing then. Because you're saying he did have new information, he did know something about the new deal, he didn't admit it to us, but he did know it and he disclosed it. That would be a credibility finding, that we don't believe he didn't know about the new terms, he didn't know that what was happening behind the scenes. I think that's what we're faced with to make a determination.
Yeah, and I think something that I still am struggling with is the text messages between Mr. Hendricks and Mr. Kuhn, because I don't understand why Mr. Kuhn would say, don't share any details, he is fishing for sources. Kuhn would know whether he knows about the deal or not, so why would he tell him not to share details if he hadn't discussed the details with him? Like, what details would Kuhn be talking about? That makes me wonder and question whether he did actually know about the terms of this new proposal. And they were just optimistically saying that a deal had been made, even though it was just a proposal at that time, and then the mayor's office came back and said, okay, there's no deal. But at the time when he made the statements, he must have thought that there was one, because that's what he said. We're close to announcing a new deal.
So we're looking at credibility question then.
Well, that's why I asked a couple of the questions that I asked, was there's an inherent assessment of credibility that's required here. I guess the problem that I'm having here is that to me there are multiple different potential explanations for the statements in the Barron article. And I'm not to a place yet that you just came about as close as anyone has yet. I'm not at a place yet where I feel like the evidence preponders in favor of that he actually had confidential information that he disclosed. Because it seems to me that these statements are also consistent with someone who's a cheerleader for a project and trying to cheerlead the project without actually having. What I'm saying is I think because of the burden standard, I'm having trouble getting over it, because to me there are rational explanations that go both ways for the article statements. And again, we've already talked about how it seems like none of us feel there's a sufficient preponderance that he released the term sheets, so the term sheet's out presumably, unless someone disagrees with that. I'm not, like I said, I think the statements were horribly poor judgment, at the least. Is that an ethics violation? I'm just not to the point yet in my head where feel like I have a preponderance that the statements release confidential information that he actually had.
So let's nail that down, right, and see where we are in terms of moving on with structuring decision here. That's what we're looking at. Does anyone, let's take that position, does anyone believe that these statements to the press constitute a disclosure of confidential information in violation of the standards of conduct?
I think I agree with Mr. Davis that I don't understand why he made the comments, but that's not really the question here.
It's not this question.
Correct. And that I can't get over, based on the testimony and his very strong denial of knowing anything about the deal or about the term sheet, that this was actual confidential information he knew and released. I don't.
Any other, just how do we weigh in on that point? That's my view.
Either he was just, as I think he testified, I didn't wanna look like I didn't know what was going on, or he was or he was referring to the 2023 deal, which wasn't confidential.
And/or the media, was
correct.
trying to get
That's
an
right.
exclusive.
I also
Trying to get an exclusive and get
yes.
eyeballs, right?
I do not doubt that there were likely some differences between what was said and what was published. That is not unusual at all.
So let's see if we have consensus on this.
Well, the only thing is that Mr. Hendricks didn't dispute what was published.
True.
That's right.
He didn't say, oh, I didn't say that.
No, we have that.
I guess, I mean, the characterization of maybe the title or, you know, some of the stuff that was more, I think one of the titles was Fair Board, like head did something or.
Yeah, he didn't dispute the quoted language, if I remember the testimony correctly, but I don't know if we asked him about the full context of the article, some of the unquoted statements.
What are you thinking was a disclosure?
So, for me, setting aside the specific terms, like the term sheet, just the fact that a new deal was about to be announced, that seems like confidential information. Even without the specifics of what was in the deal, just the existence of a new deal, that could be confidential information. That's what I'm struggling with. Because everyone has agreed that they thought it was dead after the mayor's office transitioned in 2023. And then that's why they didn't, you know, going back to the NASCAR event, that's why they didn't bring a complaint at that time, because they were like, oh, you know, there's probably nothing here, nothing's happening with this deal. But for him to come out in 2025 and say, oh, there's a deal we're about to announce, and we think you'll be happy, and it's changed in this way and that way, that seems like confidential information if that's, the existence of that is not something that's been before the Fair Board. And the community hasn't had a chance to discuss it or hear what this deal is.
So the testimony was that, and again, it goes to credibility, the testimony was that he was told that there was a deal in the works. And it was kind of, so
I
he
don't know
didn't
that
think the deal.
Did he say that he was told that before the reporter reached out?
No, I think he said the reporter reached out and told him that.
Right, but before the reporter reached out, did he say that he knew that there was discussions?
No,
Okay.
I think he denied it, actually,
Right.
affirmatively denied knowing anything about it prior to the reporter reaching out.
So I think we're getting, I think we can, so on this, okay, yes.
I think what's hard for me is, I kind of see it both ways, and I do have some sympathy for Mr. Hendricks in I completely understand not wanting to look like you don't know what you're talking about when the media calls you. I totally get that. That is a terrible look. You don't want to be in that situation. But also, if the media calls me and asks me for a statement on something, I am going to try to reach out to the proper entity. So it's hard to speculate what you would do in someone else's shoes, right? But to me, the logical thing would be reaching out to the fair director, whomever he said he reached out to, reaching out to the mayor's office to get that information. I have a hard time affirming a deal that I don't know anything about. That is where it will be a bit of a struggle for me to say oh, people will like this deal, or to make an assumption that people will like the deal based on the assumption that the mayor would fight hard or whatever the case might be. That's what makes it a little hard for me.
Right. That is the part that makes me think that he was aware of a deal. And that goes back to the credibility question. Why would you go out on a limb and say that this is something that the community will like if you don't even know that there's a deal? You're putting yourself in an awkward situation to say that this deal addresses these concerns and X, Y, and Z if you don't really know anything about a deal. And then the other issue is when he reached out to Matthew Kuhn, he wasn't saying, nothing in the text message said, what deal are they talking about? It was more so the reporter reached out to me. He never indicated that he was surprised to hear about a deal. And Matthew said, don't give him the details. So why would Matthew say, don't give him the details if there was no deal or a proposal? It doesn't make sense to me. So that makes me lean towards finding that there was a violation.
Because you're saying on credibility, you don't find it credible, given all the documentation and statements that have been admitted to. It's, and the text message, it's not credible to you that he didn't know that there was a deal. So his statements to the media constitutes a release of confidential information.
That's where I am.
That's
Yes,
where you are.
That's where I am. I mean, I could be convinced otherwise, but that's what I'm thinking.
So we've broken the case into these three different sections. And we're on the release of confidential information now. Does anyone want to comment on this position that as a matter of trying to make sense of the documentation before us, that it leads at least one of our board members to the conclusion that the testimony wasn't credible because it doesn't align with the documentation? And if not, we can actually, we now have, I think, deliberated on this issue 2, this question of release of confidential information, and we may be ready for a vote on this one. And we can, don't have to all agree. We have, how many? 5? We have 5 voting members here. Do we need more discussion before we vote on the question of release of confidential information? We still will look at all of the conduct in the frame of K, giving the impression of being influenced. So we still have both statements to the press and maybe even, the attendance and the posting the attendance at the Gala on his social media, all that still can come in through K. We can discuss it. But just on the release of confidential information, okay, I guess we can, are we ready for a vote on this one then? Is there?
Somebody's gotta make a motion,
Yeah, but I mean, are we?
Do we wanna do that now, or do we wanna talk about the third issue and then vote on all 3 at the same time? I don't care, I'm just asking.
Well, I think we'll take a vote as to each one, but we can do it all together. If you want to go to the third one, if everyone's keeping all the positions and arguments straight, the third one is that by his conduct, Mr. Hendricks, his conduct of his text exchange with the lobbyists for SMI, he gave the impression that he could be improperly influenced by another in his performance of his official duties, or that such person enjoys his favor, which would be a violation of K, and K is prohibiting giving the impression that you can be improperly influenced by another person, or that such person enjoys the favor of the public employee.
I will say that I didn't see anything in the text that suggested that he was asking, that Mr. Hendricks was asking Mr. Kuhn for direction on what to say. Like he was just telling him, this reporter reached out to me and told him what the reporter was asking about. He never asked him a question. But the fact that he reached out to him and, well, just focusing on the text messages, I didn't really see him seeking any kind of guidance or direction from Mr. Kuhn.
And in fact, Kuhn said, just say that you're working with the mayor's office, and that's not what he said.
Right,
So he
the
didn't
opposite.
take any direction.
Right.
Well, I think he had already given his comments. Because he says in there, I said X, Y, Z. Like, I think he had already given his comments to the press. And I looked at the timing of the text and the article, and I couldn't, it's actually, there's no timestamp on the article, only the date. But I believe that he had already talked to the reporter, given his comments, said, I'll have to call you back. I don't know that he ever called him back or not. I don't think there was testimony to that. But I think he had already given his comments to the Banner reporter.
I think I came to that same conclusion.
No, there's no time. So you think the order, the sequence was Banner called him, said, I hear there's a deal about to be disclosed. He then gave his comments, yeah, it's gonna be great, people will like it. Then he got off the phone with the Banner and went to his director at the Fair Board, who said she knew nothing about it, and then he contacted Kuhn.
I think so.
Well,
Yeah, because he would have had to, he would have already spoken to the reporter at the point where he said, Kuhn asked, what's he asking? And he said, his response was that he heard that a deal will be announced within the next few days, and if there is anything I can share. And then he said, I think the people will be pleased with what is being worked out, but I need to call you back.
Wait, who said, I think, that?
Hendricks.
Yeah, right.
Hendricks told Kuhn, I said, I think the people will be pleased with what is being worked out, but I need to call you back.
Okay, so he had to get off the phone, Hendricks.
Hendricks told the Banner he would call them back.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
So, I forgot what we were
That
trying
implies
to
that he
decide.
didn't have, I mean, that doesn't, I don't think that cuts one way or the other as to his having prior knowledge of the specifics of the deal. He's just saying, I got a call, this is what they told me, which is what he testified to. Hey, what am I supposed to do with this information? I'm sitting here as the board chair, and I'm hearing this, like, what's going on? He tries to check in with his board director, knows nothing. And he calls out to Kuhn like, what's this? This is what I said, what's going on?
He never said what's going on. See, that's
Right,
what I'm
right,
struggling
right,
with.
But why did he contact him?
To let him know, I'm being called by the media. All of these are statements. He's not asking him what's going on. He's not saying what deal is this reporter talking about. And even when Kuhn says don't share any details, he is fishing for sources, we don't see a response that day. And then the next day, Saturday, we have a text from Kuhn with this other article. So if Hendricks was contacted about a deal and he didn't know anything about it and he gave the quotes, let's just say he was generally saying, oh, I assume if the mayor's office is working on something, it's gonna be great for the community, whatever. It seems odd to me that after Kuhn says don't share any details, that he doesn't say something like, well, how could I share details? I don't know what he's talking about, Like, the conversation just seems odd to me, unless he knows about the deal. Like, the fact that he doesn't respond to that part, don't share any details, makes me question whether he actually didn't know or not.
Although Kuhn might not have known what the mayor's office was informing the board. I mean, the mayor's office could have been contacting the director of the board and saying, hey, just want, get you a heads up,
Right,
right? They could have given you a heads up. Kuhn didn't know what they knew.
right. But Hendricks knew what he knew and what he didn't know.
Well, he
And he
testified that
didn't-
he didn't know
Right,
anything.
but he didn't tell Kuhn that he didn't know anything when he said, don't share any details.
But, right, but I don't think he'd wanna say to the lobbyist, hey, mayor's office like has kept me in the dark here, I have no idea what's happening, right? That's what he didn't say. I mean, this is, obviously, this is a perspective, but
Yeah.
you have a perspective as well, and it's indeterminate. I mean, I don't know that we can, you know, I don't know that there's an answer that clearly comes out of the documents and the testimony. So we're gonna have to just
So
make
let's,
some decisions.
let's assume that the mayor's office had been discussing it with the Fair Board, including Mr. Hendricks. When Kuhn responded, you might say, you are aware of the conversation and are eager to work with the mayor's office to find a long-term solution, blah, blah, blah. He tells him what he should say to the reporter. In that instance, even if Kuhn is assuming that Hendricks is informed by the mayor's office or some other source, why wouldn't Hendricks respond and say, well, I'm not having conversations?
It wouldn't be in his interest to tell Kuhn that he was left in the dark by the mayor's office. That's how I see it.
But why would
Aren't we
Kuhn
also-
suggest,
Aren't we also saying that he already made his statements too?
right,
Like, just based off of the thing, so maybe it's like well, I said the exact opposite of what you're telling me to do, so I'm not even gonna respond to that at all.
You know, I think there's some tea leaves here.
yeah.
Yeah. And I don't, we definitely have credibility to assess. That's something we can do confidently. The suggestion was to move to the third issue, which was the, giving the appearance, the impression of being improperly influenced in one's public work, public position. It's K.
But we can look at the other
Yes,
conduct to
yes,
decide
all
if there's a
conduct,
violation.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Separate and together.
I don't think that the text messages give rise to that, to a violation of K. I'm not sure if there was a different provision that the text message was alleging was violated, but I don't see it on that one. Just because he wasn't asking for guidance in his message. And, well, I don't know, this is probably like in the weeds, but nobody would have seen the text but for the FOIA request.
But I think it's giving Kuhn the impression, not giving.
Okay.
It's not the public.
Not the public.
Right.
Gotcha.
I think that would, and I actually think the fact that he reached out and then Kuhn's reaction of giving him this guy, again, maybe unsolicited, but the fact that there was a relationship there enough that he said, oh, here's what you should do, is disturbing to me.
Yeah, I feel like we had this before and I'm remembering now that it's the person that is under that impression, not necessarily the public. So we're needing to decide, was Matthew Kuhn under the impression that he had some sort of improper influence?
I think that's right.
Now, I'm just gonna ask legal for a moment. Different different standards have been mentioned, and there's lots of facts, but so for instance, K, but there's, for instance, the conduct of the gala came up under E, but if we can, I assume, use any standard to look at the evidence across all of the evidence that we find. all of the conduct that we find. Is that correct? We're not tied to the specific standard. If conduct A, they say it violates standard B, but we think conduct A violates standard C, we can use that. Any conduct that we've heard and taken evidence on, we can consider whether it's violated any of the standards that have been put at issue in this case. Is that correct?
Well, you go back to the allegations in the complaint as to what's alleged to have violated the standards of conduct. So what the hearing, after your meeting, you decided to hold a hearing on 3 distinct allegations.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
One of the standards is K, giving the impression that someone else can influence you in your public duties. That's K. And the complaint was brought in through his communication with the lobbyist. That was the allegation. But if we think posting to social media pictures of himself at the gala violates K, even though it was brought under only E, receiving something of value, can we find that, again, that conduct could violate K, standard K?
Well, I think the allegation in the complaint with regards to the postings pertain to the acceptance of access to an event.
And I'm asking you that we have to stick with that.
What
you're saying?
I think
there's a totality of conduct that we may have concerns about.
Just a point of reference, we tried to clarify that, and we suggested we can amend the complaint to council. And
What did you try to clarify that with me?
With council. You want me to shut up?
Oh, hang on though, I'm reading the complaint here, hang on.
Well, let's just let him finish what he's saying.
Council very narrowly took our complaint and put it 2 different things. And we said, well, we want to amend our complaint. And so, but I thought we were assured that you can consider any behavior any violation. So that's why it seems, which makes sense to me, because what are we gonna do then after this hearing? We can go back and amend the complaint and.
Can I read a paragraph from the complaint? Because I think this answers the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Hendricks this is in the complaint. Hendricks has violated the standards of conduct by accepting free gala tickets, giving him admission and access to an exclusive non-public event, a benefit he should have reasonably known was intended to influence actions taken in his official capacity, using his metropolitan government position to secure unwarranted privileges for himself in violation of standards of conduct E, F, I, and S. Given his apparent and authorized knowledge of confidential discussions between offerer and Metro, he has violated standard of conduct L by upon information belief releasing confidential information to news media. All of the foregoing conduct, including the campaign contributions described above, gives reasonable basis for the impression of offerer can improperly influence or unduly enjoy Hendricks' favor in the performance of his official duties in violation of standard of conduct A. So I think the complaint alleges everything comes into K.
Yeah, I think, okay, so I think we're good. So, the narrow way was looking at this text message with a lobbyist. And I don't know how board members and council members, I know council members work with lobbyists. I mean, we've had other testimony on other matters that council members do work with lobbyists. And they get information and they share information and they prepare things and so forth, which I think is considered accepted. So I don't know how to weigh this fact that he reached out. I find credible that he learned information he was waiting for, reached out to his director, and then reached out to the lobbyist to say what, I just was contacted, he didn't say what, I was just contacted by the media. It is surprising to me, as others have said, I don't know why he didn't reach out to the mayor's office. It would seem to be the first thing to do. It may be because of his relationship with his professional director, who is the one in charge with communicating with the mayor's office, that when she knew nothing about it, there was no reason for him to reach out to the mayor's office. So I don't know if anyone thinks the reach out to the lobbyist, Mr. Kuhn, in and of itself constitutes a violation of K.
I think, I don't know if I can answer that question, but I did want to weigh in on council members' relationships with lobbyists. I don't get reached out to a lot by lobbyists. I think there's an assumption of where my positions will be based on my vote history. So lobbyists tend to not waste their time talking to me too often. But I guess where I would have question is, or where there may be concern or question, or however you want to frame it, if I am in support of something and I'm in communication with that lobbyist, they, may share information or whatever the case may be. I think it comes down to, because I feel like I read this in somewhere in all of these pages, I remember reading something about the commissioners should have a neutral stance. I believe I read that somewhere. So I think that the appearance is that this was not entered into with the neutral stance, which can then be, are you being unduly influenced? I have a hard time getting a good understanding of if this is a violation. I do agree with some of the comments that have been made that it probably wasn't the wisest thing to do, in the sense of, you could feel as though you have not done anything wrong, but the perception will be, the community members will have concerns, or the community members will perceive this to be a certain way. The media could perceive this to be a certain way. So I think we do have to be extra careful in the things we post, the events we go to, the anything that you are accepting. I think you have to be extra careful. I even think even with the comments made to the media, you have to be extra careful that your words are not being perceived in a different way. Like, I'm so measured when I talk to the media because I don't want anything I say to be taken out of context. But again, I can't expect someone else to, just because I move that way, I can't expect someone else to move that way. So I have a hard time really determining if this was a violation or just a lapse of judgment.
I'm trying to recall if we ever asked Mr. Hendricks why he contacted Mr. Kuhn. Did we ask him that, or did he say why he contacted him?
He did. When he found out from the banner about the deal, he said he first contacted his director at the board and who knew nothing, so he contacted Kuhn to find out. That's what I believe his testimony was.
To find out what the reporter was talking about?
I remember it just a little bit differently, but similar. My interpretation, initially what was said was that he reached out to Mr. Kuhn. When we presented the question of like, why didn't you reach out to the mayor's office, he said he reached out to the
Director?
The fair director.
Right, yeah. I was just putting it in sequence. Because did you hear him say he reached out to the director before contacting Kuhn? Yes, it was.
Yeah, I noted that he said he contacted the Fairgrounds director before contacting Matthew, but I don't recall him saying, I understand the sequence that the reporter reached out, and so then he made these contacts, but what was the reason for contacting Kuhn? I understand the impetus, but what was he expecting to get from Mr. Kuhn? Because he didn't ask him any questions, he just said it. He just said this, the reporter contacted me.
Yeah, well, I don't, so again, it goes to credibility. You'd have to ask, why would he have contacted his executive director at the board when he found out? Again, you can find it credible or not find it credible that he reached out to the director. Why would he be reaching out to the director, other than say, what's up? Do you have any information? I just heard this. But you can find that not credible. But I think we have to, I do think we have to come to some decisions here. This is a very challenging case. Everyone's, blood sugar is really low. We have to keep moving forward. I'm sorry.
Well, that's a good rating.
That'll wake you up.
I know, that's impressive.
That's where blood sugar gets low. So, we are now on K. We have decided that we can consider all conduct presented that we believe we found, and whether it gives the impression of improper influence. And I guess I will say, I think the way to look at it is the totality of the conduct here. I think that it's reasonable for members of the public to say, he went to the gala, he's acting like he's talking about a deal that we haven't even heard. So you can kind of understand, I think, the public being concerned that there's been behind the scenes discussions or negotiations with the chair and the racetrack that wasn't public. I think that's reasonable. By perhaps underappreciating, perhaps innocently underappreciating the effect of the conduct to the public, for which there was a sounds like very hotly debated and contested important public issue about how the city was going to proceed. So I'm hearing where it's like violation versus really poor judgment. I'm kind of hearing a consensus. No one thinks that no matter how understandable or innocent or unintended the statements that were basically making a misrepresentation, because they implied knowledge that wasn't there. So it's kind of a public misrepresentation, right? They're saying, because if he didn't know anything about the deal, he shouldn't have been telling media that the deal's going to be closed in a few days, because that was actually not factually correct. So not great, not good judgment to be making that statement. And if it was to protect one's own public standing, so it doesn't look like you were closed out of what was happening, and you wanted to look like you knew what was happening. I mean, I can understand that as an explanation of why he talked about a deal that he knew nothing about. It's concerning, as others said, whether it rises to a level of K violation is, I think this one is easier for me to consider a violation than the confidential question, because I don't have this full blown finding lack of credibility, believing that he knew about it, and it's just not credible that he didn't know the specific terms of the new deal or that he wasn't revealing it. I don't have that. That's not my credibility finding in this case. So let's, and again, we can consider K. I think we can consider the whole thing in K. How a very public person, being chair of the Fair Board, in the context of really kind of strong pro and con, strong coalitions on both sides, strong pro and for and against, how he conducts himself and whether he took action, and it could be through posting the gala on, going to it, posting it, his attendance at the gala, making these statements for his own perhaps personal reasons, just for professional kind of reputational reasons, making statements implying that he was in the know, how that, whether that conduct could reasonably make people believe that he was giving the impression he could be influenced by the company.
I just wanna make sure y'all read the actual article that was on on 17. It says that a $30 million bond, this is what I said, the construction of a grandstand, at least one racetrack every 2 years. This is the 2023 deal.
No, it's not.
No, the 30 is the 25 deal.
Correct.
30, the bond is 30, you said that?
Huh?
You said
No,
that?
no, they're saying that the deal, that whatever they
Yeah.
included, so I don't know anything else other than the 2025 deal, the 2023 deal.
But you did.
No, I was saying, did y'all read this? Like, I don't wanna say
We did,
anything
we
about
did.
that.
We did,
'Cause I
that's
don't know
the new
anything about
deal.
that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, can I say that for purposes of potential appeal by either side, that I think we actually need to vote separately on each of them under the counts?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Oh.
I was thinking the way you were going is we were just gonna vote once under
Oh.
K.
No,
subsection K.
not
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Remember, we put a pin in
Yeah,
E.
well, I
We're gonna
gotcha,
go back.
I got a little lost.
Yep.
And so,
No, we were looking at K as the last of the three issues, the third
Okay.
of the three issues.
got it.
And we established that although K was alleged by the text, that we didn't need to stick to just the text.
Right.
That was the Q&A here.
Sure.
That's where we are there.
Okay.
But
So just for clarity, the potential standards that any of the conduct violated was E, F, I, K, L, and S? Is that right? Okay, I propose that we just go one by one with the standards, and whatever conduct we think violated or didn't violate that standard, and vote on it that way, rather than by the conduct. Does that make sense? Going by
No,
the
not
standard instead of the conduct?
I'm not sure it does.
Because if the conduct if we go by the conduct, we would still have to go one by the standard, because the same conduct could have violated one and not the other.
Well, I think E is pretty straightforward and I is pretty straightforward. E is, did he receive something in excess of $100?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty straightforward.
Right, so that's why
We
I'm
can vote on
saying,
that.
whichever way, I just want to make sure that I had the standards.
Yeah, that's good.
Those
to
are
know.
all the standards that we're
Yeah.
looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
I propose we start with the first issue, and that's whether his attendance at the NASCAR awards show, which we agreed, we found the value of that entry was in excess of 100, constitutes a violation of E, standard E, taking of anything of value in excess of 100 from a third party.
So do we have I have a question though, we've never established what the value is.
We don't have to, we have
Under the
found.
Metro Code, I thought you had to say, it has to be proven what the value is.
I'll explain it. What we did is we took the evidence that came before us through documentation and testimony. Circumstantial evidence, it doesn't have to be direct evidence, we don't have to actually, but the evidence is that we found credible that attendance at this event, which we've seen images of, and going, for which there was a performance by a well-known musician, that the value is something that would be in excess of $100. We found that. The question in our discussion that we had to still put a pin in was whether it was related or unrelated to that was the take from that. So we're gonna just think about that for a minute, and we're gonna vote on that one. You have to decide whether it was related or unrelated.
No, clarification question. Is the way we're gonna do this, the vote would be, so this first issue, the attendance at the gala. And are we gonna have to have a separate sub-vote on E, F, I, S, and K? Or
No.
okay, we're gonna
No.
do one
We're
vote.
gonna do
I
this.
agree. Okay,
Then we're gonna go to the confidential information one,
okay.
and then we'll end with K.
Oh,
Wait, wait, we'll end with K as a.
I think the issue,
The issue the issue,
the last issue was alleged to violate K, I think.
the
Right,
the
but my
appearance of-
question is, in discussing the attendance at the gala, if we decide that it doesn't violate E, but it does violate
Yeah,
K,
that's fine.
are we
Yeah,
gonna
that's
go
fine.
back to it when we get to K, or talk about it when we talk about the conduct?
I'd like to move down to K. I'd like to just look at E and the $100 and whether it's related or not.
Okay.
We have to start narrowing this discussion.
Okay.
So, I'll make a motion.
Yes, thank you.
I would move, I guess, well, it's not to dismiss because of the K issue. I would move the board to find that Mr. Hendricks' conduct in accepting the pass and attending the 2023 gala is not a violation of 2.222.010, I'm sorry.
E.
2.222.020 E.
you wanna include F, I, and S in that as well? No? Okay.
So that's the motion.
I will second that. Any further discussion? And your reasoning was because it wasn't related.
I don't think it's related directly or indirectly to his position as a fair board member, which would be why he's a quote employee
Because we heard of the evidence of his long-standing relationships.
Yes.
I will second that. Any further discussion?
Can I ask, is that including E and S? Well, E references S, but it talks about,
Yeah, let me amend it. That
it
might help.
talks about food and beverages
Yeah.
only, yeah,
So let me amend the motion. So I would move that the board find that Mr. Hendricks, in accepting the pass to attend the 2023 NASCAR Gala, did not violate 2.222.020 E or S as in Sam. Because I believe that those two are the two subsections that really relate to accepting something, anything of value. And I'm leaving aside K.
Okay. And I'll second that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to a roll call vote.
Chair Diani?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Sabus?
No.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 against.
Okay. That makes us, we can now move to the second issue, which was disclosure of confidential information in violation of IL 2.222.020L. Prohibiting the disclosure of confidential information. And we have looked at that issue 2 ways, both the term sheet, the disclosure of the term sheet, and the statements that were admitted to, that were made to various media outlets regarding the New Deal. motion?
I'll make a motion to dismiss that count.
Is there a second?
Wait a second. Instead of dismissing the count, well, that doesn't stop us from discussing that conduct in reference to another. If we dismiss that count, we can still discuss the conduct.
Yes, you're,
Okay.
you're actually,
I'm just,
You're
to
saying that
dismiss
you-
the disclosure, that it's a disclosure of confidential information under subsection L, yes.
section L, that we did not find
Right.
sufficient evidence
Correct.
of a disclosure of confidential information that would be in violation of
Subsection L.
L.
Correct.
Okay, so I just wanna make sure I have this right. So the motion is that the board did not find a violation of 2.222.020L.
We did not find a preponderance of the evidence
Okay.
showing that there was a disclosure of confidential information.
Okay, hang on, whoa. Because yes versus no, the terminology, the way that I phrased the motion
Okay.
was to dismiss the count in the complaint. I'm happy to reword it.
Let's reword it the other
Okay.
way. Let's make it a affirmative finding. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Dismissals are for the,
Alright, so I'm saying now, so I'll move to that we are not finding sufficient evidence by preponderance of a violation of subsection L.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, can we let's take a vote?
Chair Diani?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Sabus?
Yes.
Ms. Young?
No.
It's 4 in favor, 1 against.
Okay. And now that brings us to the third issue, which is the conduct that reasonably would suggest or give the impression of improper influence by a third party. And we can read that standard. Let's read, okay. An employee shall not give a reasonable basis by their conduct for the impression that any person can improperly influence or unduly enjoy their favor in the performance of their official duties, or that they are unduly affected by the kinship, rank, position, or influence of any person. Yes.
I think the impression is the kind of the key part here. I think it was hard to kind of justify on those other two. But for this one, I think that the pattern of the closeness of the relationship from texting to going to events, I can see how that would give an impression to the community.
I agree. I think based on the attendance of the event, posting the photos of being at the event, granted it was a NASCAR event and not a SMI event, it doesn't really matter because to the community it's one and the same. If the SMI deal is approved, NASCAR would benefit from it. So seeing the Fair Board member at a NASCAR event, knowing that he is making statements to the newspaper which characterize him as a supporter of the deal, there was no disputing the characterization of his statements to the reporters. That gave the impression that he is in favor of the 2023 deal at least, but also I think that there's enough to conclude that he was aware of a 2025 deal and that he was still in favor of that deal and reaching out to the lobbyists for the SMI entity. All of those things has given me the impression that he is improperly influenced and that these entities do enjoy his favor, and that when this comes back, if it comes back to the Fair Board, I'm sure the community would see this as a slam dunk for them and that they would definitely have his vote.
I mean, I'll just throw out that I think we've made this, to me, and I'm very possibly wrong, we've made this harder on ourselves by our first vote, because there's nothing wrong with being in favor of racing at the fairgrounds. Having a position on that issue is not an ethical violation. And I think that, I mean, I voted the way I did because I think that the attendance at the event was a violation. I actually find it tougher to vote for that as a violation of K, personally, because it's mixed in with the fact that, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a position on an issue. I think I will likely end up voting in favor of a violation here largely because I thought there was a violation in the first vote, but also combined with as I've characterized it before, poor judgment on the other issues, and the nature of the interaction with the lobbyist. While I don't think it's as clear cut a violation as I thought the first one was, and as I've said, I didn't think the first one was a particularly easy issue either. I just thought it was easier than this one. I'll likely vote that there is a violation here, but I felt I should say for the record that it's not because Mr. Hendricks has a position on the question, because there's nothing wrong with that. It's more a combination of all of this put together, all this behavior put together.
I didn't mean to imply that.
Oh no, I know, and I
just
wasn't saying
because,
you were. I
okay.
wasn't saying you were. I wasn't saying you were. I was saying the problem. I was talking about the problem I'm having processing this.
Other comments? Thoughts on this one?
I would, to me, it's not as much the attendance at the gala, and I've been through that, I won't belabor that. It's a possible violation of K so much as the text messaging with a lobbyist that I find very troubling. Regardless of whether he asked or didn't, there's clearly a relationship here that I think is giving this lobbyist the impression that he wouldn't be saying, here's what you should say, if he didn't think he could influence Mr. Hendricks in some way.
I have a lot of people telling me what I should do.
Do you have any other thoughts to add? I mean, I think that again, I think that I think, well, we've discussed it. I do think that the totality of the conduct, I do think that it's one step away from having a neutral hat, knowing that you're in charge of this body that makes decisions that have big impacts. I feel that it was really all well-intended. I really see nothing not well-intended. I think it was a very enthusiasm for the project, enthusiasm and wanting to be, a big part of it. I do think it would give the impression, I think that the cheerleader comment resounds that, but I agree that he can, certainly being in favor of the expansion is not a problem. He voted for it. It's a public record. He was for it. He believes it's in the best interest of the city. He thinks it's financially it's in the best way to go. So being a proponent and supportive, he's already taken a vote. There's nothing undisclosed by this. I think the question is attention to the public perception of him, of what he does, what he says. And it's hard because you never take off the hat of being the chair of something as significant as the Fair Board when the city is struggling with this issue, when there's strong views both for and con. when it's a hard issue that the mayor's office is contemplating. It's very delicate stuff. And to wear that independent, that neutral hat, to constantly be attentive to the public's need to see every board member as not biased in any way, no personal interest at all in the outcome, that it's only for the public and that the public process is paramount. I mean, I think that's what I'm seeing slipped here. I see no ill intent at all. I see a lot of public service. I see a lot of hard work and a lot of things to celebrate. I really do. But I think the attention to understanding the importance of public process and how people perceive the impression that can be given is what slipped a little below the standard here. It really, people have to, people who are paying attention, people who are not paying attention, they'll just get an impression. So I do think that it's hard for me because, again, I appreciate so much of the service, but I do think that the totality of the conduct does slip a little bit below the attentiveness to understanding how important public process is and to bringing everybody into the process and for nothing to sound like anyone was excluded from the process. And I do think that the conduct did give that impression, both the posting on social media and the statements to the press and reaching out to Cocoon, and although I know that's complicated, and the statements to the press, I think the totality does slip short of the standard expected of vigilance for being neutral, even though in favor of this deal, but kind of needing to ensure that accurate statements were made about where it was with the mayor. So, is there any other thoughts or comments, or then I think we can take a motion on this?
I will move to find that, based on the preponderance of evidence, that Chair Jasper Hendricks did violate Section 2.222.020K based on the conduct alleged.
May I have a second? I'll second. Is there more discussion? We have the motion before us that the conduct, we have abundance of the evidence of the conduct gives a reasonable basis that for the impression that a person could be improperly influenced or unduly enjoy their favor in the performance of their duties. Okay, hearing none, we're ready for a vote.
Chair Diani?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Abstain.
Ms. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Sabus?
Yes.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
It's 4 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay. So we, as a board, only need 4 members to vote affirmatively for action. So what we have done by these votes is.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say, Mr. Clark? Did you say?
1 abstention.
Okay, and 4 in favor?
4 in favor,
Okay.
0 against, 1 abstention.
Oh, okay.
So what we have done is, we have.
Court found no violation.
No. So we found that the attending the gala was not an ethical violation, and that vote was
4 in favor, 1 against.
4 to 1. We found that wasn't an ethical violation. I'd say, just to summarize, in light of your pre-existing relationships and so forth. In terms of your disclosure of confidential information, we voted on that and found that that was
Was not a
not
violation.
a violation, that you did not disclose confidential information in a way to violate the standards of conduct. And that was a vote of
4 in favor, 1 against.
4 to 1 as well. And we just now voted that, again, inadvertently, whatever, that through your conduct, you reasonably gave the impression that you could be influenced and by third party, and that we voted
4 in favor, 0
for.
against.
So in that instance, we did find that, again, the conduct fell short of the high bar standards of conduct sets. What that means is that we will now consider our next step, which is to figure out kind of how to proceed in terms of sanction. And our if our board finds that there was a violation of the standards of conduct, or conduct fell short of the standard, then we have to take one or more of the following actions by a vote of at least 4 of us. And there are several options that we have, one of which is issuing a written warning with a copy to the vice mayor or executive director and chair board if applicable, and setting forth any remedial request steps that we just think the individual should take. The second option would be a public censure by this board. The third would be for us to recommend a public censure, that the council, Metro Council, issue a public censure. The fourth would be to recommend a resignation from your position. That's a recommendation. And then 2 other matters which are not relevant here, 2 other options, the DA and Director of Law. Yes. Okay, so we will take a 5-minute break.
What is this sheet, this standalone sheet? Because it doesn't have all of the things.
That was just the
Yeah.
old stand, that was the old.
This is old, okay.
Yeah, that part needs updating, I apologize about that.
Yeah.
some boards deal with that as well. Every council member, council meeting, there's a lobbyist through the hallway here, talking to every council member as they're in and out of committee meetings. Yes.
Is trying to reschedule this question mark. I am still in this board of ethical conduct hearing. If you think it appropriate, could you just respond to her, acknowledging receipt of this? Her message, telling her that I'm stuck in a hearing, be in touch with her soon, question mark.
As I've gotten a little older, like I said, one place my knee gets stiff.
So am I the new member bringer of long meetings or something?
I was just wondering, who's doing all the talking? We have never had,
I thought it was me, so I'm glad you didn't take it.
I didn't think I talked that much.
we've never gone this late, and we've done enough twice back to them. We have never gone past lunch.
A bad influence.
You say they told me last time that it never goes this long. It's like, well,
Yeah,
that's a lot.
2 hours max.
2 hours. Second one. I tried to hold it too. I keep drinking all this tea.
The dates I gave you on this one, are they good for you in your office?
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna move to, because I might travel and I leave, as I'm sure most people, many people probably do. I think it was 17th, 18th, 19th. The 15th is possible, but it's only due on the 12th, December 12th. So I don't know if the weekends will be enough time. If we can.
We have council on the 15th and 16th, so there will be committee meetings.
Oh, you
It would be difficult.
Okay. But would you be available? Yes. Okay. And so she probably short.
It probably still would be a lot of review activities. I'm not sure if this room would be the best option. Yeah, I've been contacted as much about that one as the last one.
Any charter? Yeah, so, wow.
Either
that room or still right. Just for that, I think there will be a number of cameras.
if you want some local.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Right.
We're gonna get started. Again, okay, so we are now moving to the action of the board. I've just summarized our relevant options, and we can open it up to discussion now. Again, we can kind of think of it as, to some extent tiered mentions, but. So again, written warning, public censure by our board, recommendation to Metro Council that they censure or recommend that the respondent resign his position. We can maybe go around quickly and do a little, just a check-in on what people are thinking, where people are thinking about, and then we can discuss it. Should we try that? Okay. Do you want to start, or would you want to?
No, it's okay, I'll.
Yeah, just to, kind of just a word, without, just a word.
Just a word without comment?
Yeah, just a.
Written warning.
Good morning, okay.
Come back to me, please.
Okay.
Mine's more so a question.
Say it again?
Mine's more so of a question.
Okay, you can ask a question.
The censure would be like a specific thing that
Yeah.
can and cannot do, or type of.
No, it's more of a, well, that's a good question. I mean, we would just write it up, and it would be basically, it would be we would be kind of officially stating as a board that we have found this, and that censure is kind of like a public statement, and it would probably be posted. I don't know how the censures work. They'd be posted that he has been censured for this ethical violation, and I think a description of the ethical violation would be included undoubtedly, and it would be considered sanction, so sanction, an ethical sanction that then he can carry forward. It doesn't have any other big consequence beyond that, other than reputationally, and it kind of puts a note, it formalizes it's a level of punishment, like a reprimand. It's kind of like a reprimand in human resources.
And we would detail out what that looks like, or?
We would, yeah, it would be pretty summary, but yeah, we would write it out.
I'd say between the two, written warning or censure.
Okay, so you're between those two. I'm written warning, and what do you?
I recognize that the complainants asked for either forcing the chair to recuse himself from future votes or resigning from the board, and resignation is the only option of those two that would be available to us. We don't have the option of telling him to recuse himself from future votes. I think between those two, between written warning or resignation, that I would lean towards written warning, but I also just wanted to state for the record that I understand the community would have concerns going forward if this deal were to be brought back before the Fair Board as to whether this member could vote impartially on the revised deal terms. And I recognize that and I sympathize, but I think we have to stop short of actually forcing a resignation.
Okay.
Written warning.
Okay. Okay. So we have some early consensus, not consensus yet, how are you, but we have some interest in exploring written warnings. Between that and maybe censure was the board censure. Why don't we discuss what a written warning would look like? It's a new power of this board, just given to us by the Metro Council recently, that says we could issue a written warning with a copy sent to the vice mayor, or, if appropriate, the executive director and chair of the applicable board. So whether, I think that might mean the vice mayor, but we can talk about that. And the warning will include the violation that occurred, and this is really interesting, any remedy the board requests be taken by the member of the board.
Oh,
See,
so
that
there we
opens
could.
up possibilities.
Yeah.
And so if we think about this for a moment, I guess I would say, I think it would be a written warning that would summarize the violation or the lack of compliance, the falling short of the standard that we've discussed, kind of a brief summary of that. And would be sent to the vice mayor. My view would be it would be the vice mayor, since he is the chair of the board. Although it says executive director and chair, I think the vice mayor would be the appropriate party here, but we can discuss that. And then the interesting question is, what would be an appropriate remedy And let's just, we've, again, never used this provision before as a board. It's fairly new for us. Why don't we just do some creative brainstorming, and then we can discuss some ideas. Let's just brainstorm. I think you said something about recusal.
Right, I was just acknowledging that the complainants offered recusal as a possible sanction if this board found a violation that they would be in favor of.
And it would be, let's just spell it out, so it'd be recusing himself from any vote that involved NASCAR or SMI. Is that what you're, I mean, these are the ideas. So we're just, at this point, there's no motion, and we're just talking about getting ideas out for potential remedy. One would be recusing when? Recusing with what type of matter? So anything involving, is that too broad? I mean, he obviously brings a lot of expertise in this area.
I'm pretty uncomfortable with the concept of this board for what I mean, in my opinion, is far from the most egregious violation of ethical issues that we're dealing with in this country right now. Basically changing the balance of power on an issue before a board.
That we are not part of.
That we are, that's a political process.
Okay, so we're just now getting ideas because we need to move forward. So recusal was one thing mentioned. Anybody can mention anything else. We're just trying to get a list so we can then narrow it and get it done.
I mean, I would just note, I don't think we have to suggest a remedy.
We don't.
Okay.
I think there's an opportunity that I don't want to.
I would like to clarify. I'm
Yes.
looking at the legislation. It says this warning would include the violation that occurred and any remedy the board requests be taken by the elected official or member of the board or commission, and or issue a public censure of the elected official or member of the board or commission. So if we're issuing a written warning, it appears that we would need to include the violation and the remedy that we are requesting, but it does not appear that they would have to act on the remedy that we are requesting. We're just saying this is what we would like. And then I also wanted to clarify one other thing. It said that it would go to the vice mayor, it said the vice mayor or the executive director and
the
chair
chair,
of the applicable board or commission. I think that it would be more appropriate to go to the director than to the vice mayor, because of what would the vice mayor do with it? Because it's not a member of the council, so the vice mayor has no authority over what happens with the fair board. But if it goes to the director of the director of the fair board, then that information will be more applicable to them.
That's a good point.
But the vice mayor has control for board appointments. The
Say that
council
again.
does.
Say that
The
again?
council has a vote on board appointments. I think that's why it
Yeah.
goes to the vice mayor
Yeah.
also, just so they keep abreast of what's going on.
I think the reason I went with that, because it said as appropriate, the executive director and, so it's the two would be, and the board member, the board chair as appropriate. I saw that as if it's the board chair that's involved, then it's maybe not as appropriate, because then you're just, I think that's why the vice mayor is there. But that, again, that would be my view, but you make a good point.
I would think the vice mayor may be listed in case that this is dealing with a council member. Because if it's dealing with a council member, then it would make sense for it to go to the vice mayor. But to the point that was raised, I think it is helpful for the council to know in the event that the person comes before the council again for like a reappointment. I think it would be helpful for the council to know. So and I have no position on whether it should be a censure or a written warning. I'm just trying to provide some contextual information. But in the event that you all go with the written warning, I think it makes sense to send it to vice mayor and the director of the fair board.
Okay. So, yeah, there was a suggestion that we can just make a written warning, articulate the falling short of the standard, and leave it at that. That there's two different interpretations of the language, whether we're required to make a request of a remedy or not. I think we can decide to do either. We can say, we request that you take this matter and these concerns to heart and really modify your behavior so that your behavior is well above the standards. You know, something like that. It doesn't have to be a big to-do. We could just, so that's why I'm just asking, are there other ideas other than recusal, or not making a request was another idea, or just, doubling down on thinking deeply about the importance of public engagement in all things. Yes.
I just remember something that I read somewhere, I think it was in the public records request, it said that there was no training that was found.
Right.
So maybe one of the recommendations be that the chair goes through ethics training.
Yeah, we don't have ethics training, do we? We don't have it available to folks. I do think that.
It's provided to boards and commissions
But is it?
by the Department of Law.
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember doing
Okay.
something.
Okay, but it's basically having people, I think what every board member should do is read the cases on our website. I think that's what everyone should do.
What if, I'm even thinking about like public statements, what if there was something that said it had to go through this entity before it gets approved, that he could say anything to the media or
Yeah,
public statements?
so, and what could go through, so you're suggesting some type of,
I know that someone asked, did you go through PR or legal before
Right.
you made that statement? And the answer was no, so even if that's an option.
so a remedy would be anytime there's a public statement relating to the racetrack, that any public statements would be vetted through legal.
Would that
Or
not be a
whatever-
violation of his Second Amendment,
Yeah,
First
I mean,
Amendment, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, First Amendment.
I don't think my view is that we probably don't have to be, I think recusal something's very specific, if we wanna go that way. It sounded like there was resistance to doing that. I think,
How about disclosing his prior, first we've heard about a prior relationship with NASCAR was today. It might be something the public should know about, so maybe just, doesn't mean he has to recuse himself, but he could do it, his own conscience can guide that, 'cause it's not something that he has to recuse himself for. Well, disclosure to his board members about this prior relationships he's had.
Well, the records of this meeting are public, right?
yeah,
So that will be.
no, but I like this idea.
So if we're doing our recommendations, I recommend that I go to a training in Miami.
How about the islands? Okay.
Hawaii even.
It's too long of a flight, but yeah.
But let's just hear this disclosure idea. I mean, that's concrete, it's clear in its scope. It would be a disclosure of what all of his pre-existing relationships with everything having to do with racetracks and,
So would that be applicable to every board member though? Like every board member on every board?
Every board member and every board should make those
Yeah.
disclosures. That's, in my view, and that's how I advise my clients.
what would the disclosure in terms of filing with the clerk's office, or what kind of disclosure are you thinking about?
To his fellow board members at the board meeting.
To the board?
So like if we have a conflict on council or something like that, like I would disclose that to Director Darby, and I would say, hey, I have this conflict, do I need to abstain, or whatever the case may be, and then when the vote comes, I would then abstain, and I'm saying me, but any council member, right? Like if a council member owns an Airbnb and we're voting on Airbnbs, that council member would then abstain from that vote. They would either say, sometimes they will say, I'm abstaining because of this, and then other times they just strictly abstain, but it is disclosed that there's a conflict.
But if he's not being asked to abstain, then it's just a disclosure before that, when that issue is brought before the board, he would just say, I'm still voting.
Correct.
But you should know I have these prior relationships.
And he could file the disclosure.
Yeah, that's way.
He could file the disclosure with the Fair Board Director, provide a copy to all the board members and the clerk's office.
I'm fine with the disclosure. I think that, I think there should be a statement somewhere in there to the effect of, you're in a situation where you have past relationships with a industry and entities that you now are on a board that has those issues of those entities come before it periodically, be conscious of just a statement, it doesn't have to be like any kind of like, just a statement of be conscious of the appearances that can create and attending events and having these interactions can create. And if you run into a situation where you are unsure in any way, you should seek the advice of Metro Council or your agency's council before taking part in an event or making a statement.
We actually do advisory opinions here. This board does advisory opinions.
For us.
So we have a disclosure, we have a statement that you were just describing for something for him to sign or something that who.
I mean, I don't know that he has to sign it, I think it could just be in the
written warning. The
correct.
written warning would say something along those lines, yeah. Any other ideas?
I mean, we don't have to write this now, right? We can pass a motion with ideas. And
Well,
then-
we have to have specific ideas because it has to be written. We're not meeting again on it, so, and we need to help folks who are gonna be doing the first draft.
Well,
So-
right, well, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah.
We come up with the ideas,
Yeah,
someone
yes.
drafts it, we then approve the draft.
Yeah, well, your approval will need to be in a public meeting.
Yes, that's what I'm
So,
saying. If we don't do it tonight, we're coming back to do it.
Okay.
So we
Well,
don't
but I
do.
mean, we're not gonna sit here and actually
We're
wordsmith
not,
it, are we?
we are not, but we need to shape it enough that we can give direction to those who will be drafting it.
Yeah, no,
So we're getting
totally.
close, so we still haven't decided on the written warning versus censure. So why don't we take a motion on that to move this along? A motion that,
I move that we provide a written warning.
I will second that, let's take the vote.
Chair Diani?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Savis?
Yes.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
Okay, so the only issue now is the language of it. And I don't know which office legal, the office, probably legal, but a written warning, and we'd like to attach something to the written warning. Is there any ethics training available? Is there a videotape? Is there something that someone could look at again, even if they've looked at it once, that the legal department has, or is it in person?
It's generally provided to boards and commissions in person, but you can certainly request that a PowerPoint also be provided
Okay.
by legal to the respondent.
So I think what it would look like is finding a written warning based on our finding of conduct that fell short, as briefly described, relating to the appearance of influence, improper influence.
It's improper influence.
Improper influence by the chat folks. And that we would request that the board member, that he work with or obtain and review ethics training PowerPoint from legal, and prepare and submit a disclosure statement of all of his history and relationships and ongoing engagements with any entity involving racing. I don't know what this. Racetrack, NASCAR racetrack.
Including.
Teams and so forth.
Including race
all-
teams, track owners, and
Yeah,
NASCAR.
right, to disclose that, to prepare that document, it's kind of a list, very straightforward list, a long list.
Because my uncle's a former NBA
that-
player, so that goes like.
Okay. And we're gonna call it a disclosure. So it's ethics training, PowerPoint, a disclosure, and the disclosure will, once it's prepared, within the next 60 days, will go to the Fair Board Director and the board members of the Fair Board. And we will be, this written warning will be, we will addressing it will be from us, and it will be going to the Vice Mayor with a copy to the Fair Board Director.
Is there a vice chair of the Fair Board?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but the board,
missing.
but the director normally reads, she will read it probably at the next
She'll-
meeting.
Okay.
I'll make sure it is on the agenda.
Okay. Anything else? Yes.
2,000, I don't know if the disclosure is the same thing, something that was said earlier was like before a vote is taken, there to be like a disclosure, and it seemed like both parties were kinda in agreement with it. I don't wanna speak for people, but y'all were kinda like nodding y'all heads, it seemed like that was something that both parties were, agreeing to, so I don't know if we wanna make that the third prong of it. And then my only other thought is, with regards to the 60 days, do we, cause the letter has to come back before us and we have to approve the letter, is my understanding of, did you say that the letter comes back before us and we have to approve it?
Unless you delegate to the chair
Delegate it to me.
the authority to
Okay.
finalize the letter and send.
Yes, we've done that before, we've sent
But,
other letters.
yeah, but it wouldn't come back to you, the
Okay.
chair will just,
No worries, sounds
Right,
good.
and that's why we're trying to be specific now about what, so we all understand what it will say and we can actually vote on it as a board.
My only other recommendation would be, to see how y'all feel about 60 days or prior to any other race car vote, cause what happens if a race car votes come up next month and this process has not been completed? So I think it may be prudent to put that caveat in there.
Oh, I think that's a really good idea. So the disclosure shall be, prepared and provided these ways. The earliest of the vote or 60 days.
Prior to an
right,
additional
right.
vote, no later than 60 days.
Yeah, perfect, yes. Okay, so that's what the written warning would look like. So why don't we I think this isn't really, well, I don't know if this is an action or maybe it's a voice vote, but do we have consensus on it looking like that? Does everyone agree? Do you want a motion on this?
yes, you do, because it's
Okay,
part
we'll
of
do a
your
motion. Yeah,
decision.
okay, so we are now going to vote on a motion that we will be submitting a written warning to the vice mayor with a copy to the director of the Fair Board, and that we will be including in that written warning, which will summarize the nature of the falling short of the standard, certain remedial steps to be taken by Chair Hendricks, which will include reviewing a PowerPoint on ethics training provided by legal department, and preparing a disclosure listing all affiliations, relationships, current, past and present, with NASCAR, any racetrack owners, any racetrack teams and so forth. And that disclosure will be prepared and distributed to the director of the Fair Board as well as board members of the Fair Board. The disclosure will be prepared and distributed prior to any vote involving the issue, and in any event, no later than 60 days from the date of the warning, today, the date of today, today's date. Is that sufficient?
Yeah, could you, oh, okay.
So moved.
Oh, before you.
Yes.
I wanted to say, could you include the motion that, the chair of the board, if
Yes, I
you're not
will.
gonna come back,
Yes,
to,
yes.
is
Yes, I will.
authorized on behalf of the board to
Yes.
prepare a written warning with all these,
Yes, yes.
or under
That-
these
that-
parameters.
So I was actually, just getting in that was what it looks like, and I'll include in the same motion. And this will be the written warning, and the board will delegate to me as chair to work with legal to finalize the exact wording of the written warning in that form. So that's the motion that I made. Or-
Second. I didn't know if you were making it or if
I
you
don't
wanted
know.
someone to make it.
Okay, you can make a motion, so. Did you
Oh,
say
am I
so?
seconding it or am I making it?
Your choice.
You made it, I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and it's seconded, let's take a vote.
Chair Dion?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Sabus?
Yeah.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
Five
Okay.
in favor.
So that is what we will do, that is what the written warning will look like. You will, and that will be, well, we have a short week this week, so we're gonna take more time than we usually do. Just people have to go on holidays and things, so, we should be able to get both the final order from today's hearing as well as the, written warning out by, and I'm gonna turn to our attorney, Ms. Ecke, by when? What's
It
realistic?
will not be this week.
No, I made that clear. So let's look. This is a very short week, and we all have to just be, stuck in traffic and airports and things, so we'll be busy doing that. So we're the first week of December, the end of the week, or
Yeah, I mean,
Friday?
yeah,
December 5, we'll try to get it.
but, I don't wanna just in stone write a particular date, cause it's gonna
Right.
involve back and forth between the
Yes.
chair and legal.
Oh, right.
So just as soon as,
As soon as we
you know,
can,
yeah.
in the next week or two. We'll
Yes.
try to get it to everyone, and everyone will get a copy of it, obviously. Great. Okay, any other matters with respect to this matter? Any other? Hearing none? You're all excused, we're done.
Thank you all. Appreciate it, thank you.
We have to stay for a moment.
Are we still on the record?
No, we're off the record of this case, but we're still at meeting.
Still in meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night. Okay, our next agenda item is next steps in scheduling, and what we are doing now is scheduling the new complaint. The first meeting of the new complaint that we have, and that everyone has received, and the law department's law memo will be due on December 12th. So we are looking for a date of an initial hearing on that new complaint for after the 12th. The dates that might be available for us are the 17th, 18th, and 19th, which is the third week of December, Wednesday, the 17th, Thursday, December 18th, or Friday, December 19th.
18, 19, and 22nd?
No, we're talking about December, we're talking about the 17th, Wednesday, the 17th, Thursday, the 18th, or Friday, the 19th, for our hearing.
Oh, okay, well, I was just saying that for me, I will be gone on 18, 19, and 22nd.
Oh, you will, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You'll be gone on the 18th, 19th, and
And
22nd.
22nd.
So are you here on the 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
So how does the 17th look?
Yes.
No, you can't. So, but you can do it on the 17th. So we have a quorum, you can? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have a quorum, and we have 4 voting members, and perhaps Mr. Wilson.
Is this a hearing?
It's a short one, it's just the first initial hearing when the law department tells us, meeting, that when the law department shares its law memo, we have to vote whether we're going to go to an evidentiary hearing.
Depending, if we could do like a 9 a.m., I could.
Yeah, okay, we'll do it at 9. That's great, thank you. We'll do it at 9. It may not be here. It may be downstairs, possibly,
Okay.
in the big room with cameras. Okay, great. I think that's it. I will entertain, that's December 17th at 9 a.m. We'll have our next meeting. That takes care of.
Ms. Dion,
Yes.
If we, go over 3.5 hours, can we get a lunch break? Like, can we just set a standard that we'll do lunch after it goes over a certain period of time? Cause it's like 7 hours at this point.
Yeah,
And I know nobody thinks it's ever gonna go that long, but it.
yeah. Yeah, the thing about a lunch break is, this is the thing. I understand that there's no place to get lunch around here, and that it would have to be an hour break. And so the challenge, the tension, is that 3 hours ago, it looked like we were within half hour of wrapping it up. So the question is, can we just finish it and then we can leave, or do we need to stay if we add an hour? But we can do that.
Or we could make it 30 minutes and there's a sandwich machine downstairs and you just need to find something that you can tolerate in a day.
I mean, we've taken 15-minute breaks, and if you wanna make it a 30-minute break and grab a sandwich downstairs, but that is a question, do we really, I don't know if there's anything else other than a machine, and does that count as a lunch break if we're putting quarters into a machine for, I don't know. I mean, we could do that, we can certainly say after 3 hours, we take at least a half-hour break.
I feel bad that my first 2 hearings have been the ones that have gone all day, like, I'll just not talk if that'll help. Sorry, y'all.
There's been a lot more talking.
Not usually.
A lot more talking than usual. But yeah, we're definitely.
Just something to consider.
Yeah, yeah.
We can make arrangements to have sandwich stuff or something like that available as well.
We could probably coordinate some kind of delivery or something.
Okay, that would be helpful then.
Yeah, Uber Eats, we don't have to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in favor of a lunch break.
I mean, I'm worried, I'm worried about it less for us as I am for the parties and the advocates, yeah.
Okay. So, we can, do we wanna do that as a, yeah, you have to, we can build it in. We can build it in 3 hours and a half-hour break every 3 hours. That's what we're talking about.
Also, in clarifying, the training comes from HR, not legal. So.
The ethics training.
No. So actually, I thought, do we have is that clear? I thought you said legal has the ethics does the ethics training?
Legal does do ethics training, but,
Is the PowerPoint from HR?
well, legal does have a PowerPoint that it, for boards and commissions, but, I have to check something.
Can we just say either or?
Yeah, that's what I say, I don't know.
I'm fine with either or.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we care where it comes from, I just wanted it for the record that I believe it's coming from HR and not
Okay,
legal.
well,
We're fine with either or.
Yes.
okay. No other issue? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. We're done. Thank you all.
Thank you.